Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Ardal territory. In this small provincial estate, in the middle of nowhere, a child was born. The man was very worried, but he wanted a boy. The old woman wrapped the child and said that the man's expectations and dreams had come true. The child looked like the landlord. The woman asked if the parents had already chosen a name for their son. The baby's mother said that they would name him Paul Ardal. She hoped that Paul would become the light of this world. The boy himself was unremarkable as a child. While reading a book, he heard a man ask another to try to get as much seafood as possible. The servant complied. Paul became interested and called out to Uncle Frederick. The man turned to him and asked what he wanted. The boy worriedly asked the man not to go to the street near the South Mountain because he had seen a strange flow of mana there. Frederick was confused and did not know what to say. He asked the boy's father what these words could even mean. His interlocutor did not know how to answer either. Thunderstorm. Frederick ran into the building in the rain. Gray was already waiting for him at the doorway, saying that he was very worried about him being late. The man ran into the building and said that he had taken a longer route and asked for forgiveness. Gray worriedly asked what had happened to his interlocutor. Frederick said that he had managed to avoid trouble just now because he had listened to the advice of young Master Paul. Gray was at a loss and asked what that could mean. The man reminded him of what the boy had said yesterday about not going through the streets of the South Mountain. Only now had he learned that there had been an attack by beastmen there. Gray was very surprised and shocked to hear about it. Frederick continued to say that everyone who had been there was in grave danger, but thanks to Paul, he was not among them. The interlocutor became thoughtful. The man looked at the boy and asked Gray if he thought Paul could sense the mana in the air. The man said that he found it difficult to answer this question. He wondered what would happen if it were true. If it were true, then Paul would become the future of Ardal. From that day on, the boy showed a stronger talent for magic. At 6, he could sense mana. At 7, he could already manifest it. When he turned 10 years old, the man solemnly said that he wanted to hand over the floor to the representative of the first years. He asked the audience to greet the boy. Paul had surpassed countless children from prestigious families entering the Ignite Magic Academy, the best magic academy in the Radiant Kingdom. The solemn boy was called the best among those entering the academy. He was enrolled as the best applicant. Thus, he received the title of genius. This attitude weighed on Paul a little, but he consoled himself with the thought that his name would raise the status of the family. However, it cannot be said that he was very successful in this. The man asked the boy to demonstrate the best skills among the applicants. Paul tried to remain confident. On the very first day of classes, it became clear that he was far from the best and not even the second. The teacher demanded that he release his energy as quickly as possible, but the boy could not focus and release enough. Paul did not understand what was happening and what he was doing wrong. All the students watched him with concern. He had a mana release disorder. Paul realized that he lacked the innate ability to release magic even a meter from his body. For a mage, his body was literally the worst of the worst. It did not take long for the others to find out about his humble origins and his lack of talent for magic. Because of this, their attitude towards the boy quickly changed. One of his peers pushed him, and Paul almost fell to the floor. One boy asked another if he was okay. Paul remained silent, but the other continued to say that his friend had just touched a disabled person and could become one too. That guy's friend jokingly said that he needed to wash himself quickly to avoid this fate. He was immediately branded as a person who was incapable of using magic. He was considered defective because he was not even able to cast spells at the Magic Academy. His current status was lowered by the envious people. The guy who pushed him asked him why he was looking at him like that. He swung his arm, saying that he had no right to look at him because he was incapable of using magic. His status became the greatest pleasure that his envious people could ever get. Paul was furious. He pounded the wall with his bare fist. The guy could not catch his breath and come to his senses that all this was happening in reality. He did not know if he would ever be able to become a magician. Paul Ardal, the man who entered the academy with the best grades, more promising than anyone else. He was more diligent than everyone. All his advantages were forgotten at one place when it came to his curse. They said that the genius became disabled in magic. That's how it all ended. Paul was in despair. More precisely, it could have ended that badly. He just thought that it all ended there. However, Paul could not even imagine that in the abyss of despair there would be a place for a miracle. The notification said that the player artifact was activated. The status window was unlocked. The player artifact was activated. The guy continued to fall down, not understanding where he was now. He felt like he was deep underwater. Something told him that the guy was the embodiment of the destroyer of worlds. Paul did not understand what this could mean. He did not believe what he heard and did not know what to think. Suddenly, the guy was very scared when a large figure appeared in front of him. Paul was speechless when he saw a strange figure with open red eyes. The guy thought that it was just a dream, but it was too vivid for a dream. Looking closer, He saw the figure opening its mouth and realized that it wanted to give him an order. A picture appeared in his eyes. He was transported far away from here. A few hours earlier, the training grounds of the Ignite Academy. This time, Paul was called next. The man said that he only needed to create a fireball and hit the scarecrow with it, just like he had explained before. Mike looked at him and thought that this was a very simple task that any student should be able to handle with flying colors. For someone who was unable to use magic, this was an almost impossible task. Paul was desperate. He did not know if he would be able to use it this time. Mike shouted at the guy and demanded that he start quickly. He realized that he should not stay now, because suddenly he might fail. Paul began to concentrate on his hand, trying to isolate mana. He believed in himself and wanted to cope with this task at any cost. In one movement, he began to concentrate mana in his hand even more. The guys crowded around were shocked to see the size of this ball, because the guy, apparently, had a lot of mana in his body. Mike was silent. He was waiting for the guy to show himself. Paul believed in himself a little and decided that if everything was the same, he would cope with this task. Suddenly he got very angry, because he realized that it had caught up with him again. His hand stopped releasing mana again, and the guy did not understand what was happening to it. A second later, he coughed. From fatigue and exhaustion of the body, Paul spat on the ground. Mike asked the guy to show himself finally, but he seemed unable to do it. The man demanded that he release it from his body as quickly as possible. The guy said that the fireball did not leave his hand, and he did not know what to do with it. Mike continued to pressure the guy because he was already in his senior year and should have known such basics. According to the man, if he still couldn't perform normal magic like a fireball, then he would simply fail the final exam. Mike yelled at Paul that he was destined to fail. The boy couldn't help but agree with him in his head. He clenched his fist and apologized, saying that he would try harder in practice. In this practical shooting test, they had to create 10 fireballs and hit the target multiple times. Paul was unable to load even one whole ball into the target. The boy realized that he couldn't even count on being a third-rate mage. The boys made fun of him, not understanding how he got into the academy with the best scores. They kept telling him that he should give up because, in their opinion, he was the main dumbass. The boy knew that because the best in the entrance exams was the offspring of a nobleman from the province, his peers from more prestigious families began to envy him and feel inferior. For the most part, this was the reason for the hostility towards him. Paul realized that he could not endure their mockery forever. Reality, of course, deprived him of hope and began to destroy his personality from the inside. This curse was the only thing that held him back for these 6 years. Mana release disorder. Although Paul held on well, all this time he involuntarily begins to wonder how much longer he can hold on at this rate. In the hallway of the academy, the boys were discussing how their exam had gone. Someone from the crowd noticed the guy and shouted at everyone, calling him a dumbass. The guys who always picked on him said that he should pack his things early. The guy said that if he were in Paul's place, he would be embarrassed to even show himself in public, but Paul was more persistent. He asked if his interlocutor knew what the younger ones called him. The guy replied that everyone called him a dumbass. According to the boys, because of Paul, the senior class was not a role model. The boys demanded that he get the hell back to his province as soon as possible and laughed. Paul remained silent. One of the boys said that nature usually rewards either with skills or wealth, but in his opinion, he was unlucky with neither. Another boy said that all members of his family were arrogant idiots who had never had anything. Before he could finish speaking, Paul rushed forward to punch him. Swinging his fist as hard as he could, the guy slammed it hard into his opponent's face. The other guy was simply shocked when he saw his friend pushed back several meters with just one punch. Paul was furious and demanded that he repeat what his opponent had said about his father. The guy seemed to have misunderstood his opponent's intentions and simply called him names while wiping away the blood. He did not believe that a man from a simple family was capable of such a thing. Paul said that one should know when to stop and when to stop. According to him, these guys were nobodies to talk about his family. The guy's friend quickly rushed towards Paul to punch him back. At the very end, before the punch, he did not expect his opponent to be so fast. Paul knocked his opponent out with one punch. The guy fell to his knees from such force and clutched his stomach. His opponent was furious and watched him suffer. The opponent was shocked and did not understand how such power was hidden in such a dunce. The guy with golden hair began to use magic to take revenge on his offender. He insisted that Paul had no right to even touch him. The guy simply did not believe that his opponent was going to use magic in the academy itself. The opponent was persistent and released the sphere right in Paul's direction. It seemed that he did not care at all that he could be expelled for this. The opponent demanded that the guy die. Paul realized that he could not even move. The teacher was already running towards them and demanded that they stop immediately. It was too late, and Paul touched the opponent's magic. He covered his face and did not understand what would happen next. Just as he thought, most likely, his end had come. He was the embodiment of the destroyer of worlds. The status window was unlocked. The player artifact was activated, and the guy saw a large figure with red glowing eyes in front of him. I did not understand what was happening to him or where he was. Paul didn't know what was happening. The big figure opened its mouth and called out to him. It said his full name, and the boy looked into its eyes with horror. He would have been sure that it was definitely his name. Suddenly the blackness began to fade and he began to open his eyes, hearing his name being called out again. Behind his eyes, when he opened them, Chloe appeared. The teacher was glad that the boy had finally woken up. For a second, Paul realized that everything that had happened to him was true. He decided to get up a little and asked where he was now. Chloe tried to put him back down, saying that he was in the break room and needed rest. She kept saying that the boy needed to lie down and recuperate. Paul said that nothing terrible had happened to him, he was just dizzy. He himself did not understand if he had lost consciousness. The boy did not understand what kind of figure it was. It seemed very real to him in that dream. Paul asked how long he had been lying like that. The girl replied that she had been watching him here all day. She said that it was a great fortune that the guy had gotten off with such light consequences. Paul asked if he was okay now. Chloe said that they needed to check a few more tests, and he himself looked pretty good for someone who had received a direct hit from a lightning ball. The girl said that he had no wounds or burns, even his organs were intact. According to her, she had encountered this for the first time. The guy did not understand how this was even possible. He knew that a lightning ball was a terrible magic that burned the body in seconds, and he took a direct hit from it. Paul did not understand how he was completely okay from such an attack. The professor entered the rest room and apologized for disturbing him. Chloe said that she would go analyze the guy's tests since the professor was looking after him. The girl asked not to remain silent if something was bothering her. Mike approached the bed and asked how his interlocutor was feeling. Paul replied that he felt absolutely fine. The man replied that it was very good, but that a whole professorial council was being assembled for this occasion. He promised that his offender would first of all be expelled without fail. Mike gave the reason. According to him, he was expelled for using combat magic with the intent to kill, and also for spreading false rumors about the head of the family. He also treated Paul unfairly and bullied him. According to the man, all of the above actions were taken into account when making a verdict. The guy lowered his head and said that he had also hit him. Mike said that he would of course be punished too, but given the circumstances, he would be doing volunteer service for a month and that's all. Mike said that he had one more question that he would really like to know about. The man wanted to know if the guy had an artifact. Paul was very surprised to hear about it. He said that this was certainly not true, because if he had something like that, he would not be bullied like that by those around him. Mike started thinking and assumed that, given the rarity and value of the artifact, the head of the boy's family would have already used it for his people. Paul asked why his interlocutor was even asking about this. The man hesitated, but decided to answer. According to him, he was sure that before the lightning ball overtook the boy, his body was surrounded by a red light. It was as if a high-ranking artifact protected Paul, reflecting the magic. The guy did not believe what he heard. He knew what an artifact was, but he could not believe such a thing. Suddenly, Paul realized that this was possible, connected with his strange dream. He replied that he did not understand what had happened to him and certainly did not have an artifact. Mike reluctantly agreed with him. The man headed for the exit, telling the boy to rest. Paul really had no idea what had happened, and the professor did not ask further. He was interested in what his interlocutor was thinking about now. The guy thought and realized that he had received an experience indistinguishable from a dream, and that strange voice that was calling him. The voice said that the artifact was open and accessible. It also talked about some player. Paul remembered that the statue had said something else, but he couldn't do anything with his memory. He remembered some status window. Suddenly, the guy noticed it right in front of his head. Chloe was already approaching him, holding some papers in her hands. Paul realized that it was real. The girl asked what was happening to him and if he was feeling well. The guy said that it wasn't about his health, but about something he saw right in front of him. He told Chloe about some blue thing. The girl didn't understand what he was talking about because there was nothing there. She wasn't sure that the guy was sane. Paul himself didn't believe that she really couldn't see this window. The notification table had all the information about him. The guy realized that only he could see it. He decided to come up with an excuse first. Paul said that he must have squinted, but the girl said that it was not funny at all. According to her, the guy's tests were normal and he could return to the dorm. Paul was happy and thanked her. The guy listed in his head that today he survived a lightning ball strike without consequences. He met a man with a red eye in an alternate dimension and got a status window that only he can see. Then the window said that he is the incarnation of Drac. The guy began to think that perhaps the mage's artifact was given to him. Now another strange window appeared before his eyes. It was some kind of task. He was required to prepare his body for increased strength through training. Paul read the list and realized that physical activity was required of him. He did not understand how this could help a mage like him. Still, he did not doubt and decided to just try it first. Having hit with one fist, he saw that the strength increased. Having hit 2 times, the strength increased even more. Paul realized that the number was growing, and at this rate he would quickly reach his goal. After another hit, the number did not change, and he looked at the window again. It seemed that the hit was not counted if there was even the slightest mistake in its execution. In this case, he decided to go through the training properly. It was night outside. Paul was very tired. He was glad that he had finally finished. Sweat was pouring down his face. It was written on the window that the task was completed and his strength increased. Paul was very surprised when he heard about the reward. He noticed something in himself. It was a strange feeling, and it was barely noticeable. The guy felt it in his blood, and it was something more than mana. He realized this feeling. The guy clearly became stronger after this training. He decided to test his strength in real life. With one blow, he broke something in front of him and realized that mana was gathering around his hand. The guy realized that strength and magic had become much more powerful. The speed of air resistance and strength felt completely different. The fundamental also increased, and now there should be a second reward. The status window appeared in front of his eyes again. The next task was a power circle. Paul read and realized that he needed to replace mana circles with power circles. He realized that after this, his mana would be replaced by physical strength. Everyone who feels and studies mana has a circle around the heart. Friend mana plays an important role in releasing, strengthening mana. The number of these circles increases depending on the accumulated mana that the mage can control. The boy had 4 mana circles. This is much more than is usually found in people his age. Still, due to his disorder, they are as good as 0. Suddenly, Paul realized something. He felt that the mana circles in his heart had actually disappeared. In this case, the madly circulating force in their place were power circles. Paul was surprised by the new feeling. Power circles were instead of mana circles. Paul knew nothing about mages without mana circles. He did not know what would happen to him if he completely replaced his circles. The boy thought that then he could forget about life as a mage altogether. Still, it was too early to give in to decadent moods, and he should first test them in action. The boy decided to use a fireball. He was surprised at how easily he created it in his hand. It was very fast, impossible, in his opinion. Paul felt an unknown power in his hand. Seeing the size of the fireball, the guy realized this was the power of the artifact. Paul was given a unique chance. Since magic has a basic principle of operation, it takes an average of 10 seconds to release. The guy seemed to have the opportunity to skip this stage and create a fireball due to his internal strength. He knew that this was definitely the power of the artifact. After another training session, Paul saw a window appearing next to him. He did not know what task to expect now. He read and understood that he needed to fill his body with magic to perform an attack. But he did not know how to do this. The guy assumed that Draka suffered from a similar disorder, so he fought by filling his fists and legs with magic. Paul did not understand how he came to such a method. Suddenly, the guy noticed that a new task had appeared for him. He was very surprised to hear about it. He had to hit the target. Paul had not even thought about the physical force method yet. Until the last moment, he did not believe that he could become a magician with its help. The guy knew that he should still try to find his strength. He released a fireball in a matter of seconds. Paul was glad that it worked. The task was completed and the guy gained strength. He sat down on the ground and decided to rest. Paul was incredibly happy that he was finally able to complete the task. The guy thought about how before, every failure was at the discharge stage. Finally, he overcame it and was able to feel magic at full strength. The guy still did not believe that someone even came up with such a method. He did not know who this Draka was. Of course, Paul would like to find out right now, but his body is getting heavy. What surprised voices. Someone said that he seemed to have trained until dawn and literally fell asleep on the site. Paul did not know what was happening, and the voices asked to wake him up. The guy came to consciousness, constantly hearing these voices. Someone said that he was definitely not dead because he survived the lightning ball. Paul did not understand why his head was so noisy. The guys crowded around him were very surprised by his sudden return. They asked him not to scare them like that again. Paul got up from the ground and stretched, saying that they were acting very strangely, as if they had never seen a sleeping person on the street. The guys fell silent. Some guy said that this was not typical for a nobleman who entered a respectable academy. He asked if Paul had been drinking. The guy sent them all and said that he was simply very tired and fell asleep on the spot from exhaustion. The guys were still perplexed. They talked among themselves, noticing that Paul was acting strangely. My friend, one of the guys, looked at the place where the scarecrow used to be. He was very surprised that there was nothing left of the scarecrow. The guy suggested that it could have been Paul. The guys did not believe it and denied it, saying that he did not know how to handle magic. The academy dormitory. Jason greeted Paul as he entered the building. He was brushing his teeth and was a little surprised that the guy had only just returned. Jason asked if anything had happened to the guy, to which the guy replied that it was none of his business. Paul knew that his interlocutor was not hostile to him, although he was the eldest son of a famous family. Jason asked in a sly tone if the guy had really been with a girl at that time. He was a psycho, obsessed with alcohol and girls, which is why he constantly secretly left the academy grounds. Jason did not stop and said that the guy had not even had time to get struck by lightning, as he was already clutching his head. Paul threw clothes in his face and said that he went to the bathroom and had no idea what he was talking about now. Relaxing in the warm water, he felt better. Suddenly, the guy remembered that he had an additional task that needed to be checked. He had to prepare his body through training. Paul was surprised that the rewards remained the same, but the number of repetitions had doubled. The guy didn't know if his progress would continue at this rate. Still, he knew it wouldn't be easy. He was ready to do anything to become a mage. A month had passed since then. It turned out that the repeating task could be done once a day. But in contrast to the constant reward, the required number of repetitions grew from day to day. If the building couldn't be completed within a day, all progress was reset. That's why Paul never missed a day of training. And yet, the guy saw some benefit in this. He was glad that the requirements for completing the tasks didn't go above 3,000 repetitions. Otherwise, he could simply die in the process. The guy ran up and jumped. Over the past month, he had been doing these training sessions every day. The guy even got a new skill. He was very happy when he read its characteristics. The guys were discussing Paul's strange behavior lately. They didn't understand why he was sleeping during lessons, although he used to keep his eyes on the board. The other guy was outraged that this was all that his interlocutor noticed. He said that Paul had actually moved to the training ground and was now practicing kicks. One of the guys asked them to ignore him because he had always been very strange. The guys assumed that the guy was trying to compensate for his disorder in this way, although, in their opinion, it did not work. Thus, over the past month, Paul completed tasks and looked for any clues about Drax's identity. Still, the guy could not find a mage with such a name in historical records. He collected books one by one, but found nothing. Paul asked himself only one question, and he was interested in who Drax was. The guy was really interested in who the person was who gave him such power. Someone called him from the side. Jason ran in and asked if his interlocutor had heard any news. Paul did not understand what had happened. The guy assumed that since he was just calmly reading books, it meant that he did not know anything. Paul did not understand if something serious had happened and asked about it. Jason said that the head of the Ardle family had arrived at the academy. The boy was very surprised to hear this. His interlocutor once again shook him with the thought that his father had arrived here. Paul quickly ran to the exit. He ran along the corridor and shouted for his father. The man, talking on the side, and the father turned his attention to his son. He was very happy to see him. They had set aside time for them to talk. Paul asked how his father was doing, because it had been 6 years since he had been sent to this academy. The man replied that he was doing well, as always. The boy asked how his sister was doing. Gray said that she had become quite an adult and had now begun to study the art of swordsmanship. According to him, the sister wanted to protect her weak brother. Paul scratched the back of his head and said that he even felt awkward when he heard about it. Gray said that the girl had always been self-confident. Paul turned to his father and was silent for a while. He said that he was doing well. Gray did not understand what these words were for and asked again. The boy said that he was really fine and that no one was abusing him, either physically or mentally. The father drank a cup of tea and thought about it. Gray admitted that he had actually come here to find out if the boy wanted to leave the academy. The man wanted to convey the idea that if he was having a hard time, the doors of the house were always open. He wanted to know what difficulties his son had faced during all this time. The boy thought about it. Paul said that he would be frank in this conversation and told him that he had been treated very badly from the very beginning. He hurried to please his father by saying that he seemed to have found a way out of this situation. The boy suggested that they come to an agreement right away. He said that there was a practical test ahead and he was obliged to show a good result there. Paul said that if he failed the test, he would do as his father wanted. The boy promised that he would get good results in the practical exam, so his father realized his determination and soon returned to the estate. And then the long-awaited day of the exam arrived. Everyone's attention was drawn. The beginning of the written exam on understanding magic was announced. The guys were warned that any violation would be punished by having the result reset. They could start working, and the boy took the pen. The exam is divided into written and practical parts. The practical part, in turn, is divided into 4 more: aim shooting, measuring magical power, real combat, and one-on-one combat. As a possessor of a disorder of magic release, Paul passed the written part perfectly throughout the training period. In the practical part, first place was always taken by another guy from an authoritative family. Paul was sure that this time everything would be different. He believed that this year he deserved first place. After completing the written part and several days of preparation, it was time for the practical exam itself. Paul was called out by a guy. It was Jason. He did not understand why his interlocutor had been acting so strangely lately. He was really curious if Paul had any plan for the practical part. The guy said that he was just trying out a new approach to magic. Jason was pleased and asked what he was going to do for this. Jake interrupted the guy's conversation. He was interested in what Paul was doing there. The guy laughed at the fact that he was going to take part in the exam. According to Jake, it was useless with his disorder. Paul said that he really came to take the exam, so he didn't see anything wrong with it. The guys started laughing at him. Jake put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he wanted to give advice to someone who had failed the exam 6 times. He said that instead of going out and humiliating himself, he could just give up. Paul said that his advice would not be useful to him. Jake flew into a rage. He said that he did not believe that a person with such a disorder was capable of passing the exam normally. The guy did not understand what he wanted from him at all. He remembered that Jake had not behaved so boldly and confidently before. It seems that he is annoying the guy because the guy had not noticed this before. Jake promised to deal with him in a one-on-one fight. The first part of the practical exam is aimed shooting. Officially, this stage is called the multi-target shooting test. Its purpose is simple. It is necessary to find out how many targets the future magician can hit at once. However, this year the level of difficulty of the exam was increased since the targets are constantly moving. Paul watched and counted who hit how many targets. Angela could not do anything at all. Due to previous failures, the average result was simply terrible. The other guys hit 3-4 targets at most. No one could have imagined that the results would drop so much due to a slight complication. Someone from the spectators said that the quality of the current graduates left much to be desired. The professors were clearly disappointed, but they tried to calm them down. Oliver said that it was Jack's turn, and they could count on a good result. Finally, the guy entered the arena. Jack called out to Paul and told him to watch his progress carefully. Of course, the guy could not know what his opponent was planning. There was a shout for the guy to start taking the exam. Jack intended to show the difference between him and that strange one. He began to hit the targets. The boys were delighted, but they still expected so much success from him. There was no longer any doubt that he would become the first again. The man came forward, saying that they had raised and brought up a worthy successor to the family. Oliver asked if his colleagues thought that this guy was the pride of their academy. According to him, he would certainly be this year's representative at the big festival. Bob asked the professor not to continue any further. He said that this level would be quite enough to assess the level of the current graduates. Mike did not understand why they did not sit for a while and watch Paul's performance. Bob was very surprised to hear about the guy, because, in his opinion, it was difficult to pass the exam with such skills as his. Still, they decided to pay tribute to his persistence and watch the entire performance. Paul stood in the arena, thinking that this was a great opportunity to show his strength. The guy asked him to begin the performance. Poe agreed and began to create a fireball in his hand. A second later, he connected his other hand to this, creating many fireballs around himself. The teachers were shocked and did not understand how the guy could summon magic so quickly. The guys were also confused. Only Jack was furious. He turned to the others and reminded them of his opponent's frustration. According to him, he can create as many balls as he wants, but he is not able to release them. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Paul in action. The guy used a skill to speed up his movements. Recently, he received a skill for refraction of time, which helps him move abnormally fast for 30 seconds in any direction he wants. In other words, now he is like a typhoon. All the targets were destroyed to pieces with just one movement. The teachers were shocked to see this. The students also did not understand how this was possible. Paul was glad that he succeeded, but he could not fully believe it. All the targets were destroyed. The guy behind him wrote down the number 27 in horror. The audience was surprised to see the guy summon his own hand magic and hit the targets with it. No one understood how he managed to hit 27 targets because it was the highest result of all time for the academy. The guys did not understand how he could move so fast and whether he really hit all the targets with magic. Bob stood up from his seat and started applauding. He praised Paul, saying that this performance was incredible. The guys were happy and started congratulating the guy too. Jack was furious at what he saw and did not understand how this could happen. Seeing the recognition and applause, Paul was confused because he had not seen it for 6 years. The guy felt how warmly it spread in his chest. It seems that he always wanted to feel this. Oliver did not understand why the guy hit the targets using magic on his hands. In his opinion, this technique has nothing to do with magic. Mike said that in his opinion the distinguishing feature of magic is its limitless possibilities. He noted that if everything goes as expected, it will no longer be magic, but mathematics. Oliver tried to counter with something again, but Bob asked him to be quiet. The old man said that today he saw a miracle created by a student. He called it flawless. Bob said that he saw other points of view among the professors. Oliver was furious that everything went to hell because of this guy. He could not even imagine that circumstances could turn out like this. Jason dragged Paul into the building in a friendly manner. The guy asked him to stop. The guys surrounded him and began to ask how he managed to pull off such a trick on yesterday's exam. They immediately decided to gain favor with themselves. Paul understood that until yesterday he was an outcast, but everything changed literally overnight. He told Jason that he would move forward. Of course, the guy was a thorn in the side of some people. Opening his room, he saw Jack standing in front of the window. Paul didn't understand what he was doing in someone else's room and called out to him. The guy didn't come back, saying that his opponent had gotten too proud, having gained a few points with the help of something that couldn't be called magic. He said that Paul's impudence irritated him, so he decided to warn him not to dare to perform. The guy replied that his opponent was simply jealous, having been in high places for 6 years. Jack got angry and decided to continue the conversation with threats. Paul calmly touched his hand and removed it from himself. He continued to hold his opponent's hand, squeezing it. Jack was horrified when he realized that there was a lot of power in his hand. Paul said that it was important for both of them to graduate, and if he had a strong desire to crush him, then he should do everything fairly in a one-on-one fight. The guy let go of his opponent's hand. Jack said that no one had the right to compete with him. He couldn't believe that a man who had been at the bottom for 6 years had suddenly decided to get out. Paul said that they should just wait and then they would know the winner. Jack demanded not to fail before the one-on-one stage of the fight and closed the door behind him. The guy walked down the corridor in a rage, confident that his opponent would not even reach their joint fight. Jack took his hand out of his pocket. He looked at it, remembering the force with which it was clenched. The guy was not sure that his opponent was a mage at all. The second stage of the practical exam is the measurement of magical power, the treasure of the academy and a rare artifact of which there are only a few on the entire continent. 500 years ago, the archmage Freud turned Org Kingrim into an artifact during his lifetime. Kingrin, locked in the artifact, absorbs the mana of mages and is a magical punching bag. In the second stage, students were required to direct magic at it in order to get a high result. Paul knew that it was only necessary to aim at the statue and use the spell in which he was most confident. He asked Jason about this, and he agreed with him. The guy said that this org is famous for evaluating very harshly, and getting a result higher than 20 from him is already considered something commendable. Some guy decided to use a thunderstorm on a statue. The statue demanded that he hide from sight because his strength was very weak. The org immediately suggested that the guy quit magic forever. The guys were disappointed with the result and said that everything was as usual. The statue asked the next one to stand in front of her. The girl ran after the guy to take his place. She told him to watch carefully. The student used an ice ball to prove to the statue that she was strong. The orc said that her strength was really impressive and he would definitely remember her. The girl was surprised by such an assessment. The statue corrected her words and said that she was impressed by the girl's hopelessness. The student was upset and burst into tears because she only got 2 points. She said that this was her best attack. Several more students failed this test. The leading guy asked not to show their emotions in front of everyone, but rather to give others a chance to show themselves. He said that Jack was next. The guy used strong magic to attract the statue's attention. Org did not feel the power. He said that he was very disappointed in him. Jack said that he was the proud third son of Jerichil. He said his name in the hope that the statue would change its decision. Orc said that the guy's father was the same idiot who begged him to inflate the scores. According to the statue, Jack had even less talent. The guy did not understand what he was talking about because he gave him 27 points. The previous one asked him to calm down and called the next one. It was Paul. The guy felt nervous before the test. He decided to pull himself together and cope. Paul introduced himself to the statue and said his name. Orc thought about it and said that he saw him for the first time. The statue decided that it was not important and asked the guy to begin. The guys were very surprised to see the burning explosive mana. In their opinion, using class 4 magic was still impossible for them. The statue also did not understand why the guy took such a strange stance. Paul shook his head that he was starting an attack. He jumped high and swung. Paul felt very confident. The guy watching this was shocked that he moved the magic from his fist to his leg and immediately exploded it. The guys were no less amazed and decided that such a spell should be attributed to class 5. They did not know what to think. Some guy agreed that Paul was a class 5 mage, no less. At this moment, the participant himself was very surprised that his spell worked properly at the right moment. The guy noticed that the statue's reaction was very strange. He was very afraid that he would misjudge him. The orc leaned over and asked who the guy was. Paul said that he had already introduced himself earlier. The statue asked if the guy was Drac. The guy was very surprised to hear this. Orc said that he had been waiting for Drac all this time and finally got it. The guys did not understand who the statue was talking about. They assumed that it simply confused Paul with someone else. Over the past 2 months, the guy had reread all the available books but could not find a single mention of Drac. Paul realized that Org did have some information about him. The guy asked the statue if it knew the person they were talking about. Org replied that he did. Paul asked it to tell him more about him. The statue thought about it and found this question curious. The interlocutors clearly could not believe that they had met his incarnation at the academy. The guy was surprised and asked again what incarnation meant. The statue asked him to say his name again. Paul introduced himself. Org thought about it and said that they would definitely remember him. The guy who was recording the results asked the statue to tell him the guy's score right away before it left. Org said it was too much, so he would tell him later when no one would be listening. He said the evaluation was over and the guy's magic wasn't something he could evaluate. The guy didn't understand what the guy was talking about, but he had to write down the results. He said that according to the rules, Mr. Kingram had to evaluate the students no matter what. The guy insisted that the contract should last for another 5,000 years, but Org interrupted him. He got really angry because he had been evaluating kids who didn't even look like magicians for years. The guy apologized, but still wanted to know what score to give Paul. Org thought about it and said he would still give the evaluation no matter what. He asked Paul what score he wanted, 0 or 100 points. The guy was shocked to hear such a number. He kept his cool and said that he wanted 100 points. The guys discussed his result. They could not believe it. Someone said that Paul had been given such a grade for the first time in a century. The teacher said that the guy was in the thick of things again. Paul asked what the professor was doing here anyway. The man said that he had heard about the news that he had received 100 points from Kingram, and they had already reached the head of the academy. He handed over a piece of paper and asked to take it for himself. Paul unfolded the sheet and read about the artifact room. He asked his interlocutor what the hell that was. The teacher asked him to follow him. They closed the door behind them and went down. Paul was going down some strange stairs and said that he had never seen them. The man replied that this was the only place in the academy where everyone was forbidden to enter. The guy did not understand what they were talking about and why he was brought here if everyone else was forbidden to be here. Mike said that they were standing at the entrance to the artifact room and he was only allowed to go this far. Paul asked if that meant he should go in there alone. The man hurried him and said he would wait outside. The guy opened the door, not understanding what was happening. He thought that his reward was waiting for him there and wanted to see it as soon as possible. Entering the room, he was amazed. Paul saw so many objects that he had only heard about before. The guy assumed that this was most likely the Archmage's magical warehouse. A strange voice behind him said that the guy looked lost. Paul was scared and turned around. It was the orc, who was insisting that the guy did not realize his true value. Paul was surprised that his interlocutor was no longer a stone statue. The orc asked if the guy was surprised that he was not in the form of a statue. According to him, this was the only place where he was allowed to appear in his true form. He said that thanks to the ancient mana that filled this room, he could be in his body and not in the form of an artifact. The guy asked his interlocutor what he meant when he spoke of true value. Org replied that Paul simply did not understand his significance. He said that this was unnatural behavior for someone who used the same artifact as the player. The guy was very surprised to learn that his interlocutor also knew about it. Org said that this artifact was very rare, it was the only one of its kind. He was interested in how the guy got it and what connects him with Draka. Paul said that he himself did not know what they were talking about and tried for a long time to find out. His interlocutor remained silent and thoughtful. He told about a creature that wanted to become a god. One day, he came to the Sky Peak tribe, to which Org then belonged. He was short and small, which looked unsightly. However, his power was so monstrous that no one from the tribe could resist it. Moreover, he became stronger day by day, so even several orcs could not defeat him. They respected him, and he lived with them, was a member of their tribe. Draka taught the next leader of the tribe the language and magic. For almost 100 years, Paul was surprised to hear about such an age and did not understand how a person could live so long. Orc said that he was not a human. His true form was the black dragon Dracagania. Paul could not believe what he heard. He learned that dragons actually exist. The guy asked if this information was true. Org asked if he knew where magic came from. Of course, Paul only heard stories about dragons and considered them ordinary legends. Org said that Draka himself was not able to use magic. According to him, he was creating a way to fight like the guy, filling his arms and legs with magic. He asked if his interlocutor understood what he was talking about now. Paul assumed that Draka was treated the same way as he was. He said that he understood him. Orc said that Draka had created an ability that only he could use. It was the ability to turn magic into power, which he demonstrated to him. With its help, Draka became the most powerful being in the world. However, he was not satisfied with this and endlessly increased his power. This continued until he destroyed everything around him and himself. Paul scrolled through this information in his head, realizing why he was called the Destroyer of Worlds. He could not even imagine how strong Draka was to destroy an entire world. The guy saw that he had received a new achievement. He was awarded the title of Org's friend. Paul was very surprised by the sudden reward. He assumed that communication with such key heroes could not be idle. He also received Org's Rage. This skill increases strength for 30 minutes. Paul noticed it and thought about it. He was holding a strange white ball in his hands, realizing that it was the embodiment of his power. Org noted that the guy had received a reward for the building. He said that Draka had a habit of chatting about such things while staring into space. Paul handed the ball to Org and asked if he knew what it was. The interlocutor thought about it and asked to take a closer look. He said that this thing looked very strange. The guy asked if he knew anything about this object. Org thought about it and said that it was not an object, but an embodiment. Paul did not understand what an embodiment was. The interlocutor continued to say that he was always near Draka, so he could not ask him. He assumed that Draka sealed him in the spirit stone when he died. This thing was the embodiment of his power. Although it is called a spirit, it is different from ordinary spirits. Strand had a nasty character and asked him for endless power every day, but if his wishes were granted, he would promise unlimited power to the owner. The guy asked if the incarnation was born from this stone. Orc said that it was, but there was no reason to worry. He thought that he would wake up soon. Palasu looked at Strand in horror and saw that he was breaking down. The guy was very surprised when he saw a small bear in his hands. He did not understand what this could mean. The small creature was offended and said that it was not a bear. Paul was shocked. He did not understand how a bear could even talk. The strange creature threatened and asked not to call it that anymore. Paul still did not understand who was in front of him now. He asked how a bear could even talk. The creature again tried to convey that it was not a bear. According to him, the guy had no right to even compare him to an animal. Paul asked who he was. Strand replied that he was an incarnation unbound by form. He could be whoever he wanted. The creature drew attention to itself and said that it would now show its power. Paul looked at it in surprise. Strand tried to do something, but nothing worked. He was very surprised where his power went and why he could not reincarnate. The guy still did not understand what his interlocutor was doing. The bear suggested that the problem was that he was reconstructing with an empty stomach. He demanded to give him food, to which Paul did not understand why he was so rude. The guy said that there was no food in this place, and he did not even know what he could eat. The creature was indignant and did not understand why its current owner was so weak that he should not be able to feed it. Paul was very surprised to hear that he was its owner. The bear turned away and went to bed, saying that he should wake him up when something interesting happens. The guy was still confused. Org was happy to see this creature because, according to him, 1,000 years have passed and his character is still like this. He said that when he looks at Paul and Strand, he remembers the good old days. They reminded him of Strand and Drak, whom he encountered in his homeland in the Sky Peak tribe. Orc sat on the throne again and asked the guy what he would do next. Paul did not understand the question and asked again. His interlocutor meant the power that makes him stronger. According to him, it can guide a person on the right path or destroy a person. The reason why he wanted power was to protect his people from demons, to elevate the Ardal family name, and to properly declare himself to those who despised him. Paul thought that this would be enough for now. He had a lot to protect, and he would not refuse this opportunity. So the guy decided that he would live of his own free will, for his people, his family, and himself. Orc praised him for his intention and said that he would see what he had done in the future. Although Paul had gotten a clue about Drak's identity, his daily routine had not changed at all, except for one detail. He would call out to Strand and ask him to wake up. The bear immediately appeared before him and asked if there would be food for him. The only change in his life was that Strand was fed more. He was obsessed with food. He ate a lot of it and not ordinary food. After eating his fill, he said that he felt better now. The food in question is the power he gains from quests. Strand becomes stronger as the vessel grows, sharing everything with it. He now has access to a unique 1-star skill. This skill speeds up his development. Paul gains an additional 100 power every time he becomes stronger. Strand was happy that his master would get double that when he got 2 stars. He shared that before the ceiling, he had 31 stars. Paul was amazed because that was 31 power. The boy didn't even have 1,000 yet, but he already felt incredibly strong. He wondered how Draka had reached such a level. He thought that there was a way to build up strength other than completing quests. Strand giggled and said that's why he was called great. He said that if the boy wanted to know the secret, he should give him a glass of water. Paul asked him to shut up, threatening that he would no longer feed him. Strand looked guilty and said that he would tell him for free. There are many ways to become stronger. For example, you can take on more difficult quests. Strength is also given when creating items or finding an artifact. You can also boil ogre tendon and make an elixir. Strand said that none of these options suited Paul. The boy was very surprised because there were quite a few options. According to the interlocutor, he first needs to gain at least 1,000 strength. Strand assured that the boy's body would not be able to withstand power growing so quickly. Paul thought he had become stronger, but it turns out that he is only at the very beginning of the journey. In that case, his next goal is 1,000 strength. He must continue training. The guy trained every day to increase his physical strength, and when it reached 930, the third stage of the exam began, real combat. Strand asked the guy if today was really the test. Paul answered that it was, and he had been waiting for this day for a long time. A test of real combat. Usually, mages attack from behind, so there is a chance that in the general chaos, the spell can hit their own. This test is to test how much mages manage risks. This stage was the most important. Jason used a fireball. The guys in armor did not understand what he was doing. They urged him to aim not at them. Some guy said that Jason was out of the competition. Knights were invited to help and conduct the exam to ensure the safety of the students and check compatibility with them. The guys laughed at Jason. The tests lasted for 10 days. Depending on the points received, the students were given different monsters. At the end of the last day, 13 students with high scores were identified. Since today is the last day of the test, everyone is wondering what kind of monster will appear in front of them. The guys did not understand what kind of noise it was. Their expectations were met, and an orc stood in front of them. Orcs live in groups and are widespread throughout the continent. They are much larger than humans and have comparable intellectual abilities. They are cruel by nature, so there are constant conflicts between them and humans. You did not know how to fight him in this exam. They were afraid that someone would die at his hands. Mike demanded that the mages remain sober. According to him, they should consider this a real fight and give it their all. The orc went on the offensive. He quickly ran towards the knights. Jack created magic spheres behind them to reflect his attack. He used an ice arrow. The opponent jumped back from his place, and the magic did not touch him. Everyone present was shocked to see how high he jumped. Mike demanded that Jake dodge. The guy did not know how to do it, because his whole body was shackled with fear. Mike used a tree prison to protect the guy. The orc was tied up. He tried to resist, but the teacher's magic was strong. Still, he did not have time to touch Jake. He said that the guy should drop out. The man slammed his fist on the table. Oliver was very angry that Jake had failed the exam again. He thought that he should somehow prevent Paul from passing the test. The man asked Bob if he planned to continue testing in the same spirit. The old man asked what his interlocutor was hinting at. Oliver said that it would soon be Paul's turn. Bob agreed with him, and the interlocutor continued. The man explained that Paul was the only student who had received a perfect score from Kingram. According to him, it would be unfair to evaluate him equally with the other students. Bob said that he understood his intentions. He said that, unfortunately, they did not have any other monsters prepared. Oliver said that they did have one. When the knights brought the orcs, another ogre was delivered with them. Of course, using an ogre during the test is very dangerous, but the professors and knights are present at the exam. Oliver said that he would really like to see. He was interested in what Paul was really capable of. A long corridor appeared. The man leaned against the wall and looked away. The hero heard someone address him and say the man's name. Putting his hand forward, the professor said that before starting, he had to tell him something. Today his test would be harder than the others, to which the hero asked what he was talking about. Looking at the hero, Mike said that the academy expected a lot from him, since he gave him the highest score, so some people think it's unfair to give him the same monster as the others, therefore it will be harder for him. The protagonist replied that he meant that too, to which the man interrupted him and said that he would not be fighting an orc. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that but an ogre, to which he asked again. The bear grinned and said that his first real opponent was an ogre, it would be fun. The monster's hand was tightly chained. Raising its head up, the monster screamed loudly. Looking at it, Jason asked that this was the orc captain, to which the guy replied that no, it was an ogre. Frowning, the young man thought that an ogre couldn't be. The man grabbed the sword tightly and thought that he was asked to bring it. Looking at the monster, he added that he did not think it was right to use an ogre to test skills. How strong was that student? Outwardly, ogres look like orcs, but they are physically much stronger. They can break a skull or displace vertebrae with one blow. The guy gritted his teeth and asked that he was sure of this, said that even they, knights, had difficulty capturing him, to which the professor replied that yes, this was the order of the head of the academy. The knight grinned and said that it seemed that the academy liked to put their lives on the line. The protagonist took a step forward and said that yes, he would put his life on the line. Turning around, the knight asked what and him. Looking at him, the protagonist said that Paul, a participant in the test. The knight grinned and asked what he. Looking at the protagonist, the knight thought that this guy was put against the ogre as if he could defeat him. Frowning, he added that if anything happened, he and the professor would protect him, but wait, where was he going? Looking away, the knight said that he was going in the wrong direction, and then asked what he was doing. Turning around, the protagonist replied that he was preparing for the test, to which the man said that he was not there, he needed to stand behind. The knight was surprised and asked again, hearing that he would fight from here. The hero lowered his eyebrows and replied that his spells were somewhat different from the usual ones. Looking at him, the knight said that they would not be able to protect him if he was in front. This was not an orc, he was no joke. The hero replied that yes, he knew, to which the man asked why he was taking such a risk. The protagonist threw off his cloak and said that he was simply determined. The man watched the protagonist in confusion. Fred frowned, thinking that he didn't feel any fear from him. He guessed that he really was different from the others. The professor extended his hand forward and told Paul to get ready. The man snapped his finger and added that his test was beginning. Suddenly, the shackles fell off the ogre's hand. The monster rushed forward and screamed. The protagonist also ran towards him. The man asked him in fear what he was doing and thought that he was running straight towards the ogre. The man shouted loudly for him to stop and think about what he was planning. The ogre swung his hand and screamed. Two flashes appeared in the air. Extending his hand forward, the hero screamed about a fireball. Paul collided with the monster. Flames appeared around them. Fred crouched down, thinking that he had used a spell in close combat. The man covered himself from the flames with his hand. The students squinted from the smoke. The man raised himself and asked in surprise what. Smoke appeared in front of the knights. The thought arose that the student of the Magic Academy went on the attack. He hoped he was not dead. Suddenly, the image of the hero appeared through the smoke, and the knight thought that he was alive. Looking at the protagonist, he added that how was he still standing? The professor grinned slightly. The knight put his hand on the hero's shoulder and turned to him. Looking at the hero, Fred shouted that he should have let him know right away. He almost died. The protagonist apologized to the man. The knight was surprised and asked again, hearing that but would he have allowed him to act like that then? Looking to the side, the protagonist said that now was not the time for talking. First he would complete the test. Smoke came out of the ogre's mouth and he growled. Raising his hand, the man said that he should step back. He is strong, he understands, but it is too dangerous. Fred grinned and added that he should stay aside until they figured everything out. The man took a step forward. Suddenly, the hero beat him to it. Looking at the knight, the protagonist said that this was his test, to which he asked again. The protagonist frowned and added that they should let him complete it. Looking at the monster, Paul thought that he did not know how this happened. An ogre 5 times larger than him stood in front of him. The hero frowned and added that he had to fight against it. Looking straight ahead, Paul thought that there were 2 reasons that gave him courage. The title of Ogre's Friend appeared. The effect of this title increases the likelihood that ogres will not show hostility towards them. The effect of this title allows him to communicate with ogres, and the hero thought that the first was his skill, namely the title received from the man, which allowed him to communicate with ogres. The monster's eyes glowed red and he said that he should not come near and free him, to which the protagonist thought that he understood what he was shouting. Ordinary people only saw a ferocious monster, but not him. This ogre was scared because he was surrounded by mages and knights. An emergency task appeared. Time to fight. He faced an enemy he could not avoid. Let him subdue the enemy faster than the others. Goal 1 is to hit the enemy with a fist. Goal 2 is to defeat the enemy. Reward strength plus 30, player's eye skill, to which the hero thought that the second was a task that suddenly appeared. The protagonist smiled broadly and thought that a wonderful reward for him, forced to do the same task every day, a 3-day reward at a time. Paul suddenly rushed forward. A flame appeared in his hand and he thought that he had no reason to hesitate. The protagonist struck the monster with a fist. The ogre looked at the protagonist in fear. The monster was surrounded by flames. A notification appeared that the first goal of the enemy's fist had been completed, and Paul said that it was not all yet. The ogre said furiously that he would kill him. Suddenly the monster jumped up and swung. The ogre was rapidly approaching the hero. Looking down, the monster shouted that he would break his head. The protagonist deftly jumped back from the blow. Paul gritted his teeth and thought that he needed to find his weak spot. Rushing forward, the hero added that time refraction. The knight was surprised and thought where such speed came from. Running forward, Paul thought about getting closer. Flames appeared on the hero's hands. Striking his stomach, the hero added that he would also hit the vulnerable point. Frowning, the knight thought that he did not flinch against the ogre. Who was he? The guy looked surprised and asked what was going on, to which the other replied that he should wait and see. The protagonist attacked, and the student shouted that the ogre was fighting back. The monster clenched his fist tightly. The protagonist clashed with it in battle. Suddenly, Paul struck from his knee. The ogre grabbed his leg sharply. The protagonist flew back. While in the air, the hero did a somersault. Paul landed on the floor. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The hero dodged the ogre's blow. The protagonist landed behind the monster. Turning around, the monster said that the rat was dodgy. Suddenly, Paul jumped up. The ogre was perplexed. The hero struck the monster from behind. Suddenly, the ogre fell to the ground sharply. Paul jumped on top of him. Looking at him, he thought that it was time to end this. The ogre's rage skill increases his strength for 30 seconds. Looking at the hero in fear, the monster asked that he was even a human. The ogre's eyes widened as he heard that he didn't expect him to answer. Looking at the hero, the ogre asked him what he understood, what he was saying, to which Paul replied that as he did, what he was saying, wasn't it? The ogre said that he did, when suddenly the hero shouted about explosive burning mana and struck. The effect of the rage skill strengthens the blow, switching to berserker mode. The protagonist furiously clenched his teeth. Flames spread everywhere. The ogre lay unconscious. Looking at him, the protagonist thought that this was all. The bear, looking straight ahead, thought that he was not bad, maybe even better than he expected. The protagonist stood in the middle of the flames. It was heard that he really defeated him, he thinks, yes. The students joyfully raised their hands and shouted that keep it up, it was cool. The man frowned and thought that he really won. Looking straight ahead, Bob smiled. All the knights gathered around the monster. A question was asked that he defeated the ogre on his own. How was that possible? Folding his arms, the knight turned to the hero and asked who taught him to fight, to which Paul replied that no one. The man frowned and asked what he wanted to say, that he learned it himself. The protagonist gritted his teeth and replied that he did. Stretching his hand forward, Paul asked that it was possible to find out the result of his test. Looking at the hero, the professor thought. A dead ogre appeared, and Mike said that he personally did not think that he would be able to defeat him, but he did not even give a chance to intervene. Standing in front of the hero, the professor said that he again exceeded his expectations, to which the hero said, that is to say. A training field appeared. The man said that yes, he passed. The protagonist grinned slightly. A notification appeared that the task was completed. The goal was to punch the enemy. Defeat the enemy. The reward was the player's eye skill, strength plus 30, received. The protagonist looked in surprise and thought that a minute, the player's eye, it was written that the passive skill was maximum. With the help of the player's eye, he received the ability to see the nature of everything. Now he can collect and digitize information. Now he can feel surveillance and track the invisible. Looking at the bear, the protagonist heard that the player's eye, which means that he has now become a real player, to which the hero asked that she knew this skill. Grinning, the bear said that of course, this is something that only a player can have. Standing on the hero's shoulder, the bear said that enemies hiding themselves with the help of stealth or invisibility magic will be visually different for him. A faint outline will be visible around them, to which the hero said, which is quite useful. The hero was surprised to hear that the mini-map was unlocked, to which he asked again. The map appeared. The bear said that with its help it is possible to see everything in a radius of 500 meters. How so? A message appeared that he can see the window of the desired target status. The information available for viewing depends on the level of the target, to which Ted folded his hands and said that there are even more surprises. Looking straight, he added that let him look at the defeated ogre using the player's eye, to which the hero asked what to look at the ogre. Looking at the monster, the protagonist thought that the player's eye. It was written that the ogre is a shoulder blade, lives in Thunder Mountains, is distinguished by protruding shoulder blades, is smaller than ordinary ogres. In addition to a softer disposition, it is also weaker than other representatives, to which the hero thought that what, he will be able to see the state of the target. Grinning, Paul said that it is impressive. Looking at the man, the protagonist thought that it is necessary to check the professor. It was written a 6th class magician, not yet available for reading. Continuing to look at the man, the hero said that there was something he couldn't see. The information was limited, to which Ted said that he couldn't get information about people much stronger than him. Raising his hand, the bear said that as his strength grew, so would the amount of information available for viewing. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that it was clear. After completing the test with a real fight, rumors that he had defeated the ogre spread throughout the academy. Sitting on a bench, Jason asked how it felt to have everyone talking about him, to which the protagonist said that he didn't know. It was still new to him. Suddenly, someone behind the hero said that he was asking for forgiveness. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked if he was Paul. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that he had performed amazingly in the 3rd stage of the test, let him take it, and the other said that he should eat it if he was hungry. The girls began to leave. The hero looked at them. The protagonist lifted the bag and asked what he wanted, to which the guy asked again in surprise. The guy angrily clenched his teeth and said that it was terribly disrespectful to the girl who overcame her embarrassment and packed him a snack, to which Paul asked why he was so wound up. A tear appeared in the guy's eyes, and the protagonist thought that this guy, Jason, looking at him with the help of the player's eye, he sees that he has high potential. It was written that Jason, a 2nd class mage, has high potential. Looking at the guy, the protagonist thought that over the past few days he had tested everyone in the academy, and besides him, only the guy had high potential. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that he should try a little harder, and then he is sure he will show a good result on the next test. In the yard, it was heard that somehow it was suddenly imbued with his sympathy, to which the main character replied that no, he just wants to say that he has high potential. He has good skills, so all that remains is to regain confidence and work harder, to which the guy asked if it was true. Sitting next to him, the main character said that yes, and let him not spend all his time on games, to which Jason replied that it was good, that the next stage's goal would be to get into the top 10, it would be problematic. Looking at the hero, the guy asked that let him listen, is it really him, said that sometimes it is hard to believe, to which the hero asked what do you mean. Raising his hand, the guy said that he was just wondering if he is the same Paul, whom he knows and with whom he has been closely communicating for 6 years, to which the hero asked again. Raising his head, the main character thought that well, even he sometimes finds it hard to believe, can understand. A flame appeared in front of the main character and he heard that there had been some rumors about him lately, to which the hero asked again. To which the guy continued that he would push Miguel aside and become not only the best graduate, but also a representative of the academy. The guy was surprised to hear that he was not interested in this, they would go inside. The guy caught up with the hero and asked what, how could he not be interested? He said that this year was the year of the Great Festival. The Great Festival, in the 5th month of each year, representatives of famous academies gather together and determine the best among them, holding a magic festival. And once every 8 years, an Olympiad is held, in which participants compete for the title of the best magician. The Great Festival is called the intersection of these two events. This is a national competition for the best students of the most famous academies. To win this festival and the academy that he represents, not only receive a huge cash prize, but will also be able to acquire various privileges. Therefore, there is a limit on the number of participants, 1 student for individual competitions, 30 for group competitions, so 31 participants can compete from the academy. The protagonist thought that the one who was chosen for individual competitions becomes the representative of the academy. In the cafeteria, they heard that they wonder who will become the representative this year, Jake again. Sitting at the table, the guy said that of course it will be Paul, and the other said that yes, he, besides, is the only magician who received 100 points. Holding a fork in his hands, Jason said that let him remember all the times when Jake took part in the magic festival, asked that they at least remember his performances. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist said that perhaps there is nothing to say about group competitions, and in individual ones he was last 4 times out of 5. The guy said that because of him they were dubbed the last academy, the academy of the last place, unable to perform with dignity in either individual or group competitions. The students were walking around the cafeteria. Someone said that the only way to get rid of this guy was to send Paul or he was wrong, to which he was told that no, I agree. They asked what and what Paul himself thought. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that the exam was not over yet, and then thought that it was too early to be confident in expecting anything. In the end, the participants of the Great Festival are chosen based on the results of the first semester exam and the recommendations of the faculty. There is still a 4th stage ahead. He was one-on-one against Miguel. The protagonist frowned and said that therefore he needs to focus on the next test, and then thought that all he can think about is beating him. 4 days after the end of the 3rd stage, the guy suddenly jumped up. The protagonist kicked. It was written that he had received 1,000 strength. The achievement preparation completed was received, and Ted raised his hands and said that finally, he had been waiting for this day, asked that now they would start raising the level. The bear looked up. It was written that the repeating task had advanced to level 2. Suddenly Ted jumped up. The hero looked at the pet in surprise. Flames were flying around the bear. It was written that the difficulty of the repeating task was doubled, the reward was tripled. The bear swallowed something. He spread his arms to the sides and flew up. Lightning was abundantly emitted from him. Looking at him, the protagonist wondered what this flame was. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist asked what it was. The guy stood and looked out the window. The man frowned and thought, damn, in the end it brought him extra points. A battle was shown, and the professor added that would Jake be able to win against Paul. The protagonist looked at the guy, and the man thought no, it was unlikely. The professor lowered his head and thought that not only his participation in the Great Festival was at risk, but even the place of the best graduate, the guy's family, should be at the top of the academy. Gritting his teeth furiously, he added that no matter what. Ted stood in the middle of the fire, the embodiment of strength. Countries advanced to rank 2. A flame appeared in the protagonist's hands. He received plus 200 strength as a reward. Looking at the bear, the protagonist said that it seemed to have grown. Stretching his hand forward, Paul asked what happened, said that thanks to him, his strength quickly reached the indicator of 1,200, to which Ted objected. Smiling widely, the bear said that this was just the beginning. I bet that the difficulty of the tasks and the reward had also increased. Looking at the menu, Ted said that they would see. It was written about the repeating task, body training 2. He had reached the basic level of physical strength needed for battle, but the training never ends. Let him continue to move forward. Punch 0 out of 5,000, kick 0 out of 5,000, roundhouse kick 0 out of 5,000, 15 kilometers run 0 out of 1, real combat training 0 out of 1, reward strength plus 30. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he had already done the increased number of repetitions, so it would not be difficult. But, looking at the bear, the protagonist asked what kind of real combat training. Raising his hands, Ted asked that he remembered their first meeting. He said that he could become anyone. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that yes, he remembered, and Ted said that now he can transform, but for now there are limitations. The training camp appeared. Someone asked what then, can he take the form of a human, to which Ted replied that yes, when he reaches the 5th rank, but perfect transformation will be difficult in any case. The bear grinned, hearing that in this case, who can he transform into now, to which he asked what he wants him to show. Suddenly Ted began to spin around. The speed of spinning began to increase. Suddenly, a strange image began to appear. Looking at the creature, the protagonist asked what this scarecrow was. Standing in front of it, the hero heard what and what kind of reaction it was, to which the protagonist replied that he should forget it, he just expected something a little different. Their battle appeared, and Ted said that he should not look down on the scarecrow, asked that he at least knew how useful he was when he first started real training. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked what the real ones were, so he was acting as a dummy, to which he replied that yes, or rather, the role of an assistant in completing the task. The scarecrow grinned, hearing that it meant he needed to train every day in a real fight with them, to which he replied that yes. Smoke appeared around the scarecrow and he said that since he was still weak, he was a 3rd-class mage by level. Ted grinned and said that, however, when he regained his former power, everything would be possible. Monsters appeared, and he added that if he wanted, he could even turn into a demon or a dragon. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that they would start training right now, to which Ted asked what is who. Grinning, the protagonist replied as a mage. Ted exclaimed in surprise and said that good. Suddenly, a charge appeared in his hands. The bear held a staff in his hand. Standing in front of the hero, he said that even if his magic hit him, it would knock him back at most, causing no damage, to which the hero asked what about him. The hero grinned, hearing that he could attack as much as he wanted, to which he asked, like that, and then thought that he really was the perfect training partner. The flames spread around and Ted said, okay, he's attacking. The protagonist began to run away. Suddenly, Paul jumped up. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that like him, Jake was probably training right now and couldn't wait for their fight. Looking at the sheet, the guy turned to his uncle and said that this brat was annoying him, asked what he should do. The man stood in the distance and said, damn boy, asked that he really should say that, let him be at least a little stronger. Turning around, the guy said that he didn't think he had the right to be indignant if rumors were to be believed. Then it was he who contributed to Paul getting high scores, to which the man asked again in surprise. Frowning, Jake said that he suggested putting an ogre against him. Clenching his fists tightly, the guy added that thanks to which he got the best possible result. If their family found out about this, then he would clearly be in trouble. The man angrily clenched his teeth and asked why the damn boy was blackmailing him. Sitting down next to the man, the guy said that if he didn't like it, he should stop talking nonsense. It would be better for them to think together how to fix the situation. Looking at his uncle, Jake said that if he became the representative of the academy at the great festival, to which the man replied that he should not worry, he had an idea. The man handed him the flask and told him to take it. Jake looked at her in surprise and said that it was the awakening herb, the flaming flower. The awakening herb, the flaming flower, grows in the northern territories of hallucinations and is a rare and valuable medicinal plant, sometimes used to create special elixirs. Oliver extended his hand forward and said that if he drinks this, he will receive the effect of awakening. It will significantly reduce the time of invocation of spells, to which the guy replied that but as a side effect he will experience pain and will stop distinguishing between his own and others, right? Smirking, the man replied that yes, to put it simply, he will not see anything. It seems that he does not sleep in his lessons. Holding the flask in his hand, Jake asked but why is this, he really should drink it, to which the man answered him that yes. In the garden, they heard that he had gone crazy, to which Oliver replied that he had found a reason to complain. He had already lost to that guy, and now he wanted to be expelled from the family in disgrace. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that but it was still a risky undertaking. The professor knew perfectly well what he was capable of. If he noticed changes, he would not remain silent. Grinning, the man asked what he had forgotten. Who was in front of him said that testing for drugs was his responsibility. Extending the flask forward, the man said that so let him take it. This potion will hide the fact of taking the flower. Putting the flask in the guy's hand, he added that he should drink it after the first one. Frowning, Oliver said that he should not be afraid. They are a family and this is their way of moving forward. The guy was at a loss, listening to what will he do it or not? Finally, the day of one-on-one fights arrived. The exam stage is held in the Mana barrier room. The students watched in amazement. It was heard that every year during the one-on-one fights the stands were filled to capacity. Finally, it was time for the last battle. The protagonist was warming up his hands. It was added that Paul was against Jake. The guy took a step forward. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that the last stage of the exam was finally here, and he was fighting against Jake. Looking at the hero, Ted said that the opponent knew that he would try to close the distance. If he was ready for it, it would be difficult for him to fight. Grinning, the protagonist thought that but if he could still get there, to which he replied that then yes, one blow would be enough. The guys looked at each other. It was said that since this test was as close to the conditions of a real fight as possible, various geographical objects were placed in the hall. Looking down, the man asked that they were ready, to which they replied that they were. The protagonist looked at the guy in surprise. Frowning, Paul thought that this bastard. The guy clenched his fists furiously, and the hero added that his condition was far from normal. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that he was not as impudent as usual. Something was wrong here. He needed to check with the player's eye. The protagonist looked at the guy and used the player's eye. It was written that Jake was a third-class mage, high potential, dual summoning feature, hidden berserk special state. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that Berserk had never seen such a notification. Besides, in a hidden state he took something so that others would not find out that he had drunk a certain drug. The man folded his arms, and the hero continued that before the exam, drug tests were carried out. Wait, Professor Oliver was responsible for this? What if he, being his uncle, somehow helped him hide the fact of taking drugs? The man spread his arms to the sides and said that okay, the only forbidden magic in a duel is black magic. Any magic based on the 4 elements is allowed. Points are awarded based on the level of magic that hits the enemy. The man looked away and added that there was no need to worry about his opponent. They were currently in the Mana barrier hall, where the effectiveness of magic was reduced by 99%, and asked if there were any questions left. The protagonist raised his hand, to which the man asked what was going on. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what would happen if it turned out that someone had taken a forbidden potion. Standing in front of him, the man replied that they would be disqualified from taking the exam and would fail, depending on the severity of the violation. At the examiner's discretion, various punishments could be considered, including expulsion, and then asked what but why he was asking that. The protagonist turned away and replied that it was just that. Putting his hands out to the sides, the man shouted that it was good, in position. Lowering his head, Paul thought that he had no evidence now, only he could see the status window, so no one would believe him. Frowning, the protagonist added that they needed to get some ironclad proof. The protagonist stood opposite Jake. The man shouted that it was time to go. The boys rushed towards each other when they heard that they had started. A green glow appeared around the boy and he shouted for Paul to die. A plant began to grow around the hero's leg. Suddenly, the plant suddenly snapped. The students looked in surprise. It was heard that this was how he got free so quickly. Jake's spell did not work on him properly. Rushing forward, the protagonist thought, what a great thing, the Mana barrier room reduces the power of mana, but does not affect his strength in any way. A skull appeared above the boy and he shouted that he thinks he will stop there. The skeleton released fire when the boy shouted about fire breathing. The hero deftly jumped through the flames, using acceleration. The protagonist rushed forward. Paul ran behind a stone. The hero slightly peeked out from behind it. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about the reduction in summoning time and increased mana collection. Such effects have Jake's potion. The guy smiled broadly and shouted that it was enough to hide. Let him come out. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he was more excited than usual. Now he was sure that he drank. A plant appeared, and the hero continued that the herb of awakening, a flaming flower. The guy laughed loudly and told Paul to come out, to which the hero thought that hand tremors, excessive expression, suppression of pain receptors, decreased ability to distinguish between opponents and comrades, all matched up. The hero frowned and thought that only a decrease in sensitivity to pain remained to be confirmed. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that it was not surprising that he was so sure, asked that it was all because of this, yes, to which Jake asked again. Grinning, the protagonist answered that it was because of the flaming flower. The guy was surprised to hear that well, it doesn't matter, it won't stop him from defeating him. The hero stretched out his hand and said that he should get ready. The protagonist rushed forward using time refraction. The guy looked scared and thought that damn, he was too fast. The protagonist was approaching Jake. Looking at the guy, the protagonist shouted that it was useless. Suddenly, a huge ice wall appeared in front of the guy. The professors looked in surprise. It was heard that this was some kind of magic, and was it magic at all? It caught up with him in an instant. A monster appeared, and Jake shouted that he should bite. Third-class magic, a fire lizard. The protagonist swung his fist and shouted about an earthquake. Suddenly, an explosion went across the entire battlefield. The lizard flew up. The students exclaimed in surprise. It was heard that he defeated the fire element with an earth spell. The boy screamed in fear that no. Suddenly Jake raised his head up in bewilderment. Looking at the main character, he screamed for him not to come closer. The main character grinned and said that he should not be such a softie and get it. Looking at the hero's hand, the boy asked. The main character flicked him. The battlefield outside appeared. Suddenly a bunch of flames appeared in front of the hero. The students watched the battle with delight. The gray smoke slowly dissipated. The main character looked straight ahead. The boy's eyes glowed red and he said that he should not look down on him. The boy said about a small flick when suddenly the hero hit him. The boy screamed loudly and the hero rushed towards him. Suddenly Jake fell to the ground. Lying on the cracks, the guy laughed and asked what he thought could defeat him with such a weak blow, said that it did not hurt at all. And the hero thought that he was still conscious even after such a blow. At this rate Jake could die from accumulated injuries. The hero grabbed the guy by the shoulder and added that it was dangerous to continue the test. Suddenly, the hero called a shackling tree on the guy. The protagonist raised his hand and said that Jake used a prohibited drug. Standing in front of the protagonist, the man asked what he meant. Jake used the drug. He is sure of it, said that if it is a lie, he will be disqualified. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that yes, he is sure because the use of the drug can always be hidden by others. The man was confused, hearing that either the inspector can turn a blind eye to the violation, to which he replied that he wants to say. The protagonist said that the one who can get several rare materials for his favorite, and the one who conducts drug testing before the matches. The man was surprised to hear that in the entire academy there was only one person who fit that description. Suddenly the professor disappeared, and the hero asked that if you think about it, Professor Oliver is Jake's uncle, right? To which the man replied that he should wait. In that case, the professor really is. The man suddenly ran up to them and asked that he even understood what he was saying. The professor angrily asked that he was claiming that Jake had taken the drug and he had turned a blind eye to it. Grinning, the protagonist replied that he did and he could prove it, to which the man asked again. The professor said that great, then they would conduct another drug test, to which the hero interrupted him and said that it was useless. He had given him a special elixir to hide the fact of taking it, hadn't he? Looking away, the man asked what in that case, what he was proposing to do. He said that he could prove everything. The protagonist put his hand on the tree and said that he would demonstrate it now. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared in front of them. The protagonist stretched his hand forward. The tree was incinerated, and the hero said that such was the force of the flick he gave Jake. Looking straight ahead, Paul said that even if we assume that Jake's magic was stronger after practice, he continues to laugh and remain conscious after such a blow, which is abnormal. In his current state he has at least a concussion and at least 4 broken ribs. The guy laughed loudly, and the hero added that but he continues to laugh as if he does not feel any pain. The professor was amazed to hear that he still denies the obvious. Suddenly Bob turned to the professor. The man looked straight ahead furiously. Bob shouted that how dare he do such a thing on the sacred territory of the exam? Let him go to his office. The professor exclaimed in fear. The guy, being tied up, laughed. The events of the 4th stage passed through the academy like a storm. They heard that Professor Oliver was fired. It was true, sort of, and Jake was expelled. Their family's fraud came to light. Walking straight, the guy said that the hero who exorcised magicians, Paul, got a new nickname. The protagonist took a step forward. Paul stood in front of a huge gate. Suddenly a bright glow appeared around the hero. He was called to the head of the academy. Rays appeared around the protagonist. Paul slightly clenched his teeth. Suddenly the hero looked in surprise. A view of a huge garden opened up in front of him and he thought that this was Ardle's territory. Looking straight ahead, he said that no, it was a little different. Suddenly something appeared in front of him and he said that this too. There was a chair in front of the hero. He thought about what Bob's throne was, where the king of magicians sat, and then asked what was going on here. Suddenly a man appeared behind him, asking what he saw, to which he turned to him. Walking along a forest path, the leader said that the appearance of this place was created with the help of Malorok's eye, asked what he knew, what it was, to which the protagonist replied that he had heard of it. Malorok, this name belonged to the leader of the demons who invaded the continent of Frelia. They say he had the power to make the target see what it most desired. After Malorok's fall, his parts were turned into artifacts. Looking to the side, Bob asked that Malorok's eye shows the world he wants to see. The images around him are close to what he wants to see. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that what he wants to see is the flourishing of the Ardle territory and becoming the best magician. Turning to the hero, Bob asked what was interesting, what he sees here, to which the protagonist clarified what and what he sees. Looking at the hero, the leader said that a world in which students behave like students and magicians like magicians. Standing in front of the gate, the man said that of course, he understands that this is not easy to achieve, to which the protagonist confirmed. Suddenly, the gate opened slightly. The protagonist turned back. The students tossed Paul and shouted that he won. The protagonist looked straight, listening to the fact that he is the best graduate. The protagonist grinned slightly. A table in the office appeared. Putting a cup on the table, the man said that Paul should help himself, to which the hero thanked him. Bob silently watched the hero. The hero was surprised to hear that he called him because he wanted to ask something, clarified that he would answer him, to which the protagonist replied that of course. The man folded his arms and asked how he could tell that Jake had used the flaming flower. The protagonist looked down. Sitting in front of the man, Paul said that Jake was acting unusually. He immediately thought of the flaming flower because of his aggressive and at the same time anxious behavior, and the flow of mana around him was unusual, and the mana itself was strengthened. Bob leaned on the table and said that but based on what he saw, he did not suspect him of taking the flower but was sure of it, asked what the reason was. The protagonist said that he used physical strength, not magic, and the mana barrier room suppresses only magic without affecting physical strength, and then thought that there was no need to talk about the player's eye. Looking at the chapter, the hero said that even if Jake was in a state of shock, his laughter despite the injuries received can only be explained by the use of the flaming flower. The man thought about how, at 16, he was perceptive enough to instantly notice subtle changes in his opponent and was able to remain calm in critical situations, taking into account his undeniable magical abilities. Putting his hand on the table, Bob said that as the head of the academy, he was terribly sorry for what happened, apologized, and would personally ensure that their family did not harm him. The man raised his hand and added that he also had a proposal. The protagonist was surprised to hear that he would like to participate in the grand festival that would be held in the 7th month of this year as a representative of their academy. Paul's eyes widened and he thought that the representative of the academy at the grand festival, a status that everyone dreams of, he had his suspicions even when he was called to the head of the academy's office. The protagonist closed his eyes and remained silent. The man was surprised to hear that he thanked him for his proposal. However, sitting in front of the head of the academy, the hero said that as far as he knew, he lacked experience, as he had not participated in a real battle for the past 5 years. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that due to the disorder of mana release, all events were closed to him, so he did not know whether he could perform well in the grand festival against other talented peers. The hero was surprised to hear that this was not a problem at all. In fact, as a judge in the grand festival, he believed. Raising a finger, the head of the academy continued that he was more than worthy of being considered a candidate for victory, to which the hero asked again. Sitting in front of the hero, the man said that he could confidently say that he had every chance of winning, and what was much more frightening. The hero's eyes widened in surprise, hearing that he would become a secret weapon that appeared out of nowhere. The man sighed and said that from the opponent's point of view, he is a dark horse, there is no information about him, so they will not be able to develop methods and strategies against the magic he uses. The protagonist smirked and thought about that, so that's what it is, because he was always the last one, no one looked at him. Unlike Jake, they have no data on him, so it will be easy to catch them off guard. The protagonist clenched his fists tightly, hearing that he would say whether he was going to participate. Looking straight ahead, Paul said that he would do his best to justify his trust. Someone knocked on the door, and the man said that it was just in time, let him come in. Looking at the knight, the head of the academy said that he assumed that it would be more useful for him to attend body art classes than magic, especially for this he invited a martial arts professor. The protagonist looked surprised and thought about this man and then heard how the desperate student was doing. The knight, looking at the hero, asked what was wrong with his face, not happy to see him, to which the hero thought it was Fred. This is the leader of the knightly order of the Fulden territory, one of the 5 knights of the 6th rank and the only one in the kingdom of Radiant. And the hero crossed paths with him during the 3rd stage of the practical exam. Sitting in front of the knight, the protagonist thought that who would have thought that he would have the opportunity to receive instructions from him, and Fred said that first he needed to confirm something. Looking straight ahead, the man said that according to Professor Mike, he is a special magician who is forced to fight exclusively at close range, asked that this is so. The hero nodded his head and said yes, that's right. The hero's battle was shown, and the man said that from the last time he could say that his attacks were pretty good, clear and without unnecessary movements. The hero was surprised to hear that. However, he would be frank, it was too obvious that he had not studied martial arts properly. Sitting in front of the hero, the man said that his skills could work against the ogre, but a skilled knight would read him like an open book, no matter how strong he was. Opponents who studied the art of the body would be able to figure out his next moves just by looking at the movements of his shoulders and hips. The protagonist put his hands on his knees and thought that he was right. His movements were the result of repeating the same blows within the framework of tasks, so their use in practice was very limited. The knight rose and said that but there was no need to worry, after his lessons he would be able to advance beyond the basics. Looking at the hero, Fred asked, well, why don't they start right now? The castle wall appeared. The man said that the most important thing for a knight is his legs. They give strength to the sword and allow you to predict the enemy's actions, so first you need to learn how to walk correctly. The hero walked straight, and the man said that only after that can you begin studying the art of the body. The protagonist swung his hand, and Fred said that the training center usually teaches celestial martial arts. Paul slashed into the air. The knight standing behind him added that excluding sword techniques, celestial martial arts include 36 fighting techniques. The protagonist gritted his teeth and swung his hand. The protagonist slashed into the air many times. The knight watched the training. Looking straight ahead, Fred wondered why. A memory surfaced of the protagonist saying that his training would not bring him any benefit. He would have to come to the academy every day, so why? Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that if an answer was needed, they would say that this was a kind of investment, to which the hero asked again. The man closed his eyes and said that he should imagine that he was meeting a person who could become a great magician if he could provide him with at least some help. The hero wondered after hearing that this would not be considered a worthwhile investment. The hero bowed and said that in that case, he was at his service. Putting his hand to his face, Fred said that it was impossible to listen to this. It was becoming terribly awkward. Let him just call him Fred. He was not even 30, to which the hero asked, "What the hell?" The main character struck with his fist. The training process appeared. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that he was doing well. The guy was not lacking in endurance. The knight looked at the monster. It was heard that the ogre's jaw was broken. Leaning on a tree, Fred thought about how a melee mage was physically stronger than an ogre. What an interesting young man. 3 weeks passed like this. It was written that the level of the body art skill had been increased. The body art skill had reached level 10. The achievement of the whole body as a weapon had been received. As a reward, the effect of the madness mage skill had been improved. Now he could fill every part of his body with magic. The protagonist raised his hands in surprise. Looking at Ted, the protagonist said that the effect of mastering the heavenly martial art was incredible. Yes, indeed. To which he replied that yes, thanks to this he had advanced to rank 3. It was written that the strength was 2,130, and the protagonist clenched his fist and said that he felt enormous strength. Sighing, the bear said that he was getting stronger surprisingly quickly. He had once gained 2,000 for more than a year and another 6 months after meeting him. To which the protagonist asked that perhaps it was due to the difference in the perception of time between a person and a dragon. The protagonist turned around, hearing that someone had addressed him. Paul looked at the guy and asked what happened. Jason, breathing heavily, asked what he hadn't seen yet, to which the hero clarified that he hadn't seen what. The hero was perplexed to hear that a list of participants in the Great Festival was posted at the entrance to the academy, to which the hero thought that it was the Great Festival. At the entrance ceremony, he introduced new students and spoke from the stage. Because of this, they envied him and cast distrustful glances at him. Justifying their secret hopes, all these years he showed himself only from the pitiful side, and he could only watch from afar as Jake received all the laurels. The hero rushed forward. Now, Paul and Jason ran to the top. Clenching his fist, the hero exclaimed joyfully. Looking at the participants, he thought that he really became a representative. The students turned around in surprise and called the hero. Suddenly everyone ran up, shouting that they congratulated him on the place of the representative. He would speak on his behalf at the Great Festival. The hero smiled. It took a long time, but he became the representative of the academy again. Looking straight, the professor said that he was surprised to hear from Sir Fred that he had mastered the celestial martial art. Looking at the hero, Mike said that but to get the 5th class at 16, sometimes his genius frightened him. The man grinned, adding that he believed that he could handle it. Preparations for the great festival went smoothly, after which they went to Altane, the place where the festival was held. In the crowd, they heard talk that they would take the Mana train. He would ride it for the first time. He heard that it was incredibly fast. The hero closed his eyes, listening to the fact that in the Kingdom of Radian there are only 2 transit points, but they say that in the Imperial Federation of Rionich there are more than 100. Well, it is understandable. It is an empire, and a kingdom smaller than them is still to be found. The guys looked away in surprise, hearing that the redneck, as if he had never seen a train. Jason asked again, to which the guy replied that he should shut up and not embarrass himself. The protagonist looked away, listening to what he had said. The guy folded his arms, and the hero thought that this freak's name was Adam, Jake's sing-along, who had taken part in the magic festival with him last year. Looking at Jason, the guy said that if he thought that Paul would work a miracle at the great festival, then he should not hope. He was proud, although he only got good grades for the first semester. The guy leaned slightly and said that for sure, representatives of other academies were like ghosts. They would have more chances if they chose Jake as their representative, who had already fought against them. The guy angrily asked again, hearing that in any case, they did not recognize Paul as their representative, so let them cope on their own. Looking away, the protagonist thought that many people strive to gain an advantage by somehow currying favor with Jake's family, but they are obliged to perform well even if someone does not agree with their candidacy. The guy was surprised to hear that Jake would be flattered. Grinning, Paul said that his dogs remained loyal even when the owner was thrown out of the academy. Looking at the hero, Adam asked what he called them, to which the protagonist replied that thank God. He realizes that he deliberately expressed himself as clearly as possible so that even a person of your level of intelligence would understand everything. Standing in front of the hero, the guy said that only that he is a representative of the academy, and the hero interrupted him and said that he should listen. The protagonist lowered his head and said that this festival would be a level higher than those he attended. If he achieves good results in it, he will receive opportunities better than his connections with Jake's family could give him. The boy furiously shouted that of course, but this can only be said if they achieve something. And is it possible? Those who were chosen to participate in the festival are all monsters. In the end, their fate is to be stuck in the Radiant Kingdom and work under the leadership of the family, so let him come down to earth. The boy was surprised to hear that this was possible. Turning around, Paul said that the Grand Festival is an event in which cooperation plays an important role, so it is better not to use those who interfere with teamwork. Looking at him, Adam asked what he meant by competing without them. Looking back, the protagonist replied that he suggests that they think about who their representative is now while they are on the way. The boy furiously gritted his teeth when he heard that and also reminded that there is no one from their family here to evaluate their loyalty. Looking at the hero, Adam furiously shouted that he should just try to lose in his first individual battle, or he would not listen to a single command from him at the Grand Festival. The train moved forward rapidly. The students, looking around, said how fast. Standing on the hero's shoulder, Ted said that wow, the world has become a great place. In his time there were no such fast ways to travel. Suddenly, the door swung open. The hero looked away, hearing that it seemed to him that he smelled losers. Standing at the end of the car, the guy asked who they had here, a country bumpkin from the academy. Looking at the guy's clothes, the protagonist wondered if this symbol, the Oyota National Magic Institute. The Oyota National Magic Institute, the only educational institution in Oyota, the Sand Kingdom of the Desert, it is known for its ancient history and is also famous for the reverence of its school of swordsmanship and for extreme body training. Looking away, the protagonist thought, by the way, what are they doing here? The guy grinned and asked where their Jake was. He didn't run away because of some nonsense. Yes, he said that he wanted to ask him to take care of them this year too. The guy added that as a servant, of course, and then laughed. Walking along the carriage, he asked that this year they would also take the last place. Yes, he offered to get along. The bear smiled and asked if he was too calm, said that after such words he didn't even bat an eyelid. Looking at the guy, the protagonist thought that he didn't participate in such events, so he didn't even guess that they were so openly oppressed. The protagonist looked away. The man was reading a book, and the hero thought that the professor was not going to stand up for him. The Great Festival was a competition for students, and at the moment he was playing the role of an ordinary escort. Paul looked down and thought that now the power and responsibility for the team was in his hands as a representative of the academy. Leaning on the seat, the guy greeted Adam and asked where his representative was hiding. Jake, who, with him, at least, was interesting, to which the guy replied that now Jake. The guy turned around in surprise, hearing that most likely he was lying in bed and praying that his broken ribs would heal correctly. The main character stood up abruptly. Looking at the guy, Adam said that this was their current representative. Turning around, the guy asked what he was, said that he was seeing him for the first time. The guy took a few steps forward. Approaching the hero, the guy said that he was a representative from Oyota. Charlie asked what his name was. Looking at him, the main character replied that it was Paul. Then the hero added that this was enough for the first acquaintance. If he was finished with finding problems, then let him get out of their car, to which Charlie asked again. Grinning, the main character said that although, before that, he will apologize for all the insults voiced, right, in a polite manner. Paul clarifies whether he will apologize for all the words spoken and asks again if he is right that he will do it in a polite manner. The bald man is angrily perplexed. He asks if he told him to apologize. He clarifies with the brunette if he told his new representative anything about him, to which he does not know what to answer. The bald man shouts with a question about whether he can at least once do everything right and adds that he will hit him again so that he will remember it for the rest of his life. Paul realizes what is going on here. He looks at them and realizes that apparently the students who participated in the magic festival are trembling in his presence. Paul frowns and continues that it is because they were attacked by the Valkyrie set. He looks at the other frightened people and realizes that this is their plan, namely to trample the morale of their opponents before the battle itself. Paul looks away and says that the great festival has already begun. He turns to the bald man and says that in that case, does he not want to sort it out on the spot, to which he asks him again because he thinks he is crazy. He goes with fists and clarifies if he thinks that he will cringe from such words and asks him not to regret it later. The man in the cloak asks him to stop. The bald man recognizes him as his professor. He orders him to sit down and calm down and asks what kind of fuss he made and if he wants to make enemies from the very beginning. He turns to the man in glasses and states that his students were rude and asks to be allowed to apologize for them, to which he agrees. The professor grabs the guy by the hair and orders him to quickly return to his car, to which he protests. The guy turns to Paul and says that he will deal with him later. The brunette looks after him and thinks that he thought so, that it would not be easy from the very beginning. He asks the professor why he stopped them. The bald man continues that he himself suggested this method to them and clarifies what changed. He exhales and asks again if he really did not notice, to which he is perplexed. The professor says that he was smiling, to which the bald man does not understand. The man in the cloak looks at Mike and continues that the academy professor smirked while watching him, as if he was just waiting for a fight to start. The guy clarifies whether this was confidence, to which he replies that he cannot know for sure. He remembers Paul and says that that guy named Paul definitely has something they don't know about and he's definitely different from his previous opponent. The bald guy looks at him thoughtfully. The plot says that after a short showdown with that guy, the atmosphere in the car changed. People crowded around Paul and asked what about the first battle, because the first match will be a group competition without a representative, and someone asks if Paul will join him and someone else asks if they can handle it. The brunette shouts that they can handle it and they simply have to win, to which the others say that this is true and they can't lose to these freaks. Paul looks at him enthusiastically and thinks that from a certain point these guys filled with envy and egoism began to unite. Someone asks him if everything is okay. The brunette says that he acted too rashly, because those strong guys literally grew up in battles, and the second continues that he is right and if in fact a brawl had begun. Paul asks if they are angry. The brunette says that these freaks do not respect them and do not respect him, their representative, and do not hide this fact at all, and asks what would have happened if he had not answered them. Against the background of the windows, he continues that they would only be happy and would have started to laugh at them even more. The guy convinces them that if he had kept silent, they would have fully justified the mocking nickname given to them and asks again if this is what they want. The guys squint while he asks if they want to continue to tolerate such disrespect. He shouts that they allowed them to beat them up and that is why they have been dragging them through the mud for 5 years in a row. Paul asks them what they are going to do and adds that he does not think that now is the time to fight purely out of selfish delusions. The guy answers that he is thinking of leaving his friend at the gate and clarifies his opinion on this matter, to which he asks again if he is talking about him. The brunette crosses his arms over his chest and thinks that, judging by everything, Mikkel's yes men have decided to side with him and realizes that they should maintain the same attitude until the very end. At the station, they announce that the next stop is the Duchy of Altai, to which the guys realize that they are there and someone gives the command to take their things and leave. Against the background of the map, a voiceover tells about this duchy, because it is a state that is part of the Imperial Federation and only it is recognized as neutral in the Empire. On this land they must put aside their emotions, even if they have been implacable enemies for decades. The knights are ready to fight back, while he continues that if bloodshed occurs on the territory of Altai, then the Empire will hold a trial of the criminals in the person of the ruler of the continent and repay them for the atrocities they have committed. Emblems of empires, and he explains that due to this state of affairs, large-scale international competitions such as the upcoming Magic Festival for magicians and the Sword Grand Prix for sword masters are held in this territory. People are stunned and someone asks if this is the same empire, to which someone tells him that he is an idiot and that this is not an empire, but an imperial federation under the control of the empire, and he asks again what the difference is. The blonde says that everything is completely different here and asks Paul his impressions, but he himself continues that he comes from a territory that is considered a fairly rich region, but he simply cannot compare it to this place. The brunette looks ahead and thinks about this imperial federation. He looks at the locals and thinks that this is what one would expect from the capital of a kingdom. The girls laugh, and he continues that noble antiquity blows from everywhere, and the residents carefully walk the streets. He looks around and thinks that this sight once again makes it clear that they came from a very small place. A chariot pulls up and someone says that they are now heading to a place of temporary residence and asks to get into the carriages. The man continues that he is not hinting at anything. The man in glasses continues that he hopes that none of them will go to the participants from other schools, even by mistake. The man lowers his head and says that nothing good will come of starting a fight. Paul is puzzled and asks why he said that, looking into his eyes. Ted calls out to him and asks him to look. Paul asks again what happened, and he repeats his request. The guy looks in surprise, while the bear adds that a very interesting smell is coming from there. Ted jumps off. He looks ahead and tries to compare it to something. The bear imagines the creature and replies that a relic of a drac is located here. The plot moves forward a day to the premises of the Ignite Academy. The blonde sleepily looks at Paul and asks where he is going, if he is going on a date. The guy flies out of the door without answering. He asks Ted if he is sure about his statement from yesterday, to which he shows him a mini-map and says that he will see everything on it in an hour, because even for an embodiment of power like him this is unusual. The bear directs him to a workshop called Touching Memories. The guy opens the doors. Paul says that he thought that the item used by the Black Dragon himself would be in a more unusual place and adds that it is somehow too ordinary here. He imagines greedy people and thinks that he previously imagined that he would end up on the black market or a rich man's warehouse, and Ted replies that the Drac relic is useless for mages who do not use power-based magic, and for them that item will become equal to ordinary trash. Paul uses the ability of the player's eyes. A huge source of light illuminates everything. Paul looks at the spark ahead. A pop-up window notifies him that he has a ring of invulnerability in front of him. It is an exclusive unique artifact of the player and continues that the first artifact created by the fight, but also his first failure, and that using the power of invulnerability there is a small chance to withstand any physical force that affected the player's body. It also increases the chance to nullify all physical damage. Ted clarifies that there is one nuance. He continues that it is not only about attacks, resistance will arise even from the touch of a friend or the embrace of a loved one. Paul listens carefully that the effect may not activate when it is really needed and at the same time calmly work on something ordinary, therefore the failure. But nevertheless the guy needs it, to which he agrees. The window notifies that there was an increase in strength by 200 points, and this alone is worth putting on. The guy puts the ring on his finger. He understands that it sits on him like a glove and as if it was created for him. Paul approaches the seller and says that he would like to buy this ring and asks how much it will cost. Grandpa shakes his head and says that he can just take it, because it has been lying there for many years and he did not even know what to do with it. Brunette says that in this case he will take something else from him, to which he replies that he does not mind. Paul says that the player's eye is indeed a very useful skill. He looks at the objects in the room and can determine their quality, saying that you can even determine the value of an object. He notices something in front of him. Paul sees a book with a high rarity rating. It is about quantum mechanisms of magic and swords, and he realizes that he needs it. The guy runs to it, but the blonde intercepts her. Paul looks at her with displeasure. The brunette sees a 5th-class mage in front of him. Her potential is estimated to be very high and recognizes her as Irene from the Women's University. He thinks about the dirty king known as the King of Magicians and the King of the Border. The girl is standing behind the crowd. He continues that he chose 11 magicians who should represent the next generation, and she is among them. Paul thinks that he heard that she is a genius, close to reaching the 5th level. She frowns ahead, while he continues that she is already a 5th-class mage, and it turns out that the rumors even underestimated the reality. The girl asks him to give her the book, to which she receives in response that he touched her first. She replies that judging by the symbols on his uniform, he is from the academy, and tells his name and where she is from and adds that he found what he was looking for. And now he decided to find something else to buy, while she came specifically for this book. The guy sullenly listens to the proposal that if he does not care, could he give it to her, and he understands that she overheard everything, and this is because they are both participating in the great festival. Paul asks in this case to answer him why she needs the book, because such books are not just looked for. The girl is confused, trying to come up with a plausible answer. She looks away and answers that this is part of her individual assignment and she cannot devote him to the details, and asks not to ask her about it. The guy understands that this is unlikely from the educational institution and wonders if this could be an order from the king. Paul gives her the book, to which she does not believe what she heard, and he explains that she said that it is important to her and offers her to take it. The girl thanks him. She watches him looking for a new object to buy. The blonde doesn't know what to say. Someone asks Paul if he met Irene and what they talked about, and asks if she is really as beautiful as they say. The blonde asks where and under what circumstances he met her, to which Paul asks them to ask at least in turn. The blonde replies that he is very jealous because he dreams of touching her hand at least once, and he is perplexed by what kind of dreams he has. The guy bursts out laughing and notes that his interlocutors are incredibly pathetic, and that he also saw her at the great festival and even sat next to her during it, but he is interrupted by a question whether he spoke to her. The guy is perplexed and asks again whether he crossed paths with her at least. Another brunette continues that in any case, that girl is strong, but always takes second place, and he heard that she is terribly worried about eternal losses to the first place, to which the blonde clarifies what kind of nonsense is this and how dare he speak like that about his Irene. Paul crosses his arms, not understanding when she began to belong to someone, and replies that this is not nonsense at all, because we are talking about number 1 in the special school of combat magicians, from which it follows that he is the most recognized among all his peers on the continent. The brunette clarifies that he also has a shining sword, and Paul is perplexed. The guy realizes that he understands the reason why the girl wanted to get that book so much, in order to defeat that swordsman. He continues that however, it is not so cool to be a magical swordsman, because a magical sword, in comparison with other weapons, does not provide a pronounced increase in magic, and besides, becoming a skilled master of the sword is also not so easy. The brunette adds that the first place has always been different from the others. The shining sword is a high-class artifact, and his level of swordsmanship is at least the same as the average knight, if he is not mistaken. The blonde frowns and continues that he has an artifact, good swordsmanship skills and a talent for magic, yes, he will die of envy from such geniuses, because on top of that there is also a good wealthy family and good looks. His popularity among girls is simply off the charts. While Paul is thinking, he continues that he did not think that such people even exist. The brunette thinks about the girl, because at 16 she became a 5th level mage and her opponent is a magical swordsman who defeats her every year. He thinks that if he fights against these famous geniuses, will he be able to win? Paul remembers the incident on the train, saying that he is definitely someone no one considers a threat, but nevertheless. Grandfather says that he is more than worthy of being considered a candidate for victory. The boy frowned and thought that he wanted to make sure that his words were true. Someone burst in shouting that it was time for the first team to gather outside for the opening day of the great festival. Paul braced himself. He stood up and walked towards the door. His mind was spinning around the upcoming festival. He realized that it was starting. It was time for the opening matches of the great festival. Paul looked away, thinking about his opponents. No one could understand why their first opponent after the academy. Everyone was surprised at their easy victory. The boy laughed, answering that he was lucky that they fell first. Paul angrily understood that these were the worst opponents for them. These guys were always known for their dirty play. The protagonist did not understand why them, and also answered that many in the academy were traumatized from interacting with them. The heroes laughed, answering that this was the most boring fight. Paul heard the guys answer that they were very scared, because of which they could not do anything. The hero decided to take the opportunity to show what he could do. Paul smiled, confidently looking forward. The guy looked at the hero who was calling him with bewilderment. Paul answered with a smile on his face that he saw that besides them, many other participants of the great festival had gathered. Paul answered that he wanted to introduce himself. The hero stood and shouted that his name was Paul and that he was a representative of the so-called After Academy, which everyone was discussing here. The guy looked forward with displeasure. The main hero asked not to call them that, because it was unpleasant. The hero looked at this with anger, not knowing what to say. Paul laughed, saying that he had been in last place for a long time and now he was tired of it. The hero decided to try to get to first. The guys shouted loudly. The guy asked Paul with bewilderment who he was to be able to say such a thing. The hero immediately remembered Bob. Paul confidently answered that he was a secret weapon that would no longer retreat. Everyone began to talk about this guy. One of the heroes answered that he had done some research and found out that he had failed at everything before. The hero answered that at the beginning of the semester, he had changed dramatically and had become a monster with amazing results. Everyone understood that this was the reason for his confidence. The hero immediately remembered something. The guy sighed, not understanding what he was even thinking about. He stood up, pulling himself up and saying that he would teach these guys a lesson. The hero answered that it would be a traditional method for their university, the academy building. Tomorrow was supposed to be the throw mana grenades, a team competition in which everyone participates except the representative. The essence is to throw guarantees filled with mana at a mithril golem. The team that destroys their golem faster wins. The guy asked Paul if he could handle it. The hero agreed that they lacked talented students. The guy knew how to win. Paul understood that this was a group competition, so if they worked together, they could win. The heroes were surprised to hear the guy suggesting that they form groups. The first group would heat up the mana grenades, the second would move them, and the third team would directly attack the golem, and a fourth group would be needed to restore the enemy golem. Paul offered the guys new ideas. The hero looked away carefully. Paul asked the guys what they thought. The guy answered that now they would be first, not last. Paul knew that he would do everything to achieve this. The hero understood that while those guys were throwing one grenade, ours needed to throw 2, 3, so that there would be more time for them. The guys shouted that they trusted the guy. Everyone shouted one after another. The team was under the command of the girl. Walken was moving the grenade. The guy divided the guys into groups taking into account their strengths. The guy's ability was behind this choice. The player's eye is the ability to see the essence of the goal. With its help, Paul was able to minimize weaknesses and focus on the strengths of the group. The guys smiled, answering that they had a good chance of winning. As soon as everyone got into a perfectly suitable group for themselves, even the guys who doubted him began to penetrate. The guy watched everyone carefully. The team members became more confident in themselves. The guys began to hope for victory. The door opened and a guy ran into it. The beaten hero tiredly on the ground began to call Paul. The guy asked him in confusion who did this to him. Paul realized that they did it on purpose. The heroes were sitting on the couches. The door opened and Paul began to enter. The main one answered that he knew that the guy would come to them like a sweetheart. The guy confidently and calmly began to call one guy to come to him. Voices were heard from their building. Charlie laughed, shouting that the hero was crazy. The guy in confusion asked Paul why he was acting so impudently. The hero touched the guy's shoulder. His hand began to squeeze more and more. Charlie fell to his haunches in displeasure. The hero did not understand what Paul had just allowed himself to do. Charlie quickly stood up and began to point his fist at Paul. The main hero quickly grabbed his hand, holding it tightly. Paul smiled, looking at the guy who was screaming loudly in pain. The hero looked at the hero calmly and said that he was warning him that if he touched him outside the arena again, it would end very badly. Charlie was lying on the ground in pain. The hero was full of anger. Paul looked at him with a smile, asking if he wanted to make a bet. Shouts were coming from the house. Paul was telling all the guys that if they won, Charlie would get a flick on the face as well as an apology. Everyone was shouting that they had to win now since they had real motivation. The hero was shouting that it was time for them to go to the Altane Stadium, the festival of magicians held for the entire continent, the Great Festival. Historical magicians who had distinguished themselves in some way within the festival participated in it. They all became important people, writing their names in the history of the continent. Everyone was shouting Ignite Academy. Paul understood that he had become part of the festival in which legends were created. The man shouted that the ceremony was over and all the students should return to their seats. The hero walked forward slowly. He began to look away. Charlie shouted discontentedly at Paul to be ready because this time he would not let down his guard. The guy looked at the hero, who was slowly leaving. Paul understood that now he was trying to analyze someone else. The hero looked away. All attention was on the prime spirits. The guy was thinking about the winner of the magic festival, who was a leader in each discipline in the special school of combat magicians. Paul understood that if they won victory after victory, they would be able to meet him. The main character began to be called back. Margot smiled, looking at the guy. The girl answered Paul that he had created real chaos. The hero was surprised that the girl answered that he even went into an open conflict by visiting the Institute house. The guy asked Margot in surprise how she knew all this. The hero laughed, answering that he did not go into a conflict and just wanted to talk. Margot calmly replied that it was better for the guy not to stand out. The heroine looked at Paul in surprise, who asked her about hiding his true skills, as she did. Paul ran away, answering that he was participating in the first match and it was time for him to go. The heroine continued to look at him in surprise. In just a few minutes, throw mana grenades would begin. The Ignite Academy and the Institute would be the first to participate. The guys asked each other if they were all ready. The heroes decided to prove that they were strong. A few seconds later, the team ran away. The first competition began. People were confused. This was because previously in team competitions, those who had outstanding people won. The division into groups within one team, inherent in night competitions, was never common in competitions for magicians. The heroes were surprised that the team was divided into groups of warmers and throwers. Paul heard everyone shouting at them that they would be the last. The girl looked away. She couldn't understand how this was possible. The golem from the Ignite Academy had already lost its arm. Everyone was shouting at them to keep going. Paul was shouting loudly, telling everyone what to do. The golem's right arm was destroyed. His teeth were clenched in anger. Charlie was asking his team with displeasure why they were being stupid and losing after the academy. Everyone was shouting that they were behaving unusually and that some people were healing the golem so it couldn't fall. The hero looked away with displeasure. Margot was very impressed. Everyone understood that the reason why the academy was winning was about skills, which is where the strategy lies. Margot knew that this approach would only work if there was a clear understanding of everyone's strengths. The girl remembered that Paul had quickly found the book she was looking for. He also divided the guys into groups, who was better at what. The girl didn't understand what kind of person he was and how it happened that she hadn't seen him at any competition. The ball was burning brightly in his hands. The guy was shouting loudly that it was all over now. The whole golem was glowing with light, breaking into pieces. Charlie looked forward in fear. His face was radiating anger. The golem calmly fell to the ground. The guys were shouting joyfully that they had finally coped and won. The Great Festival, the first competition, throwing the mana grenade, which was expected to end with the victory of the Institute, ended differently. The whole competition ended with the victory of after the academy. The competition for the representatives of Grab the Flag would soon begin. All the guys did not believe that after the academy was no longer in last place and that the Institute was now there. The first match would be between Paul, a representative of the Ignite Magic Academy, and Charlie, a representative of the National Magic Institute. The guys stood opposite each other. Ted asked the guy with a smile if he was worried. Paul calmly looked away and said that now they were the 20th out of 32 educational institutions, which was ideal. After the last victory, people started to show interest again. but it was still not enough to remove the label that was attached to him because of the failures of the past years. For the guy, it was an overwhelming victory. Paul understood that if they had an overwhelming victory against the Institute, the others would start to look at it differently. Ted continued to smile. The hero looked ahead. He understood that they had to prove themselves to him, the king of the wizards. A group of people sat at a table, looking at a magic ball. Charlie and Paul were shown in it. Morgana looked away attentively. The hero looked at Bob, answering that he used to consider him a candidate for the next generation. Morgana said with a smile on his face that this guy was born with such a huge talent that he was able to instinctively learn magic at a young age. The man answered that he was disappointed when he learned that he had a mono-release disorder. Bob asked him in surprise that he was not considered a useless child. The hero continued to smile. Morgana calmly replied that since this student, who was not able to cast spells properly, was chosen to represent the academy, so he did not think that Bob was keeping something in reserve, as before. The hero sighed. Bob looked at Paul, telling everyone to watch this. Ted looked at the guy, asking what he would do if he needed to get closer. The beast asked the hero what his plan was. Paul confidently answered that he would fight with his forehead. The man shouted that they were starting the match. The duel began. Charlie directed all his power, shouting that he would repay what was done before. The summoning of the combat protector began. The knight was fully armored. Paul began to use time reversal. The hero quickly ran to the sides. Charlie looked ahead in confusion. The hero looked away with displeasure. Paul stood next to him, holding a fist in his hand. The guy laughed, shouting that he knew it. Charlie asked him in surprise if he was going to let go. The protagonist calmly answered the guy that he didn't think it was time to just chat with him. The knight pointed his weapon at the guys. Charlie scaredly shouted for him to stop. The guy worriedly looked away. Charlie clenched his teeth, shouting that he couldn't move. Paul, with a smile on his face, told him to try to leave on his own. Charlie scaredly realized that that power was real and it wasn't because he let his guard down. The knight pointed his sword at Charlie, and he himself understood that he had lost. His eyes were narrowed. After a while, Charlie opened them slightly. Paul directed fire power at the knight. The hero scaredly answered that all of this was impossible. Charlie was surprised that Paul had hit his steel protector with his bare hands. The knight began to break down. Paul looked forward. After a while, the hero approached Charlie. The guy asked the hero in surprise that he had saved him. Paul asked him how he could save the one who had bullied his classmate. The hero smiled, answering that he wanted to finish him off himself. Paul, with a smile on his face, asked Charlie if he had forgotten about their bet. The hero answered that he would give him one flick. Charlie flew away quickly and far. The guy looked at the sky in surprise, shouting that it was very beautiful. People looked ahead in surprise. The team shouted joyfully, the stadium filled with applause. Paul smiled, looking attentively at everyone. Bob looked into the magic ball with interest. The man looked down without turning his head. Morgan understood that he was at the demigod stage and he was the only mage of the 8th class, known as the King of the Border, but nevertheless, even he had never heard of such magic. The eyes were scared. Paul was shown in the magic ball. Morgan looked at the guy in surprise, not fully understanding who he really was. The man was starting to get angry. Morgan began to ask Bob to tell everything he knew about the guy. The hero thought about it. Bob calmly answered that he was a model student who, according to everyone's expectations, should have given up, but fought to the end. He was the one who turned his weakness into strength, and he was the magician who behaved like one more than anyone else. Morgan looked at the floor with displeasure. The hero was thinking about what he could say. Morgan began to think about calling him himself and then asking him directly. Bob looked away. The man knew that he would have to be stopped. The hero smiled. Morgan asked the guy about what he was going to remind him about the fact that magicians have the right to keep their techniques secret. The hero, with a smile on his face, asked if they could exchange a few words. Morgan knew that he was the only one who should stand at the top of the magicians, so the hero would do everything to learn about this magic he had seen for the first time. The guy smiled sweetly. The building. Paul answered discontentedly that they had only won one competition, and had not even prepared for the rest. All the guys were shouting to enjoy the evening. The guy, with a smile on his face, told Paul to celebrate their first victory, since this was a festival after all. Local coconut vanilla juice and dragon's kiss were already on the table. Paul looked at the dragon's kiss in surprise. The hero laughed, answering that this was Paul's drink from his territory. Everyone knew that from just one sip, Paul would feel like he had shared a kiss with a dragon. It was a great drink. The guy smiled, pouring the drink. Paul looked away in confusion. Charlie stood next to the guy with a sad look. The hero looked at the guy in surprise. The guy angrily asked Charlie to leave him alone. The hero sadly replied that he came to ask for forgiveness. All the guys were very surprised by this. The hero asked the team to forgive him for always looking down on him. Charlie sadly replied that after losing, he realized that he shouldn't consider others inferior to him just because they were weaker. The hero calmly replied that there were many people in this world who were stronger than him. At that moment, Charlie felt that his past actions were fundamentally wrong. The hero sadly replied that a person can't change so easily. Charlie still said that he was sorry. Paul calmly looked at him. All the guys felt awkward. Charlie apologized for ruining the atmosphere. The hero turned around. Paul looked at Charlie, asking if these were real feelings. The hero sadly replied that it was all sincere. Paul smiled. The boy thanked Charlie for having the courage to apologize. The hero looked at the floor. 2 hands were shaking each other. The other boys also accepted the boy's apology, and then they all started celebrating together. They dangled their arms over each other's shoulders, drank Dragon's Kiss, and immersed themselves in the intoxicating atmosphere. Paul looked away, scared. The boys asked him with a smile on his face if he was awake. The hero rubbed his head tiredly. The boys asked him if he remembered what happened yesterday. The heroes answered that Paul was screaming and thanking them for believing in him. The boys laughed, not believing that the hero had such a side. Paul did not understand what they were doing. He understood that now he should not drink a drink that makes you overly emotional. Someone started calling Paul. Charlie, with a smile on his face, asked him if he got enough sleep. The hero remembered with surprise how he spent time with the boy. Charlie shouted to Paul that they would see each other again. Paul quickly left. The professor looked at the guy. The man answered discontentedly that he was always in trouble. Paul heard him say that someone was calling him. The professor answered that the head of the academy seemed worried. Paul answered in surprise that it was Morgan. The man wanted to meet the guy. The professor asked the guy to be careful since Morgan was completely secret. The man answered that people who hide their true nature, like the king, are dangerous. Paul looked at the floor. The hero confidently answered that he understood everything. The whole group of people laughed and shouted to Paul. The guy smiled, answering that now they had another reason to win. The team did not understand what the hero wanted from them. Paul decided to run straight to the gate. Arrowball is a game in which the role of the ball is a living arrow, constantly flying around the field. 9 participants are divided into teams of attackers, defenders, and a goalkeeper. The team that sends more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. Despite the simple rules, the game requires the development of complex strategies and tactics. Someone used defensive spells. Someone used crowd control magic. No one knew how to grab the arrow ball and send it into the goal, and so on. For this you need to take into account many aspects. The hero shouted that it all started. The guy quickly ran forward. One hero began to direct an ice tree. Someone created an ice spear. One of the heroes directed a wall of fire. The guys fought with each other. Charlie shouted at Paul to go forward. The team looked at their leader in surprise and did not understand what happened. If yesterday he was hysterical because of the loss, and now he was shouting at Paul. The hero shouted discontentedly to his guys that real men become friends after exchanging blows. One of the guys laughed. Everyone looked at Charlie with incomprehension. The hero looked ahead. The man knew that after the match he was convinced that Paul was a next generation man. All the guys were strong, and Charlie knew this because he personally competed with them as part of the Magic Festival. But Charlie knew that Paul was the strongest of them all. It was not only about strength. Paul had leadership skills and was always able to make peace. The Institute responded that they were next and they needed to discuss strategy. Someone shouted to stop Paul. The heroes shouted in fear that they were doing everything possible to do this. Paul quickly ran in different directions. The guy with a smile on his face shouted that now it was their turn. Paul quickly directed all his strength. Fists were pointed forward. The guy looked forward. The team of people ran in fear from ice shards. Some guy shouted for everyone to run away so that nothing would hit them. The hero was angry, saying that they should be wary of not only Paul. Everyone shouted that they needed to quickly stop the guys because they grabbed the arrow ball. Paul quickly threw all his magic at everyone. The score was already 1 point. A few seconds later, another point appeared. Even after that, the enemy team concentrated their efforts on Paul. Other team members successfully used the opening loophole. When the enemy's attention weakened and they could not stop their team, the defensive formation immediately collapsed. People could not believe it. In the game, 3-4 points were usually expected. The team immediately admitted their defeat, and the winner of the match was the Academy. Paul was happy that the Academy won with a stunning margin of 11 points. Everyone understood that the guy could really win. The heroes laughed, realizing that they could become the first. Someone began to call Paul. The professor came to him. He answered that the meeting time was set. Paul knew that at 7 in the evening, during dinner, there would be a meeting. A glass of wine was brought to his lips. Morgan looked away. The man told the guy not to eat anything and wait for the meeting. Paul confidently walked forward. Someone began to call the guy to himself. Bob, smiling, asked Paul if they would go in together. The 2 heroes entered the room. Paul looked away in surprise. Morgan was sitting on the throne. Ted asked in surprise that he was a monster. Paul understood that the hero was a magician, standing on the border between a man and a demigod. Filthy King Morgan. The table was full of food. Morgan confidently answered that he had known about him for a long time. The hero said that he had a chance to observe him. Morgan answered that it had been 5 years since he chose 11 children. Then Paul was one of the candidates. The hero decided to get straight to the point. Morgan asked the hero with confusion to explain what was happening to him. Paul understood that the hero's words completely coincided. The hero understood that Morgan wanted to hear him, that in fact he was not mistaken. Morgan looked at the guy, who answered that he could only say one thing. The man was all attention. The demigod replied that the word's talent could be an exaggeration and they could not cross out effort. The hero did not understand what he wanted. Bob, with a smile on his face, replied that he really liked the guy. The man replied that he had recently become interested in the art of the body. Magron understood that he studied the art of the body to overcome his disorder. The man replied that he had never heard of an object with such an effect. Bob decided to interrupt the guy at this point. Morgan understood that there would be many more competitions ahead. Paul knew the hero would be watching them. Morgan decided to see if Paul's efforts would help him stand up even against the children I had chosen. Paul smiled, telling him to watch. The hero was also interested. Paul was also interested in finding out how different he was from the children chosen by the King of Magicians himself. Morgan left the arena. All the people applauded loudly. Someone answered that they had spoken more politely than he had expected. The maid walked slowly with a tray. Morgan smiled at Bob, answering that he was always glad to have talented magicians and that simple curiosity was bothering him. Bob asked the guy in surprise if he had been able to satisfy him. Morgan calmly answered that something had pushed this question into the background. Bob calmly answered that Paul was young and that he should not be treated harshly. The demigod was surprised that the guy was not afraid of him at all and that most of the others would have already begged and crawled on their feet. Morgan answered that he was an interesting young man. The hero wanted the one he was raising to also become at least a little interesting. Everyone continued to shout loudly. The team went out to fight. One of the heroes answered that for him it was meaningless support. Someone started saying something to the guy. The hero asked him with confusion if he was sure about it. Everyone calmly answered that Paul had actually visited the magic tower. The hands were pulled into fists. The guy was angry that the hero had met someone other than him. The man answered that he had seen some matches with his participation and that this man had everyone on their ears. Everyone was saying that it was difficult to resist him because of his unique magic. The man did not pay attention to Paul, because, despite all his hardships and battles, he did not see him as his rival. The man understood that the hero could only arouse curiosity because of his unusual approach to witchcraft. Morgan remembered all the moments with Paul. The heroes looked away. One of the guys hit the wall with all his might. The hero, with all his anger, could not forgive Paul, since only he was worthy of the recognition of the King of Magicians. The door opened. Paul calmly looked forward. A silhouette stood in front of him. Chuck looked at the guy with displeasure. The hero, gritting his teeth, asked the guy about what he had talked about with the Dirty King. Paul asked the guy about the fact that he had waited for him only for this question. The hero waited for a simple answer. Paul asked him with incomprehension if he was obliged to answer. The guy quickly pulled out his sword. Chuck shouted that he urgently needed to hear an answer. Paul stood in a stance, realizing that a murderous aura emanated from the guy. The guy calmly answered that they were not at a tournament now. Chuck understood that there was no difference in this. The eyes confidently looked at Chuck. The guys used force on each other. Chuck's eyes were full of discontent. The force began to flow. The hero understood that they were all definitely strong and he did not hear a single weakness. Chuck was surprised that the guy didn't even hold back. The hand opened the sword. Someone shouted at the guy to stop. A girl was standing next to them. The guys answered that it was cool that they were all in one place. Paul answered that he was already thinking about how to introduce himself. Chuck quickly began to leave. Paul asked the girl with confusion if he always behaved the way he wanted. The heroine laughed, saying that usually you can't get a word out of him. The girl explained that Doom Prime loses his composure in situations involving Morgan, so Chuck wants Morgan to acknowledge him and single him out from everyone else. Margot calmly said that they need to note that such individual meetings are completely unusual for the Dirty King. Paul did not understand what the girl was telling him. Margot asked the guy if he was serious about planning a fight. Paul laughed, saying that they probably just told him to scare him. The heroine asked him if it worked. Paul understood that Chuck was like a thick wall that could not be broken through with a regular attack. Paul did not think that he would lose, because no matter how thick the wall was, it would fall in a few hits. Margot laughed and answered that he really was a strange guy. The hero left and the girl answered that he was a spirit prime who did not like mercy. Everyone understood that Chuck would not let the guy out of his sight now. The academy dorm was ignited. The guy said that this was a huge disappointment. Paul laughed, saying that everyone was great and everyone worked hard. One of the heroes calmly answered that they managed to take 4th place in the team competition. The guy was sorry that their winning streak was interrupted. After a while, the heroes asked the guy what his plan was since it was soon time for an individual fight. Paul answered that he planned to win. The hero laughed, answering that he had to stay on top. At the moment, the guy is striving for first place in the individual competition ranking. Paul knew that he was standing shoulder to shoulder with the leaders of the competition. The battle for survival, a royal battle between representatives of 32 schools, running from the top of the man-made island. The first place winner will receive 32 points, the last one 1 point. Points will be awarded, including for the quality of performance, so changes in the ranking are inevitable. The guys told Paul that he still needs to prepare like everyone else. The hero was surprised to hear how the Amur representatives are actively forming alliances. To survive in the upcoming battle, it is necessary to create alliances. Dividing all allies and opponents, as well as forming strong groups, is considered an effective tactic. The guys replied that everyone will move in groups and he will not be able to fight them alone. Paul looked away. The hero understood that Margot will not unite with him. Charlie, with a smile on his face, shouted to unite. Paul smiled, looking at the hero. Charlie ran with Paul, asking him not to quit in the middle of the competition. The hero understood with a smile on his face that he could trust Charlie as a team member. Paul shouted at Charlie that he needed to go as soon as possible to team up with one more person. Charlie looked at the group of people with Paul. The heroes were angry, looking ahead. There was a canvas on the bench. Charlie asked Paul in surprise that he wanted to invite Margot, one of the strongest candidates. The guy was surprised that he would be on a team with Margot herself. Charlie asked Paul what would happen if she refused. The hero looked away, hearing his name. Margot looked at the guy with a smile. The girl suggested starting the meeting by discussing the plan. The guys stood at the table, looking at the plan. Paul asked the girl that the largest alliance included 14 people. The girl confidently answered that the whole group had gathered around the magic school. The heroine answered that he mainly used holy magic and light magic. Charlie knew that they would not take him by numbers, since his group would get on their nerves the most. Paul understood that this was not the only problem. The hero was thinking about one guy. Paul knew that the course of the competition would depend on his actions. Everyone asked the guys if they had put on their equipment. The guy answered with a smile on his face that if its durability was exhausted, then it would be automatically excluded from the competition, then there would be teleportation from the island. The ship was sailing on the sea. A team of people began to emerge from it. Charlie answered fearfully that they were all on pins and needles. The ladies understood that they needed to survive for 72 hours. The heroes looked around in fear. Paul knew that the guy was acting alone. The hero shouted for everyone to hurry since they needed to go to the island. The boat was sailing slowly. Charlie walked next to the guy, holding his hand. Margot used force, answering that this was their safe zone. The guys decided to hurry and take good places before everyone else. The forest, the hand touched the stomach. Charlie tiredly touched the stomach, asking Paul if they could buy food. The hero shouted that they were a team. Charlie looked away with displeasure. There was an explosion in the forest. Charlie thought with confusion about where the battle was. Paul answered that now it was their turn. The guys walked through the forest, realizing that their victim was already here. The heroes stood behind a tree. The guys shouted to each other in fear that they had no place to eat. All the force passed through the territory. The whole team directed their magic. The Garoi looked around, realizing that this was a real ambush. Charlie laughed, saying that he had been waiting for this moment. An iron sphere passed through the territory. The hands were linked together. Margot was directing her power at the guys. Paul noticed that it was 5th grade ice magic. A blizzard began. Charlie was surprised that he could not expect anything less from Margot, since she had summoned such high-level magic without even breaking a sweat. The guy was surprised and used his power, looking forward in fear. The other team confidently shouted that there were 3 guys there, one of whom was Margot. The heroes were trying to push them. Paul calmly understood that their opponents were very strong magicians. The hero understood that it was his turn to make a move. The team could not understand what that sound was. The guy looked away. The hero asked in surprise how he dared to do that. The magic quickly flew at Paul, right into his face. The hero realized in fear that it was a refraction of time. The whole team was panicking, not knowing who was going where. Paul was gritting his teeth. All the heroes were fighting each other. One of the guys decided to use the binding tree. The hero had a huge fireball in his hands. The guys were shouting that it was an explosive mana that they had to dodge. The hero quickly ran away. Charlie shouted at Paul to finish this quickly. Paul quickly ran at one guy, holding a fireball in his hands. A huge explosion went through the entire forest. The hero lay on the ground in confusion, not moving. Everything around him began to burn with bright flames. Paul calmly watched this. The team quickly ran up to the hero, trying to say something. Paul confidently told the guy that now there were 3 of them against 4. The guys were gritting their teeth in displeasure. Paul, with a smile on his face, asked the team if they had bought enough food. Food fell out of the backpack. The girl exclaimed, There is even meat here. They were taking food out of their bags. Charlie noted that this amount of food would last them about 3 days. They had brought so much. Paul agreed. His friend thanked the players. They would be able to enjoy the food for them. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion behind him. The guys looked around. Charlie asked if David's group was heading in that direction. Whoever the attackers were, they were not lacking in courage to go against a group of more than 10 people. Margot crossed her arms over her chest, said that it was Chuck. There weren't many mages with such a level of mana. The guy noticed with excitement that in the year that they had not crossed paths, he had become much stronger. He even had goosebumps. Paul frowned, thought, yes, Chuck is really strong. Sunlight was shining through the open door into the room. There were several beds and closets inside. Margot entered and said, no signs that the others had gotten here earlier. Paul suggested that they rest here for a while and have a snack. Charlie was happy. 1 minute and he would introduce them to the taste of oyota steak. The hero approached him and said that the smell could give them away. For now they should refrain from eating meat. The guy looked back. The girl asked how he knew. He looked thoughtfully ahead. She said that everything that he predicted was happening. Paul said that the central settlement was the only place on the island where a large group of people could find shelter. David would probably go there. He said that Chuck would go there too. Margot threw up her hands and objected. He would go there alone. Even knowing that he would face the largest team, wasn't it too risky an undertaking? The guy replied that Chuck would appear there because it was the best way to win alone. She clarified how. The girl shuddered when she heard about kill points. The hero explained that Chuck would receive points for each eliminated enemy. Such a way of thinking is quite in his spirit. He was embarrassed and added, well, he was just thinking about what he would do in his place. He thought that, besides, Chuck had no choice but to take a risk in order to somehow attract the attention of the Dirt King. Margot put her hand to her chin, leaned towards Paul and said that he was suspicious. The hero answered, okay, offered to make a duty schedule. The girl volunteered first. The moon illuminated the night sky. The guy opened his eyes and turned his head. Margot asked him to wake up. He sat up. The girl said that they had a guest. He pulled back the curtain and looked out the window. Paul noticed a figure in a hooded robe in the window. The guy turned to the girl and asked. She checked how many of them there were. She answered that there was only one, and also canceled the light magic so that they would not be detected. It is unlikely that he knows about their presence. The hero looked out the window, noticed that he was coming here. He said that Charlie needed to be woken up, and he would guard the entrance just in case. The stranger approached the house. He approached the door. At this time, the hero hid behind the wall, squatted down. The guy thought, one person, so maybe it was him. The stranger began to open the door. He walked forward. Paul grabbed him by the hood of his robe. He threw him forward with force. He covered his mouth so that he could not speak. The girl pointed her hands forward and shouted, light. Charlie, who approached the company, recognized this man. He shouted, a representative of the Academy Callies. Paul removed his hand. The player apologized, said that he was not going to break in. He was just looking for a place to rest, and if he knew they were inside, he would not have gone in. Paul sternly asked if he was alone. He answered, yes. Charlie looked out the window. The hero continued the interrogation. And where are the members of his team? It seemed to him there were 6 of them. Callie said, Chuck. He added that he eliminated them. Callie said that at the beginning of the test they were moving forward boldly. Because their alliance was quite numerous, they were going to ambush David's group and earn kill points. And then this Chuck appeared. He targeted them, the group that separated to search for food. Margot clarified, he wants to say that Chuck eliminated a group of 6 people on his own. The guy answered, not quite, he only eliminated one because they immediately went on the defensive. The real trouble came after. When David heard the explosion, he set his entire team on them. They desperately defended themselves, but did not hold out. Only 2, including him, were able to survive and escape. However, this was not the end. Right at that moment, Chuck appeared in front of them again. Callies gritted his teeth, continued the story. First he himself unleashed a fight with them. Then, when the battle gained momentum, he hid and waited for it to end, and then followed them, who managed to escape not without injuries. Paul listened to him with a serious face and thought. Chuck analyzed the situation and acted as it was beneficial to him. Quite wisely, he knows how to benefit. Callies timidly added that, in this regard, he would like to ask, it is rather impudent of him, but could they accept him into their team? Charlie was surprised that. He put his hand to his chin, noticed that, despite the fatigue, this guy thinks like a strategist. Friends changed their faces when Paul answered, no. Margot asked why. The hero asked Callies how he managed to escape. He exclaimed that. Paul grimly explained, if they were talking about Chuck, he would never leave him alone, even wounded. Charlie raised his finger and shouted, really? The young man added that there were 3 possible options. Either he was lying, or Chuck deliberately spared him and was now hiding somewhere, observing the situation. He opened his eyes wide, which glowed blue, said, either. A notification appeared that identification was impossible. The hero swung his fist and said, this means that he is not Callies after all. An owl flew up from a nearby tree. He disappeared, leaving behind smoldering ashes. The girl asked, "A puppet?" Paul told his friends that they needed to hurry. They approached the open door. They needed to leave right now. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the mountain peaks. The group moved through the forest. Paul assumed that most likely Callie's was removed by the same person who created the puppet. Therefore, there is a high probability that all members of his group were eliminated. Margot noticed, in fact, what the puppet said could be true. The guys looked at her. She suddenly remembered that she had someone in mind who could do this. The girl frowned, exclaimed, "Austin." She explained that he, as one of the 11 chosen children, is the best student of the Delphiniac College of Magic and also excelled in creating potions and puppets, among other things. He is a member of the David group. Paul touched his mouth with his finger, said, "Then, it turns out that they are surrounded by enemies on all sides." He said that he is sure, since Austin found them with the help of a puppet, after that other teams will also declare a hunt for them. The girl noticed, however, the western part of the island will soon become inaccessible due to the narrowing of the barrier, asked Paul if he had any ideas. The guy threw his backpack on his shoulder, answered, "There is a saying from the waters of the Mazarat Ocean, use pirates to fight pirates." He looked around, with a confident smile said, "They must catch opponents with the help of opponents." At the same time, in one of the houses, Austin was asked if he found out their location. The guy covered his face with his hand, replied that they were hiding in the western part of the island. Like rats, he almost managed to outwit them, but unfortunately, at the very last moment, he was exposed. The leader asked in bewilderment, his puppet was exposed. How? Austin smiled broadly, shrugged, answered that he did not know, he did not even doubt, suddenly hit with all his strength and that's it. David put his finger to his lips. The magician asked what he was going to do. The leader was thinking that Margot, Charlie, Paul, all three, are problematic opponents. He turned away and said sternly, "We need to grab them and direct all combat power at them." The forest was quiet and calm. Team David followed a narrow path. The commander looked back and said that they would soon be at the western base. In the distance, the players saw a bright flash of light and lightning. Austin squinted and said that it looked like there was a battle going on, how loudly they were fighting. David decided that in that case, Paul must be there. The players rose into the air. The leader commanded, "Go ahead, it's time to earn points." Upon arrival, they met a team of 3 members. One of them shouted for the others to turn around. It was an ambush. David took out his bow and shouted, "Holy arrow." He froze in surprise, thought it wasn't Paul. A pillar of light rose up. The hero and his friends were sitting in a tree. Margot said it was holy magic David. Everything was going according to plan. Charlie laughed contentedly. All the creatures came running as soon as they heard their fireworks, and they weren't even there. The girl asked what they should do next. Paul stood up, answered that they needed to go there and collect kill points. David saw a bright light behind him. A fiery explosion was rushing straight at them. He turned around. He was enveloped in smoke. One of the players was lying on the ground. A blond man shouted to David that Paul had appeared. Margot noticed that the group of opponents had thinned out. Apparently the story about Chuck was true. Charlie said that they were still outnumbered. They saw 3 people behind them. Charlie said with a grin, as he understood, "This is a temporary alliance, but no harm in trying." David rushed forward, shouted to the others, "Even united, there are only 6 of them. Do not hide and attack." Friend Paul dodged the fire attack. Flames surrounded one of the participants from all sides. A column of fire flared up nearby. The blow threw back one of the players and left a furrow in the ground. The heroes were shocked. Charlie said, "This power." Paul was shocked, realized it was Chuck. The magician flew between the 2 groups. He struck the group with a sword. Charlie said with concern that he was saying with these actions that for now on their side. Margot noted, "It seems their temporary alliance has been replenished." The hero glanced to the side, thought that, therefore, Chuck first wants to get rid of David's group. Since all the survivors have gathered here, perhaps they will soon find out the outcome of the match. The opponents ran screaming why he was attacking only them and for everyone to return to base. David ordered them not to run away but to unite and fight back. The hero clenched his fists and said that they also needed to make their move. Glowing elements appeared around the guy's eye. He used time refraction. A beam of light zigzagged through the crowd. Paul swung his fist and shouted, "How dare you!" He hit the ground and shouted, "Earthquake!" The young man looked up. Chuck jumped to the ground in front of him. He walked towards him. When they crossed paths, he called Paul by name. The magician, with a gloomy and stern look, added that he would get rid of him with his own hands. He rushed forward with a sword in his hands. The hero sighed heavily. Some time later, the organizer's room. The heads gathered at the table. Bob said that thus the top 10 finalists were determined. Morgan noticed, yes, all those who were supposed to be included. He propped his head up with his hand, asked Paul if he had promised to show that he was better than the 11 chosen children, and admitted that he was curious himself. He said thoughtfully if he could defeat this bastard. Morning, a small house among the trees. Paul was jogging around the house and actively waving his arms. They settled at Base B, located near the center of the island. As a result of the last battle, only David and Austin remained from the largest alliance. A group of survivors, who temporarily became their allies, disappeared along with Chuck. A window with information about a repeating task appeared in front of the hero. The guy exclaimed, "Great!" For the first time in a long time he managed to complete it. He noticed that the door of the house opened. Margot smiled shyly when he asked if she was already awake. The girl asked if he had been training. Paul answered, yes, his whole body was itching. She was surprised, even after what had happened. She said that Charlie left his portion. He needed to eat. She would come by soon. The guy thanked her. Margot took a large piece of steak and bit into it. She was delighted. Paul, who came into the house, asked if it was delicious. Yes, Charlie turned out to be a surprisingly good cook. The girl confirmed. She said that she went to bed without saying anything, asked for forgiveness. The guy replied that it was not worth it. She was probably tired after being on duty. She poured tea into a cup. When the guy sat down at the table, Margot turned to him. The guy looked at her. The girl said that she had long wanted to ask something. He clarified what exactly. She clenched her fists and seriously asked what he planned to do after graduation. Paul asked in response why she was interested. Margot answered that it was ordinary curiosity. His approach seemed extremely unique, so she thought that he would not take the standard path either. The girl explained that once the mages who competed here entered society, they began to live in symbiosis. They could join a knightly order in their homeland, defend the country as a member of the Empire's army, become a servant of the Mage Tower, or join a special group to earn money. All of these were the so-called standard paths. The boy looked into his cup of tea and wondered, in that case, what about him? He folded his arms and admitted that he had no idea, hadn't even thought about it yet. Paul said that until this year he had been the worst student and couldn't waste time thinking about the future because he was primarily worried about whether he would become a mage at all. He sighed and smiled, adding that he believed that after this competition and returning to the academy, a couple of ideas would definitely appear. He asked Margot what about her. She replied that, to be honest, she didn't know yet either. The girl looked down, said that she was never sure what kind of mage she should become, always acted as people told her, something like, "Margot, you should become a great mage." She took a sip of tea. Paul frowned. The girl put the cup on the table and continued, so that's what she was getting at. With a menacing expression on her face, she said that first she would like to fight Chuck. She added that it seemed that after that she would understand what kind of mage she wanted to become. The guy thought about it, the fight with Chuck. For Margot, who always took second place, it became a mountain that must be climbed, a kind of homework that must be done. He smiled slightly and replied, "Okay, so be it." Paul respected her for this ambition. He thought that everyone has problems that need to be solved. The girl replied, "Thank you." The moon shone in the dark night sky. The heroes looked out the window. Margot said that the barrier was narrowing faster and faster. They needed to leave this place within an hour. Paul was holding a map in his hands. Charlie said that in this case, the only safe base for the night would be base in the central settlement. The girl added that if we assume that David and Austin are hiding there, then capturing the village is not a bad idea. The hero reminded them that Chuck could be waiting for them there. Charlie closed the window with thick curtains, said that, nevertheless, they should wait until others joined the battle. Somehow, Margot agreed, then they would be in danger because of the barrier, asked if there were any other options. Charlie folded his hands behind his head, suggested that they attack them themselves. Paul stood with a frown. The girl explained that they should not attract attention. Now everyone is on guard. The guy agreed. The friends looked around. The hero stopped them, said that he had one idea. The guy spread his arms out and explained that there weren't many people left. At this stage, even going up one rank would bring them a lot of points. As Margot had said, everyone would act cautiously. Charlie listened carefully. Paul said that, moreover, since they had already attracted the attention of the enemy by making noise this morning, there was a high probability that most would not react to every rustle. The girl asked, "So what?" The hero answered excitedly that this was their chance to get Chuck. He said that David and Austin had lost members of their team today. The remaining survivors, the weakest of all, would hide, but Chuck would definitely show up because he was confident in his abilities. He added that if they left him unattended, they would find themselves in a difficult situation. The girl asked doubtfully, but where should they look for him? Paul put his hand to his chest and replied that they should leave it to him. He would lead him to them. The star emitted a whirlwind of light. Ted, who was sitting on the hero's shoulder, asked how he was going to find Chuck. Looking at the mini-map, the guy replied that they could find out how many people were inside the base. He dropped to the ground and ran forward. A blue screen was burning ahead. If there were 3 of them, then they were survivors. If 2, then David and Austin were there. Chuck would obviously be there. A red dot appeared on the map. The guy screamed, "Found it." He stopped in front of the house. Paul went to the door. He menacingly shouted at Chuck to come out quickly. Suddenly there was an explosion that knocked down the front door. A silhouette appeared in a thick cloud of smoke. Chuck, his eyes red with rage, said, "You." Paul asked coldly, had he slept, said that they needed to go somewhere. The comrades were waiting for the leader on the street. Charlie, when he saw Paul and Chuck, screamed in fear. They grabbed him. The guy objected. Grabbed. It was he who brought him here. Charlie was puzzled. He brought him, but why? He had to secretly track him down and set up an ambush. Paul was embarrassed. He hadn't planned anything like that. He turned to Chuck and said that he wouldn't be the enemy. The guy looked at the girl and added, "But Miss Margaret." Charlie was confused. He couldn't understand what was going on. Chuck exhaled. He crossed his arms over his chest and asked Margot if she was his rival. The girl said yes, maybe she was. The magician explained that if she was eliminated now, the Dirty King would be disappointed. She should hold out a little longer to increase her rank. He was surprised by her sharp answer. She exclaimed no, this was not her goal in this competition. The girl created a magic ball of light, said that defeating him was her goal. During the meeting with Chuck, Paul explained that the girl was strong, but always took second place. He heard that she was terribly worried about eternal losses to first place. He added that this was part of his individual assignment, and he could not devote him to the details, asked not to ask about it. Margot said that, it seems, after this she will understand what kind of magician she would like to become. The girl stretched her hands forward. She created a glowing circle. She pointed it at her opponent and shouted, "Blizzard." To protect herself from the magical attack, Chuck held his sword out in front of him. There was an explosion. Margot opened her eyes wide. A red energy sphere appeared around Chuck. Cracks appeared on its surface. The sphere collapsed, and waves of flame emanated from Chuck's eyes. The girl clenched her teeth. Beads of sweat ran down her face. Charlie, who was standing nearby, asked Paul if it was okay for them to just stand and watch. Paul furrowed his brows and closed his eyes. Chuck swung. He struck again. The girl raised her hands, thinking with horror that she would not be able to dodge. The hero stood in front of her to protect her from the approaching pillar of fire. The girl fell to the ground. The guy said that he promised to let her fight Chuck, but they did not agree on him eliminating her. He added with a smirk that he could not lose his precious comrade for the sake of victory. The magic dissipated. The hero shouted Chuck to let him join the fight. The magician sneered, asked him alone or together with that small fish. Charlie angrily shouted that. The opponents stood opposite each other. Paul answered that it was somehow not cool for him alone, of course, to go 2 against 1. He looked at his comrades. Charlie asked Margot if she was okay. The hero thought about what he learned how to fight an enemy with a sword from Fred. He remembered, the most important thing for a knight is his legs. They give strength to the sword and allow you to predict the enemy's actions. The guy got into a fighting stance, decided that if he carefully watches his legs. Chuck jumped on him. Paul noticed that he touched the ground with his foot. He opened his eyes wide, thought, now. The hero crouched, quickly dodging the sword strike. He smiled contentedly. His face was suddenly illuminated by a flash of light. He opened his mouth in amazement. Chuck sent a stream of red energy at the guy. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Paul grabbed his shoulder. The man said that he was not a knight, but a magician. The hero clenched his teeth and leaned forward. Chuck explained that people think that sword magicians can't do much because they are not quite magicians and not quite knights. He raised his weapon and added that they only think so because they have never met a real sword magician. A whirlwind of stone fragments and earth rushed straight at Paul. The man continued to strike, telling Paul to try to respond to this. The guy dodged with difficulty. He thought that he had never encountered such an opponent. All the times before, during battles with magicians, he attacked at the moment of their weakness when they called on their spells. But Chuck neutralizes this disadvantage with his sword. The hero felt pressure on his leg. He realized that he could not move. There was a wound on his leg. The fabric of his pants was torn. Chuck said that this was called the trace of radiance. He slowly began to approach the guy, said that his wound would ache with every movement, and at some point, like Margot, he would not be able to move a finger. The man narrowed his eyes and added that now they would end this. A purple column of light appeared from the ground. Black wings appeared behind Chuck. He was holding a magic ball in his hands. Charlie and Margot opened their mouths in great surprise. Paul was stunned. This is 5th grade natural magic. Blue light burst out of the ground. Chuck said, "Katana wings." The blow was sudden and strong. The heroes were thrown aside. The magician continued to attack. Paul hid behind a rock, thought, what should be expected from a man who wins the magic festival every year? He is really strong. He tore a piece of cloth from his sleeve with his teeth. The guy bandaged the wound on his leg. Suddenly he looked to the side. He noticed a ring on his finger. Chuck stood in the center of the circle of earth scorched by the explosion. He sighed, irritatedly noting that he expected at least something from Paul, but received nothing but disappointment. The guy looked out from behind the rock and agreed with him. He stood in front of him and told Chuck that he was strong, so strong that for a moment it seemed as if there was an insurmountable wall in front of him. The man clarified that he wanted to say that he was giving up. An evil smile appeared on Paul's face. He answered that no, he could not do that. He pointed his hand forward, where there was a ring on his finger, adding that many people believed in him, which only made him want to destroy him even more. Chuck grinned and said that the guy was out of his mind. He took the sword in his hand, declared that he would teach him a lesson, so that he would never dare open his mouth again. The hero spread his arms and shouted, "Ogre Fury!" Waves of flame flared up around him. He told Chuck to watch his chin. They moved towards each other. The magician swung his sword and shouted, "Who would talk? If he doesn't dodge, he might actually die." The guy gritted his teeth. He struck a light blow. Chuck's face was tense. He was trying his best to resist the attack. The sword hit the stone on the ring, but couldn't damage it. The blue screen said that by using the power of invulnerability, there is a small chance to withstand any physical force that affects the body. Under the influence of the force, the blade split into pieces. The sword cracked from a blow to the shoulder. Paul turned his gaze to the opponent. The man gritted his teeth and asked how. Then the protagonist hit him on the leg. Then the man fell. Chuck looked at him in surprise. Paul opened his mouth and said that he wanted to say one thing. Then he strained his gaze and noted that he had no enemies, this arrogant belief that there is no one better than him, and this is the reason for his failure. Then he swung. Chuck opened his mouth. Then he received a lightning strike. Paul looked at the burning body. Charlie put his hand on his chest and noted that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. If he had lost, he definitely would not have had a chance, and Paul said that he was just lucky. He himself did not lose. After which the protagonist looked at the girl. Margot silently looked down. Paul put his hand out and said that he apologized for interfering in her battle. The girl smirked and said that she should ask for forgiveness, after which she bowed and added that because of her selfish desire, she put the whole team at risk, asking for forgiveness. Paul gritted his teeth and said that she could not achieve her goal in this match because of him. Margot turned around and noted that he should forget, this goal is no longer there. Then she turned and added that she was no longer interested in Chuck, after which she pointed at the protagonist and noted that she was interested in the protagonist. The main character smiled and noted that it would not be easier with him. Margot smiled and noted that she was ready for this, let him wait, one day she would surpass him, no matter what it took. The protagonist introduced 2 magicians and thought that thus, including them, there were 5 participants left. Dalian and CH Herky fought with all their might, but could not oppose their team. Then he introduced 2 more magicians. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest. Clouds of dust rose. People were lying unconscious. The blonde was unconscious. The 3 warriors looked at them. Paul smiled and noted that now there were only 3 of them, as if glued, and Charlie shouted that who could have thought that they would go so far. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that if anything, he was not going to give in to them. Margot put her hand on her side and said that she was giving up at this stage. Now she was not in the best condition, sadly, but they would fight another time when both were in shape. Paul smiled and said that he understood, they would consider it a promise, and then thought that it was quite understandable that Margot was tired. Charlie grinned and said that it was his turn. Paul, even though he was the leader, he would not back down so easily. Last time he had treated him easily, but this time. Paul raised his fists and asked what in that case, they would start right now. A moment later, Charlie flew up and shouted that he had asked to wait. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that long live the winners, the representative of their academy. The warriors raised their circles and shouted that they raised their circles for the protagonist. Paul turned and heard that he was not in the dorm, so they understood that he would be here. Margot and Charlie stared at the protagonist. The girl closed her eyes and said that they could not miss the congratulatory party in honor of the ruin, with which they made joys and sorrows, so they came here with Mr. The protagonist stared at them and heard that he was fencing himself off again. Because the competition was over, well, only she decided how to address him. After which the protagonist's eyes sparkled and he thought that everyone was behaving as before. After the survival battle, he became the only winner. Chuck received a lot of kill points, but his rank dropped significantly due to a relatively small number of survival points. After which he remembered Chuck with a broken sword. Then he introduced Margot and added that the other candidates for victory, Dalian and Margot, also fell below him. If he could continue in the same spirit, then winning would no longer be just a dream. The protagonist imagined how the crowd threw him over his head. Dalian opened his mouth and said that who would have thought that he would sit at the same table with Margot, now he can die. After which he jumped up and it was heard that one should shudder once again for the goddess who descended to them, let them not say so. Margot left. The protagonist looked at her with a smile. The sun hid behind the bar. The crowd stood in the building and said, okay, how could Paul win? Chuck looked down and thought that he lost. Then he stared at the sword and added that he gave in, did not expect that it would aim at his sword and not at him. Then he remembered the moment of the battle and thought that he was able to notice it at the very moment when he put up the sword as a defense, but could not prevent it, lost right in front of the Dirty King. Chuck gritted his teeth. The guy turned to him and heard, by the way, the Dirty King was not looking for him. Then he smiled and replied that there was no need to worry so much. Most likely, he did not call him for his own good, knowing that he was tired and needed to rest, and Chuck noted that he needed to be alone now. The guy stood up and noted that he would leave now, let him call if necessary. Chuck stared at the locker, then he froze. Confetti was flying in the square and the crowd was shouting that Paul had defeated Chuck. The next generation of magicians was already here. Bob watched from the balcony, then he opened his eyes and thought that he expected him to show his best side. But who could have expected such a great feat? To be honest, he did not expect him to defeat Chuck at all. The man looked at the old man and said that after Paul's victory, he could not stop smiling. It hurt his pride as an organizer, and he would not look at the face of that brat in the competition hall without tears. Bob turned and asked, "The competition hall, it turns out, is all ready." The man looked straight and noted that this is exactly it. The great festival is coming to an end. The crowd in the stands was screaming, and Paul thought that several days had passed since the end of the survival battle. Meanwhile, in the group competition, they secured 4th place with a total score of 5 wins and 2 losses. Unfortunately, in the last game, they lost the battle for 3rd place. But for them, called after the academy, this was already akin to a miracle. Only the final individual match remained, after which the protagonist took a step forward. The protagonist's squad stopped. Then he looked at the guy and thought that he was an obstacle course on the outskirts of the city, divided into 3 categories: athletics, martial arts, and swimming. Since this is a battle between magicians, you can go through the path, riding a summoned beast, or overcome time and space with teleportation. Charlie smiled and asked how it felt, everyone shouting his name. The crowd opened their mouths and shouted, and Charlie asked how it felt to be the center of attention of this competition. Paul smiled and said that it was hard to say yet, he still does not understand what he feels. Then he strained his eyes and thought that, to be honest, he wanted to enjoy this amazing moment, but he couldn't yet. Then he looked at Chuck and added, because it was too early to celebrate victory until there was a definite winner. The sun was shining brightly. Marley folded his arms and said that today was an individual competition and he would not give in, so he should try to dodge, and Paul replied that of course he couldn't. The judge raised his gun and shouted for everyone to get ready. Then the 3 warriors got ready. Then the gun fired. The 3 warriors walked forward. The crowd stared at the warriors' backs. The judge pointed his finger and told everyone to look. Paul stood by the wall and warmed up. Then he smiled. Dust rose from the ground. The 3 warriors ran forward. Margot looked ahead and asked that by now they should be tired, right? Malkin spread his arms and asked, by the way, why don't the 3 of them form a temporary alliance? And Margot noted that he seemed to really like teaming up with someone, but it didn't matter. The horse hit the ground. Chuck swung. Then he hit the goblins with fire. Margot opened her mouth and said that the other side was going to do things their way, and Malkin said that he had known him for 6 years, but it was so hard to be friends with Chuck. In that case, everyone for themselves. The goblin stared at Chuck. Then he received a blow from the sword. Chuck gritted his teeth and wondered why he was not there yet. Then he chopped the goblin down and added that he had already run that far. No, it was unlikely. Then he stared at the 2 mages and added that he had been running ahead of everyone from the very beginning, and only these 2 were nearby. The guy straightened up and thought that then, obviously, he was still behind. Margaret opened her mouth and heard where Paul was. Chuck lowered his sword and asked why he wasn't here yet, and the girl replied that she didn't know, but it was really weird. Then she introduced the goblins and added that they had been ahead of everyone for a long time, so why hadn't anyone, including Paul, shown up? Malkin opened her mouth and noted that it was a good observation. Enough time had passed to catch up with them, but no one did. Then the 3 turned around abruptly. They saw a cloud of dust. Paul stepped on the ground. Then he stared at the guys and noted that he had finally caught up. Chuck strained his gaze. Margaret opened her mouth and asked what about the rest of the participants. Paul smirked and replied that they were no longer here. Some time ago, people were standing on the stands and shouting why he was standing there. Had he really given up? What was going on? We need to watch for now. After all, this is the magician who defeated Chuck. The protagonist rubbed his head and thought that he had been waiting for this day ever since he decided to participate in the great festival. As someone who had trained his endurance for more than half a year, he was more than confident in this match. Then he saw the approaching magic and added that he was a close combat mage. If he found himself in an extremely disadvantageous position, exposing his back to the opponents following him, so he needed a strategy. Paul raised his hand. Then he looked furiously. Then he ran forward and thought that he was going to eliminate everyone, one by one. The students turned around in fear. The protagonist knocked them down by running. Then the rest of the guys in the clearing and thought that, to be honest, after that he had already stopped counting. Paul turned his gaze to the students in the air. Charlie turned his gaze. Then he turned to the protagonist and asked when he had time. Paul smiled and asked if he understood. Charlie closed his eyes and asked that their endless battle had begun again. Well then. The protagonist opened his mouth and apologized. Then he hit Charlie. A moment later, Charlie was high in the sky. Margot raised her hand and asked what he meant by he had eliminated everyone. Paul looked at the guy and noted that it wasn't like some might try to join the race again. Then he opened his mouth and added that there were no other participants at the moment. Chuck gritted his teeth. Then he turned sideways and noted that this time everything would be different. The three warriors looked at the protagonist. Chuck looked at the clearing and noted that he would like to point his sword at him right now, but, as he said, several people were still chasing them. Then he lit up with a blue light. Then a horse appeared under him. The guy gritted his teeth and noted that they would see each other up ahead. Then he headed forward. Malkin opened his mouth and shouted that he was going to force his way forward. Then he looked at the castle and added that there was a trap area there. Paul stared straight ahead silently. Then he introduced the spike traps and thought that the trap area, once this castle, stuffed with traps, served to protect the treasures, but now that all the valuables have been captured, the existing traps serve as obstacles in the competition. It is a dangerous place where you can get fatal wounds if you rush forward recklessly. Then he introduced the two magicians and added that therefore the safe and recommended way to pass is considered to be preliminary disarming of the traps. Thus this area becomes an ideal testing ground for magical knowledge and skills to cope with crisis situations. Paul knocked on the wall and said that however, disarming takes too much time. Then he raised his head, heard that this is why he wants to destroy the wall, answered that this is the method of fighting. Then he looked at the top and Ted said that it was true, but he still couldn't break through such a thick wall. The protagonist turned to his pet and noted that these were the ruins of an abandoned castle, and Ted noted that it turned out that he was targeting the dilapidated areas. Then he focused on the areas of the wall. Then he looked down and noticed a weak spot. Paul turned and saw an old, crumbling part of the wall. Then he gritted his teeth. Then he hit the wall hard. Malkin turned and asked what this guy was doing. Did he want to break through the wall? And Margot noted that this was to be expected from Paul. Malkin opened his mouth and noted that he understood that they were close, but did not think that this was too much. Margot opened her mouth, heard that he was trying to break through the wall with his bare hands, and shouted for him to look here. A huge crack appeared in the wall. A moment later, the wall collapsed. Malkin put his hand out and shouted how that was even possible. Then he scratched his head and asked if he could use that route too. Paul smiled and said he couldn't. Malkin put his hand out and shouted for him to wait. Then the boulder fell and the guy shouted that he was greedy. Paul ran forward, heard that it was impressive that he could break through such a strong wall with only 2,000 strength, connected his head then, and noticed that now only he and Chuck were left. Then he turned the corner. Tem opened his mouth and noticed that the guy had already left the castle. Then he stared at the arrow in his back and added that it was obvious that he was in a hurry. He even got an arrow in his shoulder. Paul ran forward and thought about why he wanted to defeat him so much. Chuck jumped on his horse and Paul added that the time to summon his spirit horse was up. Then he overtook Chuck and shouted that he would never overtake him in a run. The guy pulled out his sword. Then he hit the protagonist and missed. Paul grabbed the guy. Then he jumped down and noted that they would go through the last stage together. The two guys started falling down. Then they fell into the water. Paul emerged from the water. Then he started swimming and thought about what worked. He would have been at a disadvantage if he had used magic to go down the cliff. Now he needed to swim quickly. Then he turned around and saw the ice. Chuck summoned a glowing ball. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted that actually, people swim, why the hell is the river freezing? Paul was stuck in the ice. Chuck looked at him and asked if he needed to worry about that in the competition. Then he smirked and noted that he would go. The protagonist looked at his back and cursed. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted that he needed to get free quickly. The ice began to crack. Then the protagonist broke free. Chuck jumped forward. Then he turned and shouted that it was impossible how he managed to catch up with him. The protagonist saw the arena and thought that they would soon arrive at the Altane Stadium. There were no obstacles left on the way, so he could only run. Paul grinned. Then he jumped away from the water. Then he put his hands out and shouted whether they would have a rematch. Chuck gritted his teeth and thought that no, in his current state. Then there was a collision. An explosion was shown on the screen. The guy put his hand out and shouted that someone was coming. Then the gates opened. The horse ran into the arena. The spectator opened his mouth and shouted to look. Someone was visible on the screen. The screen showed the protagonist looking at Chuck. Paul opened his mouth and said that it looked like he overdid it. Passing through the trap zone, the movements were somehow awkward. Then he grinned and added that after all, wasn't he the one who said that you shouldn't think about such things in the context of the competition? Chuck gritted his teeth. The protagonist turned around. Then he walked straight ahead and noted that he would go. 3 flags were hung in the arena. Paul stared straight ahead and thought that he had won 2 awards in the survival battle and the triathlon, won the individual competition, and finally took first place. And that was how the great festival ended for him. The crowd opened their mouths and shouted that the next generation magician Paul was cool, and he thought that many people shouted his name and began to call him the next generation magician instead of a failure. Paul remembered how he cried and thought that the words to him, who had been through suffering for 6 years, locked in a dark cave of isolation. Then he remembered how he walked forward and added to that lonely hymn that he had done a great job. Paul put his hand on his chest. Then he smiled and thought that these encouraging cries were a reward for his hard work. Then he raised his hands and shouted his gratitude, and then thought that now he did not want to lose this support. The carriages were moving forward. Jake stared out the window and said that there were so many of them. But they were all chosen nobles, and the guy noted that he heard that not everyone was invited, they were here to see Paul. Paul sat at the table and looked around. Then he closed his eyes and noted that he was bored, he would like to return to the academy as soon as possible. Then he opened his eyes when he heard if this was strange. Margot smiled at the protagonist. Then she began to sit down, heard in what sense it was strange, and answered that she was talking about people. They do not try to talk to him. Paul closed his eyes and noted that he believed that in their eyes he appeared as a smug person, since he showed up to the banquet dressed without enthusiasm. The girl leaned on her hand and noted that of course this was excluded, but based on what she heard, this was not the only reason. Paul opened his eyes and asked again. Margot looked at the nobleman and noted that it would not be an exaggeration to say that most of the nobles had come here to meet him, but even though he looked smug, how come no one had even tried to establish communication with him? Then she opened her mouth and added that they said that someone had staked out his place, a man so powerful that no noble would even think of talking to him. Paul opened his eyes. Then he stared at the girl and asked who it was. The man raised his hand and shouted that they would begin the evening banquet, representatives of 32 educational institutions, to follow him. There was expensive wine on the table. On the other side there was delicious food, and the protagonist thought that the dinner with the Dirty King was replete with dishes, as if it were prepared for the emperor's meal. The men sat at the table, and Paul added that the dinner was actually a debriefing of the competition, also known as the guillotine banquet among those who had done poorly. The protagonist stared at the empty seats and thought that, by the way, he thought that only the Dirty King would be present, but 2 places of honor were allocated. Paul froze. The man held out his hand and noted that they were coming. Everyone at the table stood up. The man entered the room. Paul bowed and greeted the Dirty King, and then wondered who the hell my lord was. His fingers were cramping. Then he opened his eyes, heard them pass, and wondered that the Dirty King addressed someone with respect. The king held out his hand and noted that he hoped he had not disturbed their meal. Nate stared ahead. Then he began to walk forward. Paul opened his mouth and wondered who this man was. A moment later, everyone fell to the floor and greeted the crown prince. The protagonist gritted his teeth and was scared. Everyone sat down at the table. The guy nervously turned his gaze. One of the guys hit the other with his elbow. Paul leaned his hand on the table. Max opened his mouth and said that none of the chosen 11 could even defeat Paul once. Was the gap in skills really that big? He was disappointed. It was even embarrassing to call them his children. Chuck trembled with anger. Then he closed his eyes and noted that he would not dare to show himself in a bad light again. Max closed his eyes and said that the second place was nothing more than an illusion created by incompetent people. The only thing this great festival proved was that the old saying that a dragon can emerge even from a small stream is true. Paul looked at the table and thought that it was uncomfortable. This banquet seemed to be organized to slap 11 chosen children, and he was used as an excuse, but the Dirty King was not the only one who had him on edge. Then he looked at Nate and thought that the man who had been burning a hole in him with his gaze for a long time. Nate looked at the protagonist with crazy eyes. Paul remembered the emperor and thought that even with the disadvantage of the third son, using his bright mind and outstanding political sense, he successfully threw his brothers to the edge of the empire, thereby becoming the only crown prince. Paul stared at the guy and thought that a man with the art of speech and fighting skills close to perfection. Then he turned his gaze, remembered Margot's words, that they say that someone has staked out his claim, and thought that the powerful man the girl was talking about could be the crown prince. Max looked at the protagonist and asked how it felt to win the great festival. Paul lowered his head. Then he picked it up and said he felt uncomfortable. Then he opened his mouth and added that he was pleased with the results of the competition, but was uncomfortable with the fact that his victory was being used as an excuse to belittle the efforts of the other participants and irritate them. Everyone at the table opened their mouths. Paul looked calmly ahead. Max opened his mouth and noted that he had just said that he did not want his success to be used to irritate others, but that feelings of inferiority were the best food for growth. He should know that. Paul opened his mouth and noted that he saw this as an attempt to stir up hostility towards him. If you compare pointing out weaknesses and increasing the desire to improve with sowing hostility based on feelings of inferiority. Then he turned and asked if he did not think these were completely different approaches. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he did not come from some small stream. His homeland, Ardal, was a small but beautiful country. Paul glared and remarked that the Ignite Academy he was studying at should not be belittled by calling it a small stream. Max opened his eyes. Max froze, looking at the protagonist. Nate opened his mouth. Then he raised his head and laughed loudly. The protagonist stared at him. The Crown Prince turned around and remarked that he was a real pain in the ass, even daring to snap at his godfather, and Max asked what he was saying. He was an interesting guy. Nate wiped away a tear and remarked that he would split his stomach. It was so funny that tears started flowing, and where did he come from? People began to discuss what had happened and heard that he thought he came from a small stream, but he said that he came from a small but beautiful country of Ardal, small but beautiful, so he would like to visit there at least once. Margot put her hand on her chest and was happy. Then she opened her mouth and asked that he was not going to do something like that again. Max folded his arms and said that it was a great victory speech, but since he had already heard such an idealistic story from the head of his academy, it would not change his thoughts. Then he turned to the protagonist and added that, however, his words sounded fresher than his, so he was looking forward to what the future would bring him. Well, for today he declares the banquet over. The guy calmly turned around. Nate opened his mouth and noted that he needed a minute before that. Then he stood up and added that they needed to drink tea with the protagonist. Then he smiled and noted that refusal would not be accepted. Paul sat opposite Nate. Then he leaned on his feet and wondered what the Crown Prince wanted to tell him that he brought him here. He was clearly not going to congratulate him on his victory in the great festival. Then he flinched when he heard his name being called. Nate smiled and asked the protagonist to work for him. He would not accept refusal in this matter either. Then he put his hand out and added that he was giving him a month to complete all the urgent matters. He would arrange for his transfer to a special school for combat mages and prepare a place for him to live. Nate opened his mouth and noted that of course he would have to think about naturalization, because it was not proper for the Crown Prince's closest ally to be a foreigner. Paul opened his mouth and asked why. Didn't the Empire have countless excellent mages? Chuck alone was worth something. Nate closed his eyes and noted that in the end, he was playing him, as soon as his tongue turned to suggest that he take a loser. Paul looked down silently. The Crown Prince opened his mouth and noted that it was better to keep one thing in mind when talking to him. Then he opened his eyes and added that he preferred a simple yes as an answer rather than counter questions. Paul glared at him. Nate lit a cigarette and noted what he would answer. Then Max introduced himself and said that the first reason for his decision was his godfather's personal recommendation. A few years ago he had told him to let him know if he came across a promising mage, but until now he hadn't recommended anyone. Then he closed his eyes and added that the second thing he liked was his courage. Then he held up his hand and noted that the courage with which he had donned that rag to meet him, while everyone else was trying so hard to impress the powers that be, the courage to stand up to his godfather and openly state his position. Nate remembered how surprised everyone at the table had been. Paul looked down and heard that finally the courage, bordering on recklessness, to continue asking him about anything despite the warning. Nate spread his hands and added that in matters of politics, sometimes you need to have someone who will express an interesting position. Paul looked at the Crown Prince and asked if he should just give him advice in that case, and Nate pointed out that again, no, he should protect him from his damn brothers who couldn't accept their younger brother as the Crown Prince. Paul closed his eyes. Nate looked at him and asked if he didn't want to, and Paul replied that he didn't want to, after which the protagonist lowered his head and heard that that's why he said he wouldn't accept refusal. Then he looked at Nate and thought that the highest power in the Empire belonged to the Crown Prince. The opportunity to become his closest ally was a chance in a million. Paul introduced Max and added that most mages eventually end up teaming up with influential people, even in a magic tower where mages spend their entire lives studying magic. If he misses this chance, he may seriously regret it in the future. Paul smiled and remarked that there were still many things he wanted to do, and then thought that as expected, he did not want to become someone's mage. Nate smiled and said that he thought he was a reasonable person, but he turned out to be unexpectedly idealistic. Such an opportunity hardly comes even once in a lifetime. Would he not regret it? Paul looked up and remarked that it was quite possible. Nate put out his hands and remarked that it was good to imagine that this conversation did not happen. Then he folded his hands and added that he was called the brightest gem of the past festival. Then he grinned and remarked that collecting such stones was his hobby and there was not a single gem that he did not receive. Did he know why? Paul turned and heard, because he destroys what he cannot have. Then he nodded to him. Then he opened the doors. The protagonist leaned on the column, after which he closed his eyes and thought that the Crown Prince's last words were definitely a threat, whether he made the right decision. The blonde put out his hand and called the protagonist. Jake opened his mouth and asked where he had been, going on a date behind their backs. Nate looked at the chandelier and said that he was curious about what kind of person he was, since he was recommended by him, and, as it turned out, he really was an outstanding guy in many ways. Max looked at him and noted that apparently the dialogue with him did not go well, and Nate noted that he even threatened him, but it had no effect. Max closed his eyes and asked if he was going to give in. Nate squeezed the glass and answered that of course not. He knows him well. There is nothing stronger than his passion for collecting. Then he clenched his teeth and added that Paul will be his because he decided so. The protagonist put out his hands. The sun rose over the mountain. The protagonist leaned on his feet and noted that he had also completed it today. Then he fell on the grass and heard that it seemed like his body was getting better day by day. The protagonist turned to the bear and noted that he did not want to hear this from another man, and Ted asked what he was talking about. She was a woman. Paul flew up and asked why she was a woman, and Ted answered that she was born like this. The bear opened her mouth and screamed that why suddenly they could not have it, and he did not even ask. The protagonist remembered how they were sitting in the bathroom and asked that they had not sat together in the bathroom, and Ted answered that there was something to see there. Paul opened his eyes and asked that if he said so, it meant she had already seen everything. Then he grinned. Then he stood up and noted that he would go. Ted ran after him and noted that he should wait for her, and Paul noted that from now on she was forbidden to joke about this. The train stopped at the station. Jake hugged the protagonist and noted that it was time for him to go, let him be healthy, and Paul noted that he was not going to die. The train suddenly started, after which the protagonist watched it go. The guy approached the protagonist and noted that it was time for them to go too. Paul sat down on a bench and thought that after his friends went home, he, as the winner of the great festival, first needed to visit Riverdane to complete all the points of the schedule. Then he remembered the guy who said that he could call him a street cat, and thought that as an escort, a person went with him who introduced himself as a street cat. Then he looked at the guy and added that he turned out to be a high-level magician, whose characteristics could not be discerned even with the player's eye. Paul looked at him carefully and thought that therefore he was at least at the same level as the professors of the academy. He could not find out anything except that he looked a little under 30. The guy turned his gaze to the protagonist and said that he would briefly describe the further plan of action. First, he would go to the Imperial Palace for congratulations. Then he turned to the protagonist and heard that he was asking for forgiveness, but it was not necessary to speak to him formally. Paul looked at him, noted that he was only 16, and heard that this did not cause him any inconvenience. They would return to their schedule. The protagonist smiled and thought that he was incredibly scrupulous and businesslike. The guy looked at him and said that they would go to the magic tower, where they would choose an artifact for him. After which he opened his mouth and added that he might leave without the artifact at all, because it was the object that had to choose him. Paul imagined the orc and wondered if that meant that the artifact in the tower had self-awareness like that orc. The guy reached into his bag and said that he would finally be assigned a mission. After which he imagined the silhouette on the hill and added that in general, due to his status as a student, he could not receive any missions. But an exception was made for the winner of the great festival. This could be considered an announcement to the world that a next generation mage had appeared. Paul looked at the paper and said that it turned out to be something like a debut. After which he raised his hand, heard that they could now choose a mission from the list that he liked the most, and said that missions for searching, subjugation, killing, research, investigation. The protagonist turned to the bear, after which he looked at the paper again. The train was moving forward quickly and he noted that he would like to choose this one. The sun was shining on the palace on the hill. The guy stopped at the door and noted that this was the Peony Palace, the residence of the Crown Prince. Let him pass, everyone was already waiting for him. Then he bowed and noted that he would wait for him here, and Paul asked if he would go with him. The doors abruptly opened. Nate stared at the protagonist. Then he smiled and welcomed him to his empire. Paul looked at him silently. Then he bowed and thought that at first he received 10,000 gold prize money from the Crown Prince. This amount is more than the annual budget of the Ardell territory. Nate sat on the throne and said that if this was not enough, he can come to him at any time. Change his mind, the doors of the Peony Palace are open for him. And Paul thought that apparently the Crown Prince has not yet given up on him, but he hurried to move on to the next item on the schedule. The protagonist walked along the red carpet and said that the people here must have good stamina, especially if they have to walk around the palace all day. The guy turned to him and told him to refrain from making funny comments. The Tower Master was waiting for him. Paul opened his mouth and noted that he had no sense of humor. The guy looked at him and asked that he had finally decided to take that mission. Paul opened his mouth and answered positively. The guy went to the door and said that he saw that he chose the most difficult task. What would the Tower Master say about that? The doors opened. The protagonist entered the dark room. Max smiled and welcomed him to the tower. Then he stared at his tea and noted that it meant he chose the retrieval mission. Then he picked up his cup and added that the subjugation mission would be easier. Paul sat down on the couch and heard that he would go with the guards of the Imperial Army and simply destroy a couple of bandit groups that appeared near Ceciliano. Would earn himself a reputation as a hero, but he preferred to go there, to the lifeless wasteland. Then he stared straight ahead and thought that it was impossible to say that there was nothing there. The protagonist looked away from the paper and heard that he needed to choose this as the first mission. Then he opened his eyes, learning that this was Kingram's homeland. Ted opened his mouth and noted that this was the place where the dragon had lived for 100 years. The dragon was sitting in a clearing. The protagonist imagined a mountain and thought that a remote territory located north of the kingdom of Radian, where ancient orcs were rumored to live. Then he imagined orcs and added that, however, no orcs live there now because in addition to the living artifact located in the academy, Kingram. Then he imagined a demon and added that the rest of the species died in the Great War. Paul imagined a skull and noted in his mind that that place had become a lifeless desert of orcish disappearance, and there was a reason why the search mission in that area was assigned the highest difficulty level because of the barrier. Then he remembered the sharp mountain. Then he imagined 3 mages and thought that there was a barrier that could not be dispelled by any spell. Until now, no scientist or mage had been able to unravel the mystery of the barrier of the Heavenly Mountain. This mission was to find out the essence of the barrier. Paul stared straight ahead and heard that it was curious why he was interested in exploring the wasteland where there was nothing. Nax folded his arms and said that perhaps he was interested in the hypothesis that the wrath of the orcish god had turned that place into a sanctuary. Paul stared straight ahead and thought that others had no reason to go there, but the destroyer of worlds, Drakagania, had lived in that land for 100 years. Then he imagined a dragon and added that this alone was enough. The protagonist looked at the man and noted that this mission had the highest difficulty level, and Max said that if that was all, he recommended choosing another task. Then he presented a lock with a chain and said that the reason for the increased difficulty was not the high activity around, but the mystery that no one had been able to fully solve. Paul smiled and added that if a 16-year-old magician solved the mystery, wouldn't this achievement be even more impressive? Max leaned on his hand and said that either he would become the first winner of the great festival in history who had failed the mission, and Paul noted that it was too early to rule out an impressive achievement. Max looked at him silently. Paul looked surprised and heard if he knew why he had recommended him to the Crown Prince. Max opened his mouth and noted that he wanted to leave him in Riverdane to watch him. Paul looked at him silently. Max put his hands under the table and said that his unique ability, by chance, was not the reason for the increased interest in this mission. Max clenched his teeth and noted that no matter what, he would watch. Paul looked at him nervously. The protagonist lay on the bed and said that although he said that he was coping, would everything really work out? And Ted asked, was worried that he would not be able to get anything. Then he opened his mouth and said that there was a little. That place had not been visited for several hundred years. Would he be able to find out anything after so much time? Ted looked at him and said that until this moment no one had managed to find out anything in a human way, but he would succeed, and Chuck said that he was also a person. Ted looked at the ceiling and said that he had abilities that surpassed human capabilities. The protagonist got up hearing a knock and a voice that it was him, Voka, and replied that he could pass. Then he looked at the 2 guys and greeted them. Ted looked at him and asked what he was talking about, and he replied that they said that it was the preferences of the Dirty King. All the mages of the Magic Tower have similar addresses. The guy smiled and asked if it was time for them. Then he put his hand out and said that he was going to the artifact room, where he would receive his final reward. The 3 walked down the hallway and said that the artifact room of the Magic Tower was divided into 4 zones. Paul looked at the guys and heard that Zone C contained the most common artifacts, and Zone X contained the rarest. The cat turned to him and said that they would take him to Zone A, and Paul asked what he had said. That there was also Zone X. The guy opened his mouth and noted that the entrance to that zone was only available in case of a special event. Even the Emperor was not allowed there. Paul looked at him in surprise, after which they froze in the room and thought that he followed the escorts and looked around. They started from Zone C. Paul took the sword and said that it was a magic sword, and they answered that it was true. They only collect and store items in good condition, obtained during the Great War against demons. The protagonist looked at the sword and thought that it was no worse than the shining sword that Chuck uses, which was to be expected from the artifact room of the Magic Tower. Even the items of Zone C are better than the storage of many nobles. After which he stared at the book and said that the specializations in transformation Tina Brone. He thought that this book was lost, but it was here all this time. And then he heard that this edition was more than 100 years old, and Paul noted that there was a time when there were no other entertainments except reading books. The protagonist looked at the shelf and said that behind the walls of the 7th grade by Mackham Cruz. After which he looked at another shelf and added that the exploration of unknown lands in search of ancient creatures. Paul turned his head and said whether it was allowed to read all these books while in the Magic Tower, and the cat replied that the Tower Master sometimes gives them permission to read the books, but, of course, it is forbidden to take them for yourself. Then he raised his head to the bottles and thought that Zone B was a treasury of knowledge. There was everything from forgotten magic books to rare historical editions and legendary works. Leaving behind the exciting charm of this place, he went to Zone A, but from the artifacts of this zone did not react to him. Paul silently looked at the pile of artifacts. Then he turned and asked if there had been anyone before him who had not been chosen by any artifact, and the guy noted that there had been cases, but extremely rare. Then he introduced the guy with lightning and noted that if he was a magician who was allowed to visit Zone, then it was considered that he was a priori capable of attracting the attention of at least several artifacts. Paul opened his mouth and said that all the objects refused him, even somehow sadly. Ted smiled and said that there was no need to kill yourself over trash. Then she looked at the treasures and added that, of course, for people all these objects would be considered treasure, but the truly valuable things were not here. Then she pointed to the door and added that there in Zone X a terrible aura emanated from the door. Paul looked at the bear and heard that he believed that there should be at least one artifact created by a dragon there. From there came the unique pungent aroma of a dragon that had never washed its scales. Then he lowered himself and said that even if that was the case, he couldn't get there. He needed to focus on the available artifacts for now. Both were surprised by the green light. The two guys looked at him in surprise. Green energy was pouring out of the door. The guy spread his arms and shouted that it had happened, a special event, for the first time in 56 years. The door abruptly opened. Max leaned on his hand and asked what Cunnin's tooth had reacted to. The guy bowed and replied that it had. Max lowered his head and wondered what it was, that he was talented enough to be the next to take the throne. The protagonist introduced high-level artifacts and wondered that there were 3 artifacts in Zone X that had a different level of power. All 3 items had one feature: they allowed their owners to stand on top. Paul introduced a magician with a staff and said that Algal's staff belonged to the first magician of the human race, Algal. This artifact is capable of infinitely enhancing the destructive power of its owner and is also a symbol of the king of magicians. After which he introduced Max and added that 56 years ago the staff chose Max as its owner, and before that, everyone who was chosen by this artifact occupied the highest position in the tower. The main character introduced the blue armor and said that the Morshi armor provides absolute protection from any physical and magical attack. They choose their owner once a century, each of whom became a legendary knight. After which he introduced the tooth and added that, however, the molar of Cunnin, the first leader of the orcs, concurrently the most mysterious artifact, the tooth of Cunnin, has not chosen anyone for itself for several hundred years. Max folded his hands and thought that today he chose Paul. Does this mean that the kid really mastered the power of the throne? After which he looked at the servant and asked what he was saying. He easily lifted Cunnin's tooth, and the guy replied that with incredible ease. Max remembered how people carried the tooth and thought that this object is so heavy that it takes more than 5 adult men to move it. Such an artifact is definitely not lifted alone. Then he opened his mouth and added that it was as if he had the strength of an orc. Max stared at the table, imagined the protagonist with a tooth and thought that incredible physical strength, comparable to the strength of an orc, choosing as a special task a mission to search in the area of the Heavenly Mountain, the tooth of the first orc leader, Cunnin. Then he turned to the guy and ordered to gather everyone. Then he opened his mouth and added, all the Scream Mages. The protagonist looked at the sign and thought that he decided to go west to get to the Heavenly Mountain. After which the cat held out the tickets and said that the time limit for completing the mission is 1 month. Hopefully he does not miss the deadline. Here is the permit, ID and ticket for the Mana train, and the protagonist thanked him. Then the guy silently stared at him. Paul opened his mouth and asked if he had anything to say. The cat looked at him and said yes and no. Then he opened his mouth and added that as a mage of the Magic Tower, who is not allowed to have his own opinion, he has nothing to add, but he has something to say as an elder. Paul opened his eyes. The cat looked at the protagonist and noted that the Magic Tower is incredibly kind to the mages who bow at its feet, but terribly cold-blooded to those who do not obey it, thinks he knows which category he belongs to, asks him to be careful. Then he opened his mouth and added to question everything. Paul looked at him darkly. The protagonist introduced the castle and said that it is the closest city to the Heavenly Mountain, created for the purpose of protecting the continent from the invasion of orcs. It is also known as the Shield of the Continent. After which he imagined the warriors burning and added that in connection with this, Tesharin is surrounded by high walls, comparable in size to the walls of the capital, and has a strong army with an iron will. Paul stood in the middle of the city and said that at least that's what was written in the books. Then he opened his mouth and added that however, the city is quite deserted, and Ted noted that because it has lost its purpose. The protagonist looked at the bar and said that it was built to contain the orcs, but this threat disappeared by itself. Then he looked at the drinking people, heard to look, another day, and the local soldiers are already drunk, and said that in this city everyone fought bravely against enemies. The man clenched his teeth and noted that a well-dressed young man let him give everything he has. Paul put his hand on his shoulder. Then he went on and said that the real world is very different from the books. The guy opened his mouth and snored. The protagonist silently looked at him. Then he went up to him and woke him up. The guy jumped up and said that he asked for forgiveness for daring to doze off without realizing that a magician was in front of him, and Paul asked that it was okay, where he could get a horse. The guy opened his mouth. Then he looked at the stalls and said that, frankly speaking, they didn't have a single horse at the moment. Paul put his hand out and asked if there were any other stables nearby, and the guy noted that this was the only stable in Teshurin. Ted gritted her teeth and shouted that it was impossible for there to be no horses in the stable. What kind of place was this? And Paul said that it was somehow wasteful to maintain a stable without horses. The guy put his hand out and said that he didn't want to misunderstand. There had been 3 of them this morning, but they had all been taken away. For so long only flies had been guests, but today visitors had arrived. If it was possible to wait a day, he would try. After which he opened his mouth and heard that he fell silent. Paul looked at him and said that he said that before that no one needed horses, but today someone suddenly needed them, and the guy noted that everything was like that. The protagonist opened his eyes and thought that from somewhere other people came who wanted to take horses in Teshurin, where no one comes, just a coincidence. After which he remembered the guy's words, so that everything was questioned. Then he opened his mouth and asked if she felt the same as he did, and Ted said he only now realized she feels this since getting off the train. Paul and Ted turned back. The protagonist saw the guy around the corner and noted that he was being followed. Paul kicked the floor and said that after discovering that he was being followed, he immediately took action. Then he handed over a coin and added that he told the hotel staff to let them know if anyone asked about him, and then decided to walk around the city to lure out the pursuers. Paul started walking through the city and said that they should have realized that he had left the inn, and therefore go there and start asking about him. Then he smiled and thought that it was obvious who his pursuers were, the people from the Rhianich Empire. Then he introduced Max and added that he did not know whether the Crown Prince had sent them, angry at his unwillingness to carry out his order for naturalization, or the King of Magicians showing excessive interest in him, but both options were equally unpleasant. The protagonist remembered the mountain and added that everything needed to be resolved before heading directly to the Heavenly Mountain. Paul strained his gaze and thought that he could not allow them to follow him when their trail had become obvious. The man opened his mouth slightly and noted that no one had come in. Paul put his hands out and heard himself swearing that he had been on guard, expecting that someone would definitely ask who had been there. But no one had come. Ted opened her mouth slightly and said that it did not look like he was lying. The man raised his hand and noted that something was bothering him. Then he put his hand out and added that he had a gap in his memory, about 3 minutes long. No matter how hard he tried to remember, it did not work. Paul looked at him silently, after which he imagined the tormented guy and thought that mind control, a high-ranking spell of the 6th class, capable of subjugating the human mind. The person loses memories of being under control, and the caster gets the opportunity to look into the memories of the subordinate. Paul went up the stairs and said that they turned out to be more accurate and stronger opponents, and Ted noted that, moreover, if they looked into his memories, they should have noticed that he knew about the surveillance. After which he entered the room. Then he stared at the bed. The protagonist stared at the paper and read that they did not intend to harm him, so he should not waste their time and continue the mission. Paul opened his mouth and shouted that they even showed up in his room, daring to tell him not to try to find out who they were. This is a pure threat. Then he looked up and added that be their way. The protagonist jumped off the building, then off the next one, then landed on the ground. The protagonist ran forward, heard what he was going to do, and replied that he was going to find them. After which he opened the minimap. Then he turned around and asked them not to lag behind. Paul sped up and added, from first place in the triathlon. The skull opened his mouth and heard whether they should follow him. The man opened his mouth and noted that their youngest, the winner of the great festival, wanted to play with them so much it was hard to refuse. After which the 2 servants jumped back. Paul quickly ran forward. People in black cloaks appeared. The guy turned around and said that Paul's trail had died out. Looking to the side, the man said that this was not so, he was just waiting for them, to which he was asked again. The boxes were standing near the man. Suddenly, the protagonist abruptly jumped up, and they asked what it was. The protagonist struck the man in the face. The guy looked at the protagonist in fear. The hero stretched his hand forward, and the guy screamed. After the blow, blood came out of the guy's mouth. The man in the cloak fell to the ground. The protagonist stood in front of the man. The man laughed loudly and said that he was curious about what kind of person he was, but he turned out to be a real monster. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked who they were. The man grinned and asked what, didn't he know, said that the head of the tower sent them. He wanted them to become observers of their younger comrade, to which the hero asked what observers, said that this is natural surveillance. Looking straight, the man said that it makes no difference, in any case, it was nice to see his abilities. A bright glow appeared, and he added that they will see each other again. Looking at the guy's neck, the protagonist said that the tattoo with the skull is a vicious magician, to which Ted asked again. Standing over the guys, Paul said that yes, a group shrouded in mystery, the only thing he knows is that these magicians of the magic tower are engaged in exclusively dirty work. A secret organization. Evil mages, the only information available is their name and whether they have tattoos. What exactly they do, how strong their mages are, and who their leader is unknown. Looking up, Ted asked what he thought after the encounter with him. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he had mixed feelings. It seemed that they were even weaker than the representatives of the great festival. Ted said that they had not yet confirmed the abilities of one of them, to which the protagonist replied that this was true. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he had used a high-level 6th class spell, so he was not an ordinary opponent, to which Ted added that, moreover, this person would continue to pursue him from a distance. Looking at the hero, the bear asked what the plan was. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he would first make him appear in front of him. The next day, the hero immediately went to the heavenly mountain. The path to it was an endless barren land, devoid of any life, but he clearly felt that he was arriving at his destination. The protagonist clutched his chest. Gritting his teeth, Paul said that his power circle would not calm down. Grinning, the hero said what it meant. In front of him was a blue barrier, and he added that it was a heavenly mountain, to which Ted replied that its interior, to be more precise. The wall of the barrier appeared, and the hero asked what he was saying. Draka once lived here for some time, yes, to which Ted responded approvingly. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist said that wow, not even a building, asked how he could get inside. Looking at the bear, the protagonist asked what this mindset was, unlike a human one. He said that this was the only way to pass the barrier, to which Ted replied that it was. Sitting on the hero's head, the bear said that if he were a man, he would definitely try to destroy the barrier, yes. Looking up, the protagonist replied that yes, that was the first thing that came to his mind, to which Ted replied that but he couldn't. First of all, it was a barrier that couldn't be broken by human means. The protagonist was surprised to hear that, but what about the ogres? Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he thought he could call the ogres to open the door, just like calling his friends. Folding his hands, Ted said that exactly, at last they had come to something. The protagonist's eyes widened and he asked that but didn't the ogres of the Sky Mountain die to the last one? Grinning, the bear replied that this was the opinion of humans. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the bear said that he should remember that his ability was not to confirm or prejudice. The protagonist looked at the barrier and listened, that but to destroy. The protagonist put his hand to the wall inside. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked if they could hear him, said that he knew they were pretending not to be there, he had come to give them their leader's tooth. Standing in front of the barrier, the hero added that if they could hear him, they should open the door. The protagonist froze in anticipation. Suddenly, a glow appeared around his hand. A bright light spread everywhere. The protagonist squinted. Suddenly, the man looked in surprise. The protagonist disappeared, and the man asked what he had passed. Rushing forward, he asked what this brat could do when no one before him had been able to solve this mission. Standing in front of the barrier, the man asked what, it had closed again, what was going on here. Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of the man's face. The protagonist abruptly struck the man. Paul furiously screamed that he had been caught. This time he would not escape. The hero slammed his hand into the ground, creating an earthquake. The beaten man wheezed. The hero extended his hand forward and summoned the binding tree. The man was tied up with a plant. The man mumbled something, and the hero said that it must be that he decided that he would be able to get him only at that moment. Looking at him, the protagonist added that he had fallen into a trap and suggested that they end their game of tag. Suddenly, someone flew over the hero. The ogre swung his hand at the man. Blood was dripping from the club. The protagonist's eyes widened. The ogre and the protagonist looked at each other. Looking at the hero, the monster asked him to answer who he was. Ted grinned and said that he should mean that they had the mindset of a beast, to which the hero remained silent. Fortunately, the hero managed to pass through the barrier of the heavenly mountain, and as soon as this happened, it seemed to him that he had entered another world. Looking at the hero, the ogre asked what the man was doing here, and said that he did not smell like a man, he smelled like them. Sitting on the hero's shoulder, Ted said that he should be on guard, human morality is unknown to them, to which the hero replied that he does. The hero looked at the ogre and said that so far, as it seemed to him, he did nothing to him because of the leader's tooth, but it is unknown when they will want to take his life. The protagonist followed the ogre. A high mountain appeared, and the ogre said that they were there, this is the heavenly peak. Looking at the ogre, the protagonist asked what the peak was, but there is another one, yes. Suddenly the hero looked away in surprise. Looking at the ogre, the hero thought that it was not the peak, but the ogre. The ogre said that he was Bernard, he heard that he had the relic of the leader. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that he was much larger than the other ogres. Looking straight ahead, the ogre said that they welcomed him as their guest, he had not yet decided to tear him apart and throw him to the eagles for food. Asked who he was. Grinning, the protagonist said that he had said before entering that he had been chosen by the chieftain's tooth. Looking at it, Bernard said that it was a lie, a person could not cope with this object, to which the hero replied that but he was telling the truth. Holding the tooth in his hand, the protagonist asked that he could just show it, yes, to which the ogre said that it was true after all. Lowering his head, Bernard added that what an interesting person, he had smelled him since he had come here, and he was filled with power. The protagonist grinned and replied that he was right, he was quite strong. Standing in front of him, The ogre said that, then let him answer him who he was, to which the hero replied that he was. Suddenly the protagonist looked at Ted. The ogre was surprised to hear that he knew the name Dracagania. It belonged to a dragon that once lived here in the Sky Mountain. Raising his hand, the ogre asked how he knew this name, to which the hero replied that he heard. The ogre asked in surprise that he was still alive. The hero stood in front of the ogre and replied that he was alive as an artifact in his academy. He was one of his professors, so to speak. Grinning, the protagonist asked that he was also interested in knowing who he was. Looking straight ahead, the ogre heard that he was a friend of the ogre, the former leader of the Sky Mountain. Looking straight ahead, Bernard heard that the man who was chosen by the leader's tooth and the one who inherited the power of the destroyer of worlds. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist said that his name was Paul. The ogre opened his eyes in surprise to hear that even knowing all this, he still intended to send him to be eaten by eagles. Bernard grinned and said no, they were greeting him with all their heart. The protagonist's eyes widened. Standing in the pit, the protagonist said that he had said something about hospitality. Sitting on the protagonist's shoulder, Ted said that ogres undergo a rite of passage when they come here, and if they want to be treated as equals, they must prove themselves worthy. Looking away, he added that this is proven by arm wrestling. The protagonist turned to the ogre. Grinning, the ogre said that he was Louis and asked that he was the man they were greeting. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and he wondered what they wanted to say, that his opponent was this giant, that something seemed wrong here. The protagonist grabbed the ogre's hand, and it sounded like Louis should crush this man's hand. Leaning on a rock, the protagonist asked if he lost, he wouldn't be sent to feed the birds, right? To which Ted replied that he didn't even know. The protagonist fought with the ogre. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thought that he was really scared of his huge physique, but he didn't go for it blindly. Frowning, the hero thought that a match between an ordinary man and an ogre sounds more than ridiculous, but thanks to the artifact, he also has extraordinary physical strength. A tooth appeared, and the protagonist added that since he got his hands on the chieftain's tooth, his strength has increased by 1,000. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that now it is 3,520, so winning is possible. Louis grinned and said that he didn't think he was an ordinary man, but his hand really feels different, but he is Louis, even if his opponent is a man, he will not give in. The hero grinned and said, okay, let him try to defeat him once and for all. The ogre stretched his arms forward and told them to get ready. Suddenly he shouted sharply for them to begin. The hero's clothes began to tear. The ogre looked at this in surprise. Watching the fight, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that it was not all, but suddenly he became furious and thought that this was his last attempt, the ogre's rage. Louis put the hero's hand on the stone. Paul looked at him in bewilderment. The ogre raised his hands. They shouted that Louis was the winner. Lying on the stone, the hero sighed and said that he lost, although he put all his strength. The hero's hands were shaking, and he asked what it meant. Now he would be sent to be eaten. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he should get up. Standing above him, Louis said that he had held out against him for so long, the best warrior of the Sky Mountain, a truly incredible person. A task arose, a foreigner of the Sky Mountain. The ogres of the Sky Mountain respect strength. It took him 17 years to earn the respect of the ogres with his strength, just like him. Let him subjugate the ogres with his will with strength and earn their respect. Let him defeat Louis in arm wrestling. The reward is the pride of the ogres of the Sky Mountain. Looking at this, the protagonist thanked. Looking at the hero, Ted congratulated him and said that so far he managed to earn the respect of the ogres, to which the hero asked why he kept quiet because he knew this would end up like this. Yes, to which he laughed and said that it was fun. Grinning, the hero asked what happened. It took the ogre 17 years to defeat Louis. He will do it in a month. After the arm wrestling match, a large-scale banquet was held at the small peak. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that the dishes here are much tastier than he thought. The ogres are surprisingly skilled cooks, to which Ted replied that there is such a thing. Even the smell of the food is strong. This aroma is such, and the hero added that no, I do not agree with that. Looking away, the protagonist asked what but why the local ogres live, having locked themselves in this shelter. Looking down, the protagonist wondered what such a feeling is. The ogres were talking, and he added that he will have to face something more important than the mission. Louis sat down and turned to the hero, to which Paul responded. Looking at the hero, the ogre asked what he was going to do with the tooth of their first leader, to which the hero asked again, what to do, and from it you can create something. Grinning, Louis said that if he wants, he can help make a weapon that is suitable only for a person. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and thought, what? A gate with a monster's head appeared. Holding a tooth in his hands, the hero asked what and what. Pointing to the tooth, Ted said that it was a source of primordial power, a symbol of great power, a tooth of an ogre that inherited the strongest willpower. To which the hero replied that no, he was not talking about that. He asked how he could use this artifact. Equipment appeared, and the hero said that Algal's staff and Morsha's armor had a use. The hero held a weapon in his hands and asked what, or should he remake it into a mace. Walking along the corridor, Ted said that for now he should just take it with him, and they would think of a use later. The fact that it increases his strength is already an advantage, to which the hero replied that okay. The ogre looked down and said that if he wanted, he could help make a weapon that would only be suitable for a person. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and thought that he had brought it with him, but did not know how to use it, and this unexpected offer would only be beneficial, right? Sitting on the ground, the ogre said that the chieftain's tooth was quite hard and heavy, so not everyone could make something out of it. But for him, Louis, who processed iron, it was possible. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked again what an iron worker was, to which Ted said that in human language it was called a blacksmith. Looking at the hero, the ogre asked if he had any specific weapon in mind, to which the hero thought about it. Grinning, Paul asked what he meant. He could make a weapon according to his idea. Half a month had passed since the hero's arrival on the heavenly mountain. Pointing his finger forward, the ogre said that it went there. The hero rushed forward and said that they should trust him with it. During this time he either helped the ogre's hunt. The hero ran forward, or did training that he could not do before. Looking at the menu, the protagonist said that it was super. The ogre knocked the hero's arm down, but something was taking up most of his day. Raising his arm, Ted said 15 matches, 15 losses. That was the result of his arm wrestling matches with Louis, and the protagonist said he lost again. It was starting to get annoying. The hero turned to the bear, hearing that and yet let him cheer up. He was gradually getting better. Grinning, the ogre said that it was. He began to use his power and began to waste less and less of it on nothing. Looking away, the protagonist replied that thanks. He thought he was slowly getting the hang of it. Thanks to Louis's advice, he was gradually figuring out how to use his power correctly, so the time he could hold on was increasing. Looking away, the protagonist said that he had to defeat Louis before he left this place. There was a murmur in the cave that he was scared, to which the ogre replied that no, he had no chance of winning in arm wrestling. A few days later, the hero knocked down the ogre's hand. Someone said that 17 matches, 16 losses. Looking straight ahead, Ted said that one victory. The hero joyfully raised his hands up and shouted that he had won. The task of the foreigner of the heavenly mountain has arisen. Defeating Louis in arm wrestling is completed. As a reward he receives the pride of the ogres of the heavenly mountain. He has received the respect of all the ogres. Smiling, Louis said that he had surprised him many times. He lost. Looking away, the protagonist said that he called him by name for the first time. Leaving, the ogre said that he thought he was ready now, to which the hero asked again. The ogre turned around, hearing that he really did them, to which he replied that they would go. Looking at the hero, Louis said that to be honest, he had finished them a long time ago. He was just waiting for the right moment to hand them over, to which the hero asked why it was impossible to give the weapon right away as it was ready. Standing with his back to the hero, the ogre said that he was waiting for the day when he would defeat him, and until that moment he was not going to give it up. After all, the will of the leader is an important thing for them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he had almost been robbed in broad daylight. Stretching his arms forward, the ogre said that he could take it. They were his now, to which the hero replied that it was. The chieftain's tooth gloves appeared, created by Louis. The gloves were created using the tooth of the first ogre chieftain. 10 parts of the tooth will not break from physical impact and will destroy everything in their path. When put on, they increase strength by 2,000. He has learned a unique skill, the will of the chieftain. There is potential for growth. Looking at the glove, the protagonist thought that an artifact in the form of gloves, created by dividing the chieftain's tooth into 10 parts and attaching them to the gloves, is the ideal form of weapon for a magician like him. Looking at the hero, Ted asked how he liked it, and the ogre clarified that he liked his work, said that he adjusted the shape perfectly for him. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it was incredible. He felt much stronger with the 2,000 increase in strength, and then asked if he could call all the warriors of the heavenly mountain. A crowd of ogres appeared. A question arose that the strong man wanted to have an arm wrestling with them. Yes, he said that he would defeat 100 ogres alone. The ogres stood in a crowd. It was heard that he may have defeated Louis. But this was a blow to his pride, and yet, to organize such an event. Clenching his fist, the ogre said that of course, they would be happy to participate. From the ogre's point of view, such a proposal sounded impudent, but the atmosphere was quite pleasant, and the ogres, who respected strength and loved competition, seemed to appreciate his spirit. The little ogre raised his hands in the air and shouted that Dad was coming. Ted closed his eyes and said that yes, it brings back memories of the old days. He liked to do this too. Looking away, the bear added that but of course, after 30 years of being here, he could only defeat 17 ogres in a row. So he brought something new, to which the hero replied that people do not live as long as dragons, so he must act quickly. Looking at the ogre, the protagonist thought that if he were here yesterday, he would agree that this is impossible. However, the hero slightly squeezed his fingers and thought that with the feeling he got from putting on these gloves, it seems to him that he will never lose. Looking straight ahead, the ogre said that they should get ready. They began to fight, hearing the signal. The hero knocked down the ogre's hand. Looking at the hero, the ogre asked that he was returning, to which Paul replied that yes, it was time for him to go to Rivendane. Grinning, the ogre said that he gave them great tests, thank you. The hero looked up at him and smiled. The protagonist extended his hand, and Louis asked that he wanted to arm wrestle again, even after 100 victories over them. The ogre was surprised to hear that this was not what he was asking. Taking the ogre's hand, the hero said that it was called a handshake, to which the ogre asked again. Looking up, Paul said that it was a human way to greet each other. Looking down, the ogre heard that it was when he was glad to see someone, or when he crossed paths with a friend. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that it was a way to say see you again. A huge building appeared. Someone asked if there was any news. Standing in front of the man, the guy said that there was none yet. Folding his arms, the man thought that there was still no news about the Scream mages. Enough time had passed since the return of 2 mages with serious wounds, and nothing was known about the Scream mage who went after Paul. Looking straight ahead, he added that even the tracking team he sent after them reported that they had not sensed any sign of human presence at the Sky Mountain. Looking at the boy, the man said that they had been deceived. Looking to the side, they heard that he had something to report. Entering the room, the boy said that Paul had recently arrived in Rivendane. The tower leader looked down and thought. The image of the hero appeared. Someone said that they should call him here immediately. A huge tower appeared. Someone said that he had failed the mission. Putting his hand to his face, the leader heard that as he had said, there was a reason why no one had succeeded. When he reached the Sky Mountain, he realized that this mission was beyond his capabilities. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that the barrier was so strong that it was impossible to pass through it. The hero looked away in surprise, hearing that he was not a very skilled liar. Sitting at the table, the tower leader said that let him be honest with him. He is a mage who was chosen by the Tooth of the Ogre chieftain. Looking straight ahead, Morgan said that the mission he chose was also about finding the ogre homeland, asking if it was too convenient a coincidence. Grinning, the protagonist asked what it meant. They were watching him. Looking at the hero, the man asked again and said that he was simply afraid that he would become a mage who opposes the tower. The protagonist lowered his head and said that everyone who goes against the will of the king of magicians becomes an enemy of the tower. No, to which the leader said that most do. Sitting at the table, the tower leader said that enough empty talk, let's get to the point. Let him tell him what he saw on the heavenly mountain. The man looked at the hero furiously and asked if the first ogres were still alive. The protagonist looked at him nervously. The protagonist left the tower. Closing his eyes, the hero sighed and said that he got away with it. The tower leader said that he didn't need an obvious lie, especially since he could look into his memories if he wanted. The man frowned, hearing that, but he wouldn't do that, right? To which the leader asked again. Lowering his head, the protagonist asked that the great king of magicians wouldn't stoop to such a thing, right? Said that especially against an ordinary student like him. Opening his eyes wide, Morgan asked that he dared to challenge him, said that and the word ordinary seemed overly modest. The man closed his eyes and said, well, okay. The office heard that his official first mission had failed, so let him go back to the academy. The protagonist frowned and thought that he had played on the pride of the king of magicians, and fortunately it had worked, although he would not have resorted to such extreme methods as magic. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that if the dirty king was even a little reckless, he would be caught red-handed. The thought of such an outcome was terrifying, but of course, this was not the end. The Tooth of the Ogre leader appeared, and the hero thought that the artifact of the X-Zone chose him, and they both knew what the owner of the throne meant. Although it was not voiced out loud, the king of magicians would continue to watch him closely. Walking down the street, the protagonist said that he did not know. For now, he just wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. The train was rapidly picking up speed. A banner with an image of the hero appeared. Someone shouted that they congratulated Paul on his victory at the great festival. The students threw the hero up and shouted that he should pass, welcome back, to which the hero replied that that was enough. 2 months had already passed. The box fell on the table. Looking at it, the protagonist asked what it was, to which the guy replied that the letters were for him. As expected, the winner of the main tournament of the year is incredibly popular. Letters appeared in a box. The hero said that there were so many of them, and these were only the recent ones. Approaching the door, Jason said that the ones that came earlier were stored here. The hero looked in surprise at the huge pile of letters. The protagonist's eyes widened. Sitting on the bed, Paul asked what. There were even letters from princes, and then read that they were for a brilliant magician and a true patriot of the kingdom, dear Paul. There was a pile of letters in the closet, and the hero read that he was excited by the rumor that he had rejected the offer of the crown prince of the empire. He was a true patriot, to which the hero said, wow, dear, although they had not even met in person. Sighing, the guy said what a formality. Dear is not used for those who are already close, but with whom they want to get closer, to which the hero asked that he knew a lot about this. Yes. Lying on the bed, the guy asked what he plans to do on vacation. The protagonist grinned slightly. Paul closed his eyes and said that he planned to spend them differently than usual. The main character sat on a horse. The protagonist looked straight ahead. It had been 5 years since he had last been to his homeland. Until last year, he had always stayed in the dorm, even on vacation. The hero squatted. He did not have the courage to look his people in the eye. He was not sure he could smile and answer their questions about how school was going. Grinning, the hero said that but now he could proudly show himself in front of them. Looking at the village, the protagonist added that he would finally see his family. The people looked at him in surprise. Someone asked what the young master was, and the hero smiled and asked if they were doing well. The village heard that. Oh my god, it was really him, the young master? What? The young master Paul? Who? Someone said that the young master, how long had he been gone? They had been waiting for news about him for so long. Standing in front of the people, the protagonist apologized for being absent for so long. To which he was asked how things were at the academy. Was the rumor true that was going around about him? Their young master was the best, wasn't he? Suddenly the girl hugged the hero and turned to him. Closing her eyes, she said that for the whole time there was not a single letter, and then he appeared, and someone turned to the father. Raising his hand up, the protagonist said that she had grown so tall, he barely recognized her, to which she asked again. Grinning, the protagonist thought that she had remained just as small. The blue sky appeared. The protagonist asked his father to call the rest of the family. They had a lot to talk about. Suddenly it got dark outside. The protagonist told his family and the residents of the estate about everything that had happened over the past time. Wiping his eyes, his sister said that he had indeed been through a lot, and the woman said that he had overcome so many difficulties that she could not help but be proud of him. Looking away, Frederick asked what it meant. He had won such a large-scale competition and had even personally met the crown prince of the empire. Grinning, the protagonist replied that he had, and then thought that it had been 2 months since then, but for their remote estate, this news was new. Holding an envelope in his hands, the man said that this was why the ruling family sent such letters. Holding it up, he added that not to mention the news from the noble families, to which the hero thought that he wanted to be the first to report it. Sitting next to the hero, his uncle said that he needed to know about something, to which the man replied that they had closed the topic. Frowning, the hero heard that but he should know, because it concerns him too, to which the hero thought about what was going on. Looking at his father, the protagonist said that he should tell him. If he heard about it from someone else, he would be disappointed. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that nothing could be done. The men looked at the letters, and the father said that, as he had already mentioned, a lot of letters had arrived at their estate, and they were all about him. Many of them offered significant monetary donations to their territory under the pretext of respect for him, and some of the authors of the letters even offered him high positions. Looking to the side, the sister and the woman heard that, of course, all the offers were rejected, but there was a small nuance. Looking at his father, the protagonist asked what was what, to which he said the name. Closing his eyes, the man said that he was using him as a lever of pressure on the family. Monzo, the only trading city near the Ardal territory, most of the goods produced in Ardal passed through Monzo on trade routes. Looking at his father, the protagonist asked that they really asked for such an absurdly small price for their goods, to which he replied that yes, because they wanted him as a mage to protect the Monzo territory, threatening to cause problems for the Ardal territory. Putting his hand to his face, Gray added that at this rate, the Ardal territory will run out of money. Lowering his head, the man said that so far they have not figured out how to solve this problem. The hero stood in front of the people. It was heard that this year's abundant harvest will definitely please him. He is going to please the young master first of all. This year they have exceptionally high quality goat milk. The hero closed his eyes and thought. The men turned around, hearing that they say that what goes around comes around. Looking at the glove, the hero said that since Monzo was so eager to see him, he thought he should show himself to them. The saddle was on the horse. Someone said that here was some dried meat and water for the road. Let him be careful, to which the hero thanked him. Looking at the hero, the uncle apologized for dumping this situation on him, although they had just moved, to which the hero replied that it was not worth it, he was just doing his job, and he, as a young lord, would do his job. The man looked at the hero silently. The hero mounted his horse, and the uncle said that he should not let the lord's efforts go to waste, to which he asked again. Raising his head, Frederick said that the lord did everything he could, even covered the losses from Monzo from his own pocket. Most of the lands did not even know that there were any problems. The hero lowered his head, hearing that the current peaceful situation was achieved at the cost of the lord's sacrifice. Closing his eyes, Paul said that he was even embarrassed by his impudent thoughts, to which his uncle asked what he meant. The image of his father appeared, and the hero said that, frankly, he was confused, wondering why his father simply endured. The hero sat on the couch and added that the thought that he could decide everything himself made his head spin. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist said that although he has known since childhood that his father cares for and loves these lands more than anyone else, the man silently looked straight ahead. Holding out the box, the protagonist asked if he could give it to his father, to which his uncle asked what was in it. The man looked at the box in surprise, hearing that it was 10,000 in gold. The man looked at the gold bars, and the hero said that this was the prize money in the grand festival. He hoped that these funds would be spent on what was needed, to which Frederick asked what was needed. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he himself thought that it would be best to buy land with them. He thought that in the future they should become self-sufficient and not rely on Monzo. Raising his hand, Frederick said that he was right, but the land, it would be problematic, for now no one would want to sell them. The man thought, hearing that what if they took them? Looking at him, the protagonist said that they needed to clean up. Monsters appeared. It was said that they could claim the problematic territory of the Wolf Hills and the Chinhyung Plain occupied by the Mud People. Not such a bad idea, he thought. Sitting on his horse, the hero said that with these funds they could hire people to clear the territories, and then cultivate the land and rent it out to visitors, so they could manage even larger sums. Putting his hand to his face, the man said that if they could get mercenaries for a reasonable price, then it would be worth the effort. Leaving, the protagonist said that in this case he would leave the details to him and his father, and it was time for him to go. Shouting, the hero rushed forward. The trading city of Monzo is the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom, where all the resources of the neighboring areas accumulate. The landlord of the city is Edgar. There are many good rumors about him, for example, that he bought his title or that he was previously the leader of the Walt gang. Frowning, the hero thought that in other words, you need to be prepared for anything. The protagonist rode up to the gate. Looking at the knight, the hero said that he was the young master of the Ardle family. Paul asked that the lord was at home. Looking at him, the knight made a sound. The hero frowned, hearing that it was Ardle again. Looking to the side, the guard asked what and why they always made a fuss when something didn't go the way they wanted, to which the other answered that that's exactly it, and the knight said that he should leave it. He was still a child, he hadn't yet learned to beg. The guard laughed loudly and asked if he would be polite. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he faced this attitude every time, and how many times his father had already been here. The hero got off his horse, and the knight said that he should go in and look for the lord himself. Since it was Ardle, he would be driven away anyway. The hero took a step forward, and the knight asked that, but this time the circumstances were different, weren't they more lively? The hero lowered his head and thought that he was not here as a student, but as a son of the Ardle family. If he accepted such rudeness as the norm, then what would people think of their territory? The hero clenched his fist, and the knight asked what he had in mind this time. The guard winced, hearing that they needed to be taught respect. Suddenly, the hero abruptly threw the knight aside. Walking forward, the man asked who they had. Smiling widely, Edgar said that the hero who won the great festival, the next generation mage, asked if it was really Lord Paul. Looking at the man, the hero asked if he was Lord Edgar, to which the man replied that yes, it was him. Someone of his status had come all the way to their humble city. He was so embarrassed that he couldn't raise his head. Edgar exclaimed in surprise, hearing that he shouldn't raise his head. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that since he was so embarrassed that he had to come here, he should continue to stand with his head down. Looking at him, Edgar frowned. Then the lord grinned slightly. Putting on his hat, the man grinned and said that it was true that he was quite straightforward, in which case, despite the awkwardness he was experiencing, he would still straighten up. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he could do as he wanted, but would note that he needed to retrain their guards, to which Edgar asked what their people had done wrong. Turning around, the protagonist said that they treated his family like some kind of rootless goblins, so they had to give them a warning. The guards were lying on the ground. The man clenched his teeth in anger. Looking at him, the hero asked if he didn't mind. The lord chuckled and said that he should feel free to treat them the same way as his subordinates, and then thought that how dare he touch his people. Putting on gloves, the hero asked that it was like this. The protagonist struck the guard. The knight slid along the ground. Looking at him, the protagonist said that this was enough, and that man also needed lessons in good manners. Looking straight ahead, Paul asked that they weren't going to keep him outside anymore, right? The man clenched his teeth in anger when he heard that he should invite him in. An animal appeared. Someone asked, "Isn't it wonderful?" Smiling, the man said that he collects these works of art as a hobby. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said, "Well, just looking at them makes you feel uneasy." Sitting in front of the protagonist, the lord said that he understood. Everyone has their own tastes. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought about what it was like to collect such things and call them beautiful. What an unpleasant hobby. Monster figurines appeared, and the protagonist added that it was obvious that this was done with the purpose of intimidation. He wanted to scare him. Pouring tea, the lord said that this was a rather rare type of tea from the south, called perimai. Please let him try it. Sitting on the chair, the protagonist said that he would abstain, to which the lord asked that they did not like tea. Maybe he should treat him to a soft drink. Smiling, Ted asked that he was playing the fool. Taking the cup, the hero said that he really did not understand why he refused. Pouring the drink, the hero asked what it was to drink. The protagonist sat opposite the man. Tea was pouring from the table. The lord smirked slightly. Edgar closed his eyes and said that he seemed to think that he could poison the tea. but he did not intend to become his enemy. Looking down, the hero heard that he only wanted to become good friends, to which he asked what friends threaten each other. Smiling, the man said that it was absurd. What threats? It was just a proposal made with the best of intentions. Gritting his teeth furiously, the Lord asked what the proposal said. This is how he called a nasty trick to bring Ardal to decline. Looking at the Lord, the hero said that he was not interested in such a proposal. Smiling, Edgar said that it was sad, but since he refused him friendship. Smiling widely, the man said that the cost of goods from Ardal would remain the same, at a level of terribly cheap. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that it would be better to return the prices to the original level. Silence began in the room. Looking away, the man said that he should listen. He was just a country bumpkin who didn't understand anything. The man stood up and asked what he thought. Could he just ignore the offer? Said that the one who should kneel now was not him, but Paul. The knights walked straight. Smiling broadly, Edgar said that they say that students of the magic school cannot use magic during the holidays. The guards lined up around, and the Lord said that he would teach him obedience. The protagonist looked away and thought about it. It turns out that he did not plan to let him go. Pointing his hand straight ahead, the man shouted that let them kill him. He would make a stuffed animal out of his corpse for the gallery. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that he wanted to make a trophy out of him, said that he was crazier than he could imagine, to which Ted said that yes, he was still a fruit. The Lord folded his arms, and the hero thought that it was right that he did not expect a fruitful conversation. He was just a pompous pig trapped in wealth. The hero rushed forward and added that for someone like him at first. The hero pulled a flick. Grinning, the hero told him to catch it. Suddenly, the guard flew back. The hero dealt many blows to the knights. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that let him tell you something. It was written about the unique skill of the chieftain's will. Until the strength runs out, the first chieftain of the heavenly mountain supports him. The spirit of the chieftain will appear above his head and will move with him. And the man asked, what kind of smoke is this? What did he do? The hero stood in the middle of the flames. The affected area increases to the length of the ogre chieftain's arm. Suddenly, a fire monster appeared. The man raised his head in surprise, hearing that his life is in danger even on vacation. The knights looked at the fire monster, and the hero added that he could use magic too. It was written that some opponents, stunned by the leader's aura, were consumed by the deepest horror, and the knights said in fear that if they stayed here, they would die. The guards began to run away quickly. Someone shouted that everyone should run. The hero grinned and said that running away would not help them. The protagonist looked straight ahead. An explosion thundered in the building. The hero shouted about explosive burning mana. People ran away quickly. It was audible what it was. Let them run faster. Stretching his hand up, the man shouted that no, his collection, which he had been collecting all his life, his portrait for 2,000 gold. Standing behind him, the hero asked that he still had time to worry about his collection. Coming closer, the hero said, well, it's time to worry about yourself. Flames spread around. Someone shouted loudly. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that he would bring the cost of goods from Ardal back to normal and compensate tenfold for the losses incurred through his fault. Such was his offer. Asked that he would accept it. Yes. Sitting on his knees, the man asked again and said how much it was. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he should bring it right now, to which he responded approvingly. Sitting on his horse, the protagonist said that almost everything. Asked what was interesting, how surprised the father would be when he told him that he had solved the problem. Thus, the hero dealt with the sales problem and headed back to Ardal. The hero's eyes widened, hearing that they had not seen each other for a long time. There, a rather unexpected guest was waiting for the hero. Margot grinned, and the hero turned to her. About 2 months ago, the hero threw his hands behind his head and said that this was so annoying to him. At first it was interesting, but now he just wanted to go home. Looking at the hero, the girl asked him what he was talking about the small and beautiful region of Ardal, to which the hero turned to her. Putting her hands on her hips, Margot said that she was glad that the banquet ended without incident. She was really afraid that something terrible would happen because of someone, to which the hero grinned and apologized. Looking down, the protagonist continued that but he couldn't do anything. Not only did they belittle the student's efforts, but they also spoke ill of his name. Grinning, the girl asked if it was really that beautiful there. Raising her hand, the protagonist replied that of course, this place was beautiful and brought peace, she should visit it sometime. Looking at him, the girl asked if it was true. She said so that he wouldn't deny it later, to which the hero grinned and said that she wouldn't. Looking at the girl, the protagonist thought that but he didn't think that she would actually come. The sister looked at the hero furiously. Sitting in front of him, she asked if he wanted to explain himself, what made him think, what came over her. A flame appeared around the girl, and she asked what kind of relationship they had. She was his lover, where they met, let him tell. In the room, it was heard that the sister really volunteered to show the area to Lady Margaret. When he offered to do it to her, she immediately volunteered. Sitting in front of the man, the hero thought, "That's how it is," and he asked, "Isn't it nice?" Said that she doesn't want to lose her brother, whom she hasn't seen for 6 years. Grinning, Gray asked that but she really isn't his girlfriend, said that she can be honest with him, to which the hero replied that she can't. The man said, "Well, sadly," and the main character thought about what and why this news disappointed him. Sitting at the table, the father said, "Okay, they will put personal matters aside and discuss something else." The man entered the room after hearing him pass. Frederick put the box on the table, and Gray thanked him. Taking the box, the man said that he could not accept this money. The protagonist asked in surprise. Sitting opposite the protagonist, the man said that it was his money, not Ardle's, to which the protagonist asked that but wasn't he one of the Ardles. Closing his eyes, Gray said that it was true, no one would deny that he was the heart of this territory, asked that but didn't he have other things to do outside of it. The protagonist remained silent. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he understood perfectly well that this was said out of concern for him, and knew that he was a deeply righteous and moral person. He respected these qualities in him, but closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about what hurt him, that he was discussing management issues without him. Sitting in front of his father, the protagonist said that no, he wanted to use these funds for the benefit of Ardle. The man was surprised to hear that he was doing the same as he was doing. Frederick scratched his head, chuckled, and said that he thought the young master should know how he had been supporting Ardle all this time with his own money. Folding his hands, Gray said that in the future, he would prefer that he discuss everything with him first rather than make hasty decisions, to which Frederick replied that yes, he would keep that in mind. Raising his hand, the man said that whatever his intentions, he could not accept his money. He was not yet ready to put the responsibility for the estate on his shoulders. Holding the bag in his hands, the father said that he still had 3,600 gold pieces. It was their rightful money, but obtaining it in the current circumstances was akin to discovering a long-forgotten stash. Raising his hand, the protagonist whispered that 3,600, and how to understand this, he gave 3 times more, to which Frederick replied that he refused to accept the rest. He was so categorical that even the topic of subjugating new lands could not be raised. Looking at the man, the hero asked why his father was so adamant, to which he replied that it was true, he had already given up trying to reason with him. The protagonist was surprised to hear that the man objected. Grinning, Frederick said that such was their lord. Suddenly Frederick fell silent. The protagonist smiled slightly. Sitting at the table, the man said that that was true. The protagonist left the room. The protagonist looked at the 2 girls. The girls were surprised to hear that the hero addressed them. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist asked if she liked the tour of the estate. Winking, the hero's sister said that she would go for now and good luck to her, to which he thought. Smiling, the girl said that he should definitely get along with his brother. She seemed to be a good person, to which the protagonist asked what she was talking about. Looking to the side, Margot said what and why she was saying such strange things. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she would like to take a little walk. Walking forward, the girl said that his sister was a very nice girl. She would like to have a younger sister like her, to which the protagonist replied that he was glad that the 2 of them got along. Looking at the hero, Margot asked that by the way, nothing bothered him, said that he seemed to be deep in his thoughts, to which he asked what was so noticeable. Grinning, the protagonist said that as the heir of the family, he would like to do something for his territory, but nothing came to mind. Looking to the side, Paul thought that if you count the money prize for the great festival and the money received from the man, you get 40,000 gold. His father said that he can use it at his own discretion. The hero lowered his head, hearing that he could not stop thinking about his region. The protagonist's eyes widened, hearing that despite the fact that she had come all the way here. Standing behind her, the hero thought that oh no, she had not really talked to her about anything, and then asked how they got to Ardle, said that they were a rather remote area, so they must have been through a lot. Grinning, Margot said that the journey did not take that long. She got there in 2 days from Riverdane, to which the hero asked again. It was only a modest question intended to make amends. Pointing to the side, the girl said that it was worth passing that mountain range, and Ardle was just a stone's throw away. However, the answer to it became the solution he was looking for, the southern mountains. Plants appeared, despite the fact that they are part of Ardle's territory. The harsh terrain makes the process of cultivating those lands impossible. The monster's eyes glowed red, and the reason why those territories were empty was because of the local monsters. However, given their proximity to Ice Lake, their geographical importance was high. What if they took advantage of the proximity and established a trade route through the southern mountains? Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that by establishing connections with places of the same importance as Monza, they could establish themselves as an independent territory and be the only powerful estate in the south with a route to the Rhianich Empire. Looking straight ahead, Paul wondered why he hadn't thought of this before. It would have been a huge help to their region. Taking the girl's hands, the protagonist shouted that thanks to her, he found a solution. The girl looked away in surprise. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that they would see each other again. The girl silently watched him leave. Grinning, Margot said that he was quite an interesting person. Sitting at the table, Gray said that it was impossible. The hero asked again, surprised. The man said that he had already tried, but all 8 of Itlake's merchant guilds had refused, to which the hero asked what had refused, but why. The protagonist was surprised to hear that from their point of view, Ardle would not bring profit. Raising his hand, Frederick turned to the hero and said that even the Lord knew that this was a great opportunity for their estate, however, to which he was told that it was not. Sitting in front of them, the protagonist said that much had already changed here, they were small but developing, and then thought that just because the merchant guilds had refused once did not mean that an opportunity that could bring so much hope should be discarded. Grinning, the protagonist asked that who knew, maybe the offer from the winner of the great festival would be received differently. Gray remained silent in response. Sighing, the man said that it was true, he had also resolved the issue with Lord Edgar, so what was the reason to stop him? Then he added that okay, let him go and try, to which Paul thanked him. Leaving the house, the hero heard that he was going to Itlake. Walking towards the hero, the girl said that now he was in the same boat with her, Mr. Illegal, to which the hero asked what? In what sense? The protagonist shouted in surprise that he would wait a minute. He wanted to say that he had crossed the Ardle border without permission, to which she replied that she had, and he added that it was illegal. The hero looked at her in confusion and said that yes, and crossing the border through abandoned lands alone, asked if she had always been so brave, hadn't she thought about how dangerous it could be. Grinning, Margaret said that she didn't think that it was comparable to his actions, to which he asked again. The girl folded her arms and said that he had once broken into someone else's dorm and, without taking any risks into account, had used unconventional methods in competitions. The hero opened his eyes in surprise when he heard that he had won every stage. Looking at him, the girl asked that if she compared it to him, wouldn't her actions seem like a small prank? The protagonist sighed. Standing in front of her, Paul said that he planned to go further, to which she replied that she would follow him then. She had already become an illegal immigrant, so the rest would be easier. Thus, they headed straight to Eltake, deciding to cross the southern mountains, thereby reconnoitering the situation. Due to the uneven terrain, even with a compass it was problematic to navigate, it was decided to find the right place with the help of search magic tuned to humanoid creatures. Oh yeah, there is a rule that students are not allowed to use magic during the holidays. Rushing forward, the hero asked if students weren't forbidden to use magic outside the school, to which she replied that she could use a compass then, and the protagonist continued that no, they would go together, and Margot had already broken it when she arrived in Ardle. However, the search magic first tracked the humanoid monsters, causing them to unknowingly enter the werewolf lair and endanger themselves. The protagonist jumped up sharply. Suddenly, a devastating explosion thundered. But, having learned that the werewolf pack depended on their leader, they were able to defeat the leader and escape. It was written that the Silver Werewolf's Mane, an item to start the quest, the Silver Werewolf's Mane, the calamities of the Southern Mountains, serves as proof of the werewolf's death. The goal is to find someone who likes his mane. The reward is unknown. He also received an unknown quest. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about the task. Then, using the magic trail, they again rushed to the destination. And, fortunately, they did not encounter any more monsters along the way, and the girl said that it seemed that this time they had come to the right place. Standing in front of the gate, she added that Itlake, a huge city-state in which 8 large lakes connect to the sea, like Altane, is a neutral country under the control of the Empire. Here, instead of a king, representatives of 8 trade guilds, called the Joint Government, have power here, being a trading city. It dominates trade on the continent. They say that Itlake trades even with pirates if it considers the deal profitable. Here money is valued above all else. Looking at the hero, Margot asked what and where now, to which he replied that to the Hall of Gold. It is a large estate in Itlake, where representatives of the merchant guilds gather for dinner, so it is an ideal place to negotiate with them, and the knight asked that they had an appointment. Looking at him, the protagonist said no, he can wait here, asked if he could pass on a message, to which the guard replied that if they formally submit the documents, it will take some time to review. Smiling, the hero added that they should just pass on that Paul has come to them. Stretching his hand forward, the hero said that Margot too. The knight asked in surprise that he should wait. He is the winner of the great festival. The hero smiled, hearing that he apologizes for not recognizing, he will pass on now. Fortunately, they were able to get into the Hall of Gold. A golden statuette appeared. Walking straight, the girl said that the furnishings fully correspond to the name, to which the hero replied that yes, it cannot be compared with Ardle. Pointing to the door, the guard said that they can pass on. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that he shouldn't worry. He was here for a fair deal, not forgiveness. Standing by the door, the protagonist said that he was glad to see them. He was Paul. People looked at him. The hooded man looked straight ahead. People were sitting around the table. Everyone turned to look at the protagonist. Sitting down on a chair, the protagonist heard that what he thought was just a rumor turned out to be true. He saw him in Altane, which meant he was the winner. The man folded his arms and asked what brought the venerable mage of the next generation to their distance. Frowning, the protagonist thought that the status of the winner of the great festival even here has weight. He was worried that coming uninvited would backfire on him, but it seemed that the conversation would still take place. The guy grinned and said, well, whatever the question, it would be good if it would benefit their guild, to which the other laughed and said that they shouldn't get ahead of themselves, but she was curious too. Looking at them, the protagonist said that he had come to discuss the trade between Ardal and Eitlake. The man put his hand to his face and thought. The people suddenly fell silent. Looking at the hero, Ted said that it seemed that he had cooled their ardor. The guy asked that Ardal, it sounded familiar, did not know where it was, to which the other replied that it was in the south of the small kingdom of Radiant. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that it was true, an estate in the countryside, selling fish and sweet potatoes, and then asked that it seemed that the lord of those lands had already come to them. How those negotiations ended, to which the guy replied that they had refused, unanimously. The girl asked what and why, to which she received the answer that because it was not profitable for them, it was a one-sided offer. The protagonist sat silently opposite them. The man, looking straight ahead, said that in that case, he believed that there was nothing to discuss here. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that the merchants to the core, as soon as they heard something that was against their interests, would immediately change. Paul was both a next-generation mage and young Master Ardal, but in their eyes, he was only the future Lord of Ardal, a poor young master from the countryside who was trying to steal their money. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that their dualistic cold approach was terribly obvious, and then asked what the same solution meant. Looking at his hand, the protagonist thought about what, however, and then said that it was sad to see such a reaction before he had even voiced his proposal. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that there was a total of 30,000 gold. The people looked at him in surprise. Grinning, the protagonist asked that now they were more motivated to continue the conversation. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.